Chapter 45 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 45. Mr. Dick fulfilled my aunt's predictions. It was some time now since I had left the doctor. Living in his neighbourhood, I saw him frequently, and we all went to his house on 2 or 3 occasions, to dinner or tea. The old soldier was in permanent quarters under the doctor's roof. She was exactly the same as ever, and the same immortal butterflies hovered over her cap. Like some other mothers whom I have known in the course of my life, Mrs. Markleham was far more fond of pleasure than her daughter was. She required a great deal of amusement, and, like a deep old soldier, pretended, in consulting her own inclinations, to be devoting herself to her child. The doctor's desire that Annie should be entertained was therefore particularly acceptable to this excellent parent, who expressed unqualified approval of his discretion. I have no doubt indeed that she probed the doctor's wound without knowing it, meaning nothing but a certain matured frivolity and selfishness, not always inseparable from full-blown years. I think she confirmed him in his fear that he was a constraint upon his young wife, and that there was no congeniality of feeling between them, by so strongly commending his design of lightening the load of her life. "My dear soul," she said to him one day when I was present, "you know there is no doubt it would be a little poky for Annie to be always shut up here." The doctor nodded his benevolent head. "When she comes to her mother's age," said Mrs. Markleham, with a flourish of her fan, "then it'll be another thing. You might put me into a jail with genteel society and a rubber, and I should never care to come out. But I'm not Annie, you know, and Annie is not her mother." "Surely, surely," said the doctor. "You are the best of creatures. No, I beg your pardon," for the doctor made a gesture of deprecation. "I must say before your face, as I always say behind your back, you are the best of creatures. But of course you don't, now do you, enter into the same pursuits and fancies as Annie?" "No," said the doctor in a sorrowful tone. "No, of course not," retorted the old soldier. "Take your dictionary, for example. What a useful work a dictionary is, but what a necessary work! The meanings of words! Without Dr. Johnson, or somebody of that sort, we might have been at this present moment calling an Italian iron a bedstead. But we can't expect a dictionary, especially when it's making, to interest Annie, can we?" The doctor shook his head. "And that's why I so much approve," said Mrs. Markleham, tapping him on the shoulder with her shut-up fan, "of your thoughtfulness. It shows that you don't expect, as many elderly people do expect, old heads on young shoulders. You have studied Annie's character, and you understand it. That's what I find so charming." Even the calm and patient face of Dr. Strong expressed some little sense of pain, I thought, under the infliction of these compliments. "Therefore, my dear doctor," said the old soldier, giving him several affectionate taps, "you may command me at all times and seasons. Now, do understand that I am entirely at your service. I am ready to go with Annie to operas, concerts, exhibitions, all kinds of places, and you shall never find that I am tired. Duty, my dear doctor, before every consideration in the universe." She was as good as her word. She was one of those people who could bear a great deal of pleasure, and she never flinched in her perseverance in the cause. She seldom got hold of the newspaper, which she settled herself down in the softest chair in the house to read through an eyeglass every day for 2 hours, but she found out something that she was certain Annie would like to see. It was in vain for Annie to protest that she was weary of such things. Her mother's remonstrance always was, "Now, my dear Annie, I am sure you know better, and I must tell you, my love, that you are not making a proper return for the kindness of Dr. Strong." This was usually said in the doctor's presence, and appeared to me to constitute Annie's principal inducement for withdrawing her objections when she made any. But in general she resigned herself to her mother, and went where the old soldier would. It rarely happened now that Mr. Maldon accompanied them. Sometimes my aunt and Dora were invited to do so, and accepted the invitation. Sometimes Dora only was asked. The time had been when I should have been uneasy on her going, but reflection on what had passed that former night in the doctor's study had made a change in my mistrust. I believed that the doctor was right, and I had no worse suspicions. My aunt rubbed her nose sometimes when she happened to be alone with me, and said she couldn't make it out. She wished they were happier. She didn't think our military friend, so she always called the old soldier, mended the matter at all. My aunt further expressed her opinion, That if our military friend would cut off those butterflies and give them to the chimney sweepers for May Day, it would look like the beginning of something sensible on her part. But her abiding reliance was on Mr. Dick. That man had evidently an idea in his head, she said, and if he could only once pen it up into a corner, which was his great difficulty, he would distinguish himself in some extraordinary manner. Unconscious of this prediction, Mr. Dick continued to occupy precisely the same ground in reference to the doctor and Mrs. Strong. He seemed neither to advance nor to recede. He appeared to have settled into his original foundation, like a building, and I must confess that my faith in his ever moving was not much greater than if he had been a building. But one night, when I had been married some months, Mr. Dick put his head into the parlour where I was writing alone, Dora having gone out with my aunt to take tea with the two little birds, and said with a significant cough, "You couldn't speak to me without inconveniencing yourself, Trotwood, I'm afraid." "Certainly, Mr. Dick," said I. "Come in." "Trotwood," said Mr. Dick, laying his finger on the side of his nose after he had shaken hands with me, "before I sit down, I wish to make an observation. You know your aunt?" "A little," I replied. "She's the most wonderful woman in the world, sir." After the delivery of this communication, which he shot out of himself as if he were loaded with it, Mr. Dick sat down with greater gravity than usual, and looked at me. "Now, boy," said Mr. Dick, "I am going to put a question to you." "As many as you please," said I. "What do you consider me, sir?" asked Mr. Dick, folding his arms. "A dear old friend," said I. "Thank you, Trotwood," returned Mr. Dick, laughing, and reaching across in high glee to shake hands with me. "But I mean, boy," resuming his gravity, "what do you consider me in this respect?" touching his forehead. I was puzzled how to answer, but he helped me with a word. "Weak," said Mr. Dick. "Well," I replied dubiously, "rather so." "Exactly," cried Mr. Dick, who seemed quite enchanted by my reply. "That is, Trotwood, where they took some of the trouble out of you-know-whose head, and put it you-know-where. There was a—" Mr. Dick made his two hands revolve very fast about each other a great number of times, and then brought them into collision and rolled them over and over one another to express confusion. "There was that sort of thing done to me, somehow, eh?" I nodded at him, and he nodded back again. "In short, boy," said Mr. Dick, dropping his voice to a whisper, "I am simple." I would have qualified that conclusion, but he stopped me. "Yes, I am. She pretends I am not. She won't hear of it. But I am. I know I am. If she hadn't stood my friend, sir, I should have been shut up, and led a dismal life these many years. But I'll provide for her. I never spend the copying money. I put it in a box. I have made a will. I'll leave it all to her, and she shall be rich, noble." Mr. Dick took out his pocket handkerchief and wiped his eyes. He then folded it up with great care, pressed it smooth between his two hands, put it back in his pocket, and seemed to put my aunt away with it. "Now, you are a scholar, Trotwood," said Mr. Dick. "You are a fine scholar. You know what a learned man, what a great man the doctor is. You know what honour he has always done me, not proud in his wisdom. Humble, condescending even to poor Dick, who is simple and knows nothing. I have sent his name up on a scrap of paper to the kite along the string when it has been in the sky among the larks. The kite has been glad to receive it, sir, and the sky has been brighter with it." I delighted him by saying most heartily that the doctor was deserving of our best respect and highest esteem. "And his beautiful wife is a star," said Mr. Dick, "a shining star. I have seen her shine, sir, but," bringing his chair nearer and laying one hand upon my knee, "clouds, sir, clouds." I answered the solicitude which his face expressed by conveying the same expression into my own, and shaking my head. "What clouds?" said Mr. Dick. He looked so wistfully into my face, and was so anxious to understand, that I took great pains to answer him slowly and distinctly, as I might have entered on an explanation to a child. "There is some unfortunate division between them," I replied, "some unhappy cause of separation. A secret. It may be inseparable from the discrepancy in their years. It may have grown up out of almost nothing." Mr. Dick, who had told off every sentence with a thoughtful nod, paused when I had done, and sat considering with his eyes upon my face and his hand upon my knee. Doctor not angry with her, Trotwood? He said after some time. No, devoted to her. Then I have got it, boy, said Mr. Dick. The sudden exultation with which he slapped me on the knee, and leaned back in his chair with his eyebrows lifted up as high as he could possibly lift them, made me think him farther out of his wits than ever. He became as suddenly grave again, and, leaning forward as before, said, first respectfully taking out his pocket handkerchief, as if it really did represent my aunt, "Most wonderful woman in the world, Trotwood! Why has she done nothing to set things right?" "Too delicate and difficult a subject for such interference," I replied. "Fine scholar," said Mr. Dick, touching me with his finger. "Why has he done nothing?" "For the same reason," I returned. "Then I have got it, boy," said Mr. Dick, and he stood up before me, more exultingly than before, nodding his head and striking himself repeatedly on the breast, until one might have supposed that he had nearly nodded and struck all the breath out of his body. "A poor fellow with a craze, sir," said Mr. Dick, "a simpleton, a weak-minded person, present company, you know," striking himself again, "may do what wonderful people may not do. I'll bring them together, boy. I'll try. They'll not blame me. They'll not object to me. They'll not mind what I do, if it's wrong. I'm only Mr. Dick, and who minds Dick? Dick's nobody. Whew!" He blew a slight contemptuous breath, as if he blew himself away. It was fortunate he had proceeded so far with his mystery, for we heard the coach stop at the little garden gate which brought my aunt and Dora home. "Not a word, boy," he pursued in a whisper. "Leave all the blame with Dick. Simple Dick. Mad Dick. I have been thinking, sir, for some time that I was getting it. Now I have got it. After what you have said to me, I am sure I have got it. All right?" Not another word did Mr. Dick utter on the subject, but he made a very telegraph of himself for the next half hour, to the great disturbance of my aunt's mind, to enjoin inviolable secrecy on me. To my surprise I heard no more about it for 2 or 3 weeks, though I was sufficiently interested in the result of his endeavours, descrying a strange gleam of good sense, I say nothing of good feeling, for that he always exhibited, in the conclusion to which he had come. At last I began to believe that, in the flighty and unsettled state of his mind, he had either forgotten his intention or abandoned it. One fair evening, when Dora was not inclined to go out, my aunt and I strolled up to the doctor's cottage. It was autumn, when there were no debates to vex the evening air, and I remember how the leaves smelt like our garden at Blunderstone as we trod them under foot, and how the old unhappy feeling seemed to go by on the sighing wind. It was twilight when we reached the cottage. Mrs. Strong was just coming out of the garden, where Mr. Dick yet lingered, busy with his knife, helping the gardener to point some stakes. The doctor was engaged with somebody in his study, but a visitor would be gone directly, Mrs. Strong said, and begged us to remain to see him. We went into the drawing-room with her, and sat down by the darkening window. There was never any ceremony about the visits of such old friends and neighbours as we were. We had not sat there many minutes when Mrs. Markleham, who usually contrived to be in a fuss about something, came bustling in with her newspaper in her hand, and said, out of breath, "My goodness gracious, Annie, why didn't you tell me there was someone in the study?" "My dear mamma," she quietly returned, "how could I know that you desired the information?" "Desired the information!" said Mrs. Markleham, sinking on the sofa. "I never had such a turn in all my life." "Have you been to the study then, mamma?" asked Annie. "Been to the study, my dear!" she returned emphatically. "Indeed I have. I came upon the amiable creature, if you'll imagine my feelings, Miss Trotwood and David, in the act of making his will." Her daughter looked round from the window quickly. "In the act, my dear Annie," repeated Mrs. Markleham, spreading the newspaper on her lap like a tablecloth, and patting her hands upon it, "of making his last will and testament. The foresight and affection of the dear! I must tell you how it was. I really must, in justice to the darling, for he's nothing less, tell you how it was. Perhaps you know, Miss Trotwood, that there never is a candle lighted in this house until one's eyes are literally falling out of one's head with being stretched to read the paper. And there is not a chair in this house in which a paper can be what I call read, except one in the study. This took me to the study, where I saw a light. I opened the door. In company with the doctor were 2 professional people, evidently connected with the law, and they were all 3 standing at the table, the darling doctor pen in hand. "This simply expresses, then," said the doctor, "Annie, my love, attend to the very words. This simply expresses, then, gentlemen, the confidence I have in Mrs. Strong, and gives her all unconditionally. one of the professional people replied, and gives her all unconditionally. Upon that, with the natural feeling of a mother, I said, "Good God, I beg your pardon," fell over the doorstep and came away through the little back passage where the pantry is. Mrs. Strong opened the window and went out into the veranda, where she stood leaning against a pillar. "But now isn't it, Miss Trotwood, isn't it, David, invigorating," said Mrs. Markleham, mechanically following her with her eyes, "to find a man at Dr. Strong's time of life with the strength of mind to do this kind of thing? It only shows how right I was. I said to Annie, when Dr. Strong paid a very flattering visit to myself, and made her the subject of a declaration and an offer, I said, 'My dear, there is no doubt whatever, in my opinion, with reference to a suitable provision for you, that Dr. Strong will do more than he binds himself to do.'" Here the bell rang, and we heard the sound of the visitors' feet as they went out. "It's all over, no doubt," said the old soldier, after listening. "The dear creature has signed, sealed, and delivered, and his mind's at rest. Well it may be. What a mind! Annie, my love, I am going to the study with my paper, for I am a poor creature without news. Miss Trotwood, David, pray come and see the doctor." I was conscious of Mr. Dix standing in the shadow of the room, shutting up his knife, when we accompanied her to the study, and of my aunt's rubbing her nose violently by the way, as a mild vent for her intolerance of our military friend. But who got first to the study, or how Mrs. Markleham settled herself in a moment in her easy chair, or how my aunt and I came to be left together near the door, unless her eyes were quicker than mine, and she held me back, I have forgotten, if I ever knew. But this I know, that we saw the doctor before he saw us, standing at his table among the folio volumes in which he delighted, resting his head calmly on his hand. That, in the same moment, we saw Mrs. Strong glide in, pale and trembling. That Mr. Dick supported her on his arm. That he laid his other hand upon the doctor's arm, causing him to look up with an abstracted air. That, as the doctor moved his head, his wife dropped down on one knee at his feet, and, with her hands imploringly lifted, fixed upon his face the memorable look I had never forgotten. That at this sight Mrs. Markleham dropped the newspaper, and stared more like a figurehead intended for a ship called the Astonishment than anything else I can think of. The gentleness of the doctor's manner and surprise, the dignity that mingled with the supplicating attitude of his wife, the amiable concern of Mr. Dick, and the earnestness with which my aunt said to herself, "That man mad?" triumphantly expressive of the misery from which she had saved him, I see and hear rather than remember as I write about it. "Doctor," said Mr. Dick, "what is it that's amiss? Look here." "Annie," cried the doctor, "not at my feet, my dear." "Yes," she said, "I beg and pray that no one will leave the room. Oh, my husband and father, break this long silence. Let us both know what it is that has come between us." Mrs. Markleham, by this time recovering the power of speech, and seeming to swell with family pride and motherly indignation, here exclaimed, "Annie, get up immediately, and don't disgrace everybody belonging to you by humbling yourself like that. Unless you wish to see me go out of my mind on the spot." "Mamma," returned Annie, "waste no words on me, for my appeal is to my husband, and even you are nothing here." "Nothing!" exclaimed Mrs. Markleham. "Me nothing! The child has taken leave of her senses. Please get me a glass of water." I was too attentive to the doctor and his wife to give any heed to this request, and it made no impression on anybody else, so Mrs. Markleham panted, stared, and fanned herself. "Annie," said the doctor, tenderly taking her in his hands, "my dear, if any unavoidable change has come in the sequence of time upon our married life, you are not to blame. The fault is mine, and only mine. There is no change in my affection, admiration, and respect. I wish to make you happy. I truly love and honour you. Rise, Annie, pray." But she did not rise. After looking at him for a little while, she sank down closer to him, laid her arm across his knee, and dropping her head upon it, said, "If I have any friend here who can speak one word for me or for my husband in this matter, if I have any friend here who can give a voice to any suspicion that my heart has sometimes whispered to me, if I have any friend here who honours my husband, or has ever cared for me, and has anything within his knowledge, no matter what it is, that may help to mediate between us, I implore that friend to speak." There was a profound silence. After a few moments of painful hesitation, I broke the silence. Mrs. Strong, said I, there is something within my knowledge which I have been earnestly entreated by Dr. Strong to conceal, and have concealed until to-night. But I believe the time has come when it would be mistaken faith and delicacy to conceal it any longer, and when your appeal absolves me from his injunction. She turned her face towards me for a moment, and I knew I was right. I could not have resisted its entreaty if the assurance that it gave me had been any less convincing. Our future peace, she said, may be in your hands. I trusted confidently to your not suppressing anything. I know beforehand that nothing you or anyone can tell me will show my husband's noble heart in any other light than one. Howsoever it may seem to you to touch me, disregard that. I will speak for myself before him, and before God afterwards. Thus earnestly besought, I made no reference to the doctor for his permission, but without any other compromise of the truth than a little softening of the coarseness of Uriah Heep, related plainly what had passed in that same room that night. The staring of Mrs. Markleham during the whole narration, and the shrill, sharp interjections with which she occasionally interrupted it, defy description. When I had finished, Annie remained for some few moments silent, with her head bent down as I have described. Then she took the doctor's hand, he was sitting in the same attitude as when we had entered the room, and pressed it to her breast, and kissed it. Mr. Dick softly raised her, and she stood, when she began to speak, leaning on him, and looking down upon her husband, from whom she never turned her eyes. All that has ever been in my mind since I was married, she said in a low, submissive, tender voice, I will lay bare before you. I could not live and have one reservation, knowing what I know now. Nay, Annie, said the doctor mildly, I have never doubted you, my child. There is no need, my dear. There is great need, she answered in the same way, that I should open my whole heart before the soul of generosity and truth, whom, year by year and day by day, I have loved and venerated more and more, as heaven knows. Really, interrupted Mrs. Markleham, if I have any discretion at all— Which you haven't, you marplot, observed my aunt in an indignant whisper. I must be permitted to observe that it cannot be requisite to enter into these details. None but my husband can judge of that, mamma, said Annie, without removing her eyes from his face, and he will hear me. If I say anything to give you pain, mamma, forgive me. I have borne pain first, often and long, myself. Upon my word, gasped Mrs. Markleham. When I was very young, said Annie, quite a little child, my first associations with knowledge of any kind were inseparable from a patient friend and teacher, the friend of my dead father, who was always dear to me. I can remember nothing that I know without remembering him. He stored my mind with its first treasures, and stamped his character upon them all. They never could have been, I think, as good as they have been to me if I had taken them from any other hands. Makes her mother nothing, exclaimed Mrs. Markleham. Not so, mamma, said Annie, but I make him what he was. I must do that. As I grew up, he occupied the same place still. I was proud of his interest, deeply, fondly, gratefully attached to him. I looked up to him, I can hardly describe how, as a father, as a guide, as one whose praise was different from all other praise, as one in whom I could have trusted and confided if I had doubted all the world. You know, mamma, how young and inexperienced I was when you presented him before me, of a sudden, as a lover. I have mentioned the fact 50 times at least to everybody here, said Mrs. Markleham. Then hold your tongue for the Lord's sake, and don't mention it any more, muttered my aunt. It was so great a change, so great a loss, I felt it at first, said Annie, still preserving the same look and tone, that I was agitated and distressed. I was but a girl, and when so great a change came in the character in which I had so long looked up to him, I think I was sorry. But nothing could have made him what he used to be again, and I was proud that he should think me so worthy, and we were married. At St. Alphege, Canterbury, observed Mrs. Markleham. Confound the woman, said my aunt. She won't be quiet. I never thought, proceeded Annie, with a heightened colour, of any worldly gain that my husband would bring me. My young heart had no room in its homage for any such poor reference. Mamma, forgive me when I say that it was you who first presented to my mind the thought that any one could wrong me, and wrong him, by such a cruel suspicion. Me? cried Mrs. Markleham. Ah, you to be sure, observed my aunt, and you can't fan it away, my military friend. It was the first unhappiness of my new life, said Annie. It was the first occasion of every unhappy moment I have known. These moments have been more of late than I can count, but not, my generous husband, not for the reason you suppose, for in my heart there is not a thought, a recollection, or a hope that any power could separate from you." She raised her eyes and clasped her hands, and looked as beautiful and true, I thought, as any spirit. The doctor looked on her henceforth as steadfastly as she on him. "Mamma is blameless," she went on, "of having ever urged you for herself, and she is blameless in intention every way, I am sure. But when I saw how many importunate claims were pressed upon you in my name, how you were traded on in my name, how generous you were, and how Mr. Wickfield, who had your welfare very much at heart, resented it, the first sense of my exposure to the mean suspicion that my tenderness was bought and sold to you, of all men on earth, fell upon me like unmerited disgrace, in which I forced you to participate. I cannot tell you what it was, mamma cannot imagine what it was, to have this dread and trouble always on my mind, yet know in my own soul that on my marriage day I crown the love and honour of my life." "A specimen of the thanks one gets," cried Mrs. Markleham in tears, "for taking care of one's family. I wish I was a Turk." "I wish you were with all my heart, and in your native country," said my aunt. "It was at that time that mamma was most solicitous about my cousin Maldon. I had liked him," she spoke softly, but without any hesitation, "very much. We had been little lovers once. If circumstances had not happened otherwise, I might have come to persuade myself that I really loved him, and might have married him, and been most wretched. There can be no disparity in marriage like unsuitability of mind and purpose." I pondered on those words, even while I was studiously attending to what followed, as if they had some particular interest, or some strange application that I could not divine. There can be no disparity in marriage like unsuitability of mind and purpose. No disparity in marriage like unsuitability of mind and purpose. "There is nothing," said Annie, "that we have in common. I have long found that there is nothing. If I were thankful to my husband for no more, instead of for so much, I should be thankful to him for having saved me from the first mistaken impulse of my undisciplined heart." She stood quite still before the doctor, and spoke with an earnestness that thrilled me, yet her voice was just as quiet as before. "When he was waiting to be the object of your munificence, so freely bestowed for my sake, and when I was unhappy in the mercenary shape I was made to wear, I thought it would have become him better to have worked his own way on. I thought that if I had been he, I would have tried to do it, at the cost of almost any hardship. But I thought no worse of him until the night of his departure for India. That night I knew he had a false and thankless heart. I saw a double meaning then in Mr. Wickfield's scrutiny of me. I perceived for the first time the dark suspicion that shadowed my life." "Suspicion, Annie?" said the doctor. "No, no, no." "In your mind there was none, I know, my husband," she returned. "And when I came to you that night to lay down all my load of shame and grief, and knew that I had to tell you that underneath your roof one of my own kindred, to whom you had been a benefactor, for the love of me, had spoken to me words that should have found no utterance, even if I had been the weak and mercenary wretch he thought me, my mind revolted from the taint the very tale conveyed. It died upon my lips, and from that hour till now has never passed them." Mrs. Markleham, with a short groan, leaned back in her easy chair, and retired behind her fan, as if she were never coming out any more. I have never, but in your presence, interchanged a word with him from that time, then only when it has been necessary for the avoidance of this explanation. Years have passed since he knew from me what his situation here was. The kindness you have secretly done for his advancement, and then disclosed to me for my surprise and pleasure, have been, you will believe, but aggravations of the unhappiness and burden of my secret." She sunk down gently at the doctor's feet, though he did his utmost to prevent her, and said, looking up tearfully into his face, "Do not speak to me yet. Let me say a little more. Right or wrong, if this were to be done again, I think I should do just the same. You never can know what it was to be devoted to you, with those old associations, to find that anyone could be so hard as to suppose that the truth of my heart was bartered away, and to be surrounded by appearances confirming that belief. I was very young, and had no adviser. Between mamma and me, in all relating to you, there was a wide division. If I shrunk into myself, hiding the disrespect I had undergone, it was because I honoured you so much, and so much wished that you should honour me." "Annie, my poor heart," said the doctor, My dear girl, a little more, a very few words more. I used to think there were so many whom you might have married, who would not have brought such charge and trouble on you. I used to be afraid that I had better have remained your pupil, and almost your child. I used to fear that I was so unsuited to your learning and wisdom. If all this made me shrink within myself, as indeed it did, when I had that to tell, it was still because I honoured you so much, and hoped that you might one day honour me. That day has shone this long time, Annie, said the doctor, and can have but one long night, my dear. Another word. I afterwards meant, steadfastly meant, and purposed to myself, to bear the whole weight of knowing the unworthiness of one to whom you have been so good. And now a last word, dearest and best of friends. The cause of the late change in you, which I have seen with so much pain and sorrow, and have sometimes referred to my old apprehension, at other times to lingering suppositions nearer to the truth, has been made clear to-night, and by an accident I have also come to know to-night the full measure of your noble trust in me, even under that mistake. I do not hope that any love and duty I may render in return will ever make me worthy of your priceless confidence. But with all this knowledge fresh upon me, I can lift my eyes to this dear face, revered as a father's, loved as a husband's, sacred to me in my childhood as a friend's, and solemnly declare that in my lightest thought I have never wronged you, never wavered in the love and the fidelity I owe you. She had her arms around the doctor's neck, and he leaned his head down over her, mingling his grey hair with her dark brown tresses. "Oh, hold me to your heart, my husband! Never cast me out! Do not think or speak of disparity between us, for there is none, except in all my imperfections. Every succeeding year I have known this better, as I have esteemed you more and more. Oh, take me to your heart, my husband, for my love is founded on a rock, and it endures." In the silence that ensued, my aunt walked gravely up to Mr. Dick, without at all hurrying herself, and gave him a hug and a sounding kiss. And it was very fortunate, with a view to his credit, that she did so, for I am confident that I detected him in that moment in the act of making preparations to stand on one leg, as an appropriate expression of delight. "You are a very remarkable man, Dick," said my aunt, with an air of unqualified approbation, "and never pretend to be anything else, for I know better." With that my aunt pulled him by the sleeve, and nodded to me, and we three stole quietly out of the room and came away. "That's a settler for our military friend, at any rate," said my aunt on the way home. "I should sleep the better for that, if there was nothing else to be glad of." "She was quite overcome, I am afraid," said Mr. Dick, with great commiseration. "What? Did you ever see a crocodile overcome?" inquired my aunt. "I don't think I ever saw a crocodile," returned Mr. Dick mildly. "There never would have been anything the matter if it hadn't been for that old animal," said my aunt, with strong emphasis. "It's very much to be wished that some mothers would leave their daughters alone after marriage, and not be so violently affectionate. They seem to think the only return that can be made for bringing an unfortunate young woman into the world, God bless my soul, as if she asked to be brought, or wanted to come, is full liberty to worry her out of it again. What are you thinking of, Trot?" I was thinking of all that had been said. My mind was still running on some of the expressions used. There can be no disparity in marriage like unsuitability of mind and purpose, the first mistaken impulse of an undisciplined heart. My love was founded on a rock. But we were at home, and the trodden leaves were lying underfoot, and the autumn wind was blowing. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 46. Intelligence. I must have been married, if I may trust to my imperfect memory for dates, about a year or so, when one evening, as I was returning from a solitary walk, thinking of the book I was then writing, for my success had steadily increased with my steady application, and I was engaged at that time upon my first work of fiction, I came past Mrs. Steerforth's house. I had often passed it before, during my residence in that neighbourhood, though never when I could choose another road. Howbeit, it did sometimes happen that it was not easy to find another without making a long circuit, and so I had passed that way, upon the whole, pretty often. I had never done more than glance at the house as I went by with a quickened step. It had been uniformly gloomy and dull. None of the best rooms abutted on the road, and the narrow, heavily framed, old-fashioned windows, never cheerful under any circumstances, looked very dismal, closed shut, and with their blinds always drawn down. There was a covered way across a little paved court to an entrance that was never used, and there was one round staircase window at odds with all the rest, and the only one unshaded by a blind, which had the same unoccupied blank look. I do not remember that I ever saw a light in all the house. If I had been a casual passer-by, I should have probably supposed that some childless person lay dead in it. If I had happily possessed no knowledge of the place, and seen it often in that changeless state, I should have pleased my fancy with many ingenious speculations, I dare say. As it was, I thought as little of it as I might, but my mind could not go by it and leave it as my body did, and it usually awakened a long train of meditations. Coming before me on this particular evening that I mention, mingled with the childish recollections and later fancies, the ghosts of half-formed hopes, the broken shadows of disappointments dimly seen and understood, the blending of experience and imagination, incidental to the occupation with which my thoughts had been busy, it was more than commonly suggestive. I fell into a brown study as I walked on, and a voice at my side made me start. It was a woman's voice too. I was not long in recollecting Mrs. Steerforth's little parlour-maid, who had formerly worn blue ribbons in her cap. She had taken them out now, to adapt herself, I suppose, to the altered character of the house, and wore but one or two disconsolate bows of sober brown. "If you please, sir, would you have the goodness to walk in and speak to Miss Dartle?" "Has Miss Dartle sent you for me?" I inquired. "Not to-night, sir, but it's just the same. Miss Dartle saw you pass a night or two ago, and I was to sit at work on the staircase, and when I saw you pass again, to ask you to step in and speak to her." I turned back and inquired of my conductor as we went along how Mrs. Steerforth was. She said her lady was but poorly, and kept to her own room a good deal. When we arrived at the house I was directed to Miss Dartle in the garden, and left to make my presence known to her myself. She was sitting on a seat at one end of a kind of terrace overlooking the great city. It was a sombre evening, with a lurid light in the sky, and as I saw the prospect scowling in the distance, with here and there some larger object starting up into the sullen glare, I fancied it was no inapt companion to the memory of this fierce woman. She saw me as I advanced, and rose for a moment to receive me. I thought her then still more colourless and thin than when I had seen her last, the flashing eyes still brighter, and the scar still plainer. Our meeting was not cordial. We had parted angrily on the last occasion, and there was an air of disdain about her, which she took no pains to conceal. "I am told you wish to speak to me, Miss Dartle," said I, standing near her, with my hand upon the back of the seat, and declining her gesture of invitation to sit down. "If you please," said she. "Pray, has this girl been found?" "No." "And yet she has run away." I saw her thin lips working while she looked at me, as if they were eager to load her with reproaches. "Run away?" I repeated. "Yes, from him," she said with a laugh. "If she's not found, perhaps she never will be found. She may be dead." The vaunting cruelty with which she met my glance I never saw expressed in any other face that I have ever seen. "To wish her dead," said I, "may be the kindest wish that one of her own sex could bestow upon her. I am glad that time has softened you so much, Miss Dartle." She condescended to make no reply, but turning on me with another scornful laugh, said, "The friends of this excellent and much injured young lady are friends of yours. You are their companion, and assert their rights. Do you wish to know what is known of her?" "Yes," said I. She rose with an ill-favoured smile, and taking a few steps towards a wall of holly that was near at hand, dividing the lawn from the kitchen garden, said in a louder voice, "Come here," as if she were calling some unclean beast. "You will restrain any demonstrative championship or vengeance in this place, of course, Mr. Copperfield," said she, looking over her shoulder at me with the same expression. I inclined my head without knowing what she meant. She said, "Come here," again, and returned, followed by the respectable Mr. Littimer, who, with undiminished respectability, made me a bow and took up his position behind her. The air of wicked grace, of triumph, in which, strange to say, there was yet something feminine and alluring, with which she reclined upon the seat between us and looked at me, was worthy of a cruel princess in a legend. "Now," she said imperiously, without glancing at him, and touching the old wound as it throbbed, perhaps in this instance with pleasure rather than pain, "tell Mr. Copperfield about the flight." "Mr. James and myself, ma'am—" "Don't address yourself to me," she interrupted with a frown. "Mr. James and myself, sir—" "Nor to me, if you please," said I. Mr. Littimer, without being at all discomposed, signified by a slight obeisance that anything that was most agreeable to us was most agreeable to him, and began again. "Mr. James and myself have been abroad with the young woman ever since she left Yarmouth under Mr. James's protection. We have been in a variety of places, and seen a deal of foreign country. We have been in France, Switzerland, Italy, in fact, almost all parts." He looked at the back of the seat, as if he were addressing himself to that, and softly played upon it with his hands, as if he were striking chords upon a dumb piano. "Mr. James took quite uncommonly to the young woman, and was more settled, for a long time, than I have known him to be since I have been in his service. The young woman was very improvable, and spoke the languages, and wouldn't have been known for the same country person. I noticed that she was much admired wherever we went." Miss Dartle put her hand upon her side. I saw him steal a glance at her, and slightly smile to himself. "Very much admired indeed, the young woman was. What with her dress, what with the air and son, what with being made so much of, what with this, that, and the other, her merits really attracted general notice." He made a short pause, her eyes wandered restlessly over the distant prospect, and she bit her nether lip to stop that busy mouth. Taking his hands from the seat, and placing one of them within the other as he settled himself on one leg, Mr. Littimer proceeded, with his eyes cast down, and his respectable head a little advanced, and a little on one side. "The young woman went on in this manner for some time, being occasionally low in spirits, until I think she began to weary Mr. James by giving way to her low spirits and tempers of that kind, and things were not so comfortable. Mr. James, he began to be restless again. The more restless he got, the worse she got, and I must say, for myself, that I had a very difficult time of it indeed between the two. Still, matters were patched up here and made good there, over and over again, and altogether lasted, I'm sure, for a longer time than anybody could have expected." Recalling her eyes from the distance, she looked at me again now with her former air. Mr. Littimer, clearing his throat behind his hand with a respectable short cough, changed legs and went on. "At last, when there had been, upon the whole, a good many words and reproaches, Mr. James set off one morning from the neighbourhood of Naples, where we had a villa, the young woman being very partial to the sea, and under pretence of coming back in a day or so, left it in charge with me to break it out that, for the general happiness of all concerned, he was—" here an interruption of the short cough, "gone. But Mr. James, I must say, certainly did behave extremely honourable, for he proposed that the young woman should marry a very respectable person, who was fully prepared to overlook the past, and who was at least as good as anybody the young woman could have aspired to in a regular way, her connections being very common." He changed legs again, and wetted his lips. I was convinced that the scoundrel spoke of himself, and I saw my conviction reflected in Miss Dartle's face. "This I also had it in charge to communicate. I was willing to do anything to relieve Mr. James from his difficulty, and to restore harmony between himself and an affectionate parent, who has undergone so much on his account. Therefore I undertook the commission. The young woman's violence, when she came to, after I broke the fact of this departure, was beyond all expectations. She was quite mad, and had to be held by force, or, if she couldn't have got to a knife, or got to the sea, she'd have beaten her head against the marble floor." Miss Dartle, leaning back upon the seat, with a light of exultation in her face, seemed almost to caress the sounds this fellow had uttered. "When I came to the second part of what had been entrusted to me, said Mr. Littimer, rubbing his hands uneasily, which anybody might have supposed to have been, at all events, appreciated as a kind intention, the young woman came out in her true colours. A more outrageous person I never did see. Her conduct was surprisingly bad. She had no more gratitude, no more feeling, no more patience, no more reason in her than a stock or a stone. If I hadn't been upon my guard, I am convinced she would have had my blood. I think the better of her for it, said I indignantly. Mr. Littimer bent his head, as much as to say, Indeed, sir, but you are young, and resumed his narrative. It was necessary, in short, for a time, to take away everything nigh her that she could do herself or anybody else an injury with, and to shut her up close. Notwithstanding which, she got out in the night, forced the lattice of the window that I had nailed up myself, dropped on a vine that was trailed below, and never was seen or heard of, to my knowledge, since. She is dead, perhaps, said Miss Dartle with a smile, as if she could have spurned the body of the ruined girl. She may have drowned herself, miss, returned Mr. Littimer, catching at an excuse for addressing himself to somebody. It's very possible, or she may have had assistance from the boatmen and the boatmen's wives and children. Being given to low company, she was very much in the habit of talking to them on the beach, Miss Dartle, and sitting by their boats. I have known her to do it when Mr. James has been away, whole days. Mr. James was far from pleased to find out once that she had told the children she was a boatman's daughter, and that in her own country, long ago, she had roamed about the beach like them. O Emily, unhappy beauty! What a picture rose before me, of her sitting on the far-off shore among the children like herself when she was innocent, listening to little voices as might have called her mother had she been a poor man's wife, and to the great voice of the sea with its eternal nevermore. When it was clear that nothing could be done, Miss Dartle— "Did I tell you not to speak to me?" she said with stern contempt. "You spoke to me, miss," he replied. "I beg your pardon, but it's my service to obey." "Do your service," she returned. "Finish your story, and go." "When it was clear," he said with infinite respectability and obedient bow, "that she was not to be found, I went to Mr. James, at the place where it had been arranged that I should write to him, and informed him of what had occurred. Words passed between us in consequence, and I felt it due to my character to leave him. I could bear, and I have borne, a great deal from Mr. James. But he insulted me too far. He hurt me. Knowing the unfortunate difference between himself and his mother, and what her anxiety of mind was likely to be, I took the liberty of coming home to England and relating—" "For money which I paid him," said Miss Dartle to me. "Just so, madam, and relating what I knew. I am not aware," said Mr. Littimer, after a moment's reflection, "that there is anything else. I am at present out of employment, and shall be happy to meet with a respectable situation." Miss Dartle glanced at me, as though she would inquire if there were anything that I desired to ask. As there was something which had occurred to my mind, I said in reply, "I could wish to know from this creature—" I could not bring myself to utter any more conciliatory word— "whether they intercepted a letter that was written to her from home, or whether he supposes that she received it." He remained calm and silent, with his eyes fixed on the ground, and the tip of every finger of his right hand delicately poised against the tip of every finger of his left. Miss Dartle turned her head disdainfully towards him. "I beg your pardon, miss," he said, awakening from his abstraction, "but however submissive to you, I have my position, though a servant. Mr. Copperfield and you, miss, are different people. If Mr. Copperfield wishes to know anything from me, I take the liberty of reminding Mr. Copperfield that he can put a question to me. I have a character to maintain." After a momentary struggle with myself, I turned my eyes upon him and said, "You have heard my question. Consider it addressed to yourself if you choose. What answer do you make?" "Sir," he rejoined, with an occasional separation and reunion of those delicate tips, "my answer must be qualified, because to betray Mr. James's confidence to his mother and to betray it to you are two different actions. It is not probable, I consider, that Mr. James would encourage the receipt of letters likely to increase low spirits and unpleasantness, but further than that, sir, I should wish to avoid going." "Is that all?" inquired Miss Dartle of me. I indicated that I had nothing more to say, "except I added, as I saw him moving off, that I understand this fellow's part in the wicked story, and that as I shall make it known to the honest man who has been her father from her childhood, I should recommend him to avoid going too much into public. He had stopped the moment I began, and had listened with his usual repose of manner. "Thank you, sir. But you'll excuse me if I say, sir, that there are neither slaves nor slave drivers in this country, and that people are not allowed to take the law into their own hands. If they do, it is more to their own peril, I believe, than to other people's. Consequently speaking, I am not at all afraid of going wherever I may wish, sir." With that he made a polite bow, and with another to Miss Dartle went away through the arch in the wall of holly by which he had come. Miss Dartle and I regarded each other for a little while in silence, her manner being exactly what it was when she had produced the man. "He says besides," she observed with a slow curling of her lip, "that his master, as he hears, is coasting Spain, and this done is a way to gratify his seafaring tastes till he is weary. But this is of no interest to you. Between these two proud persons, mother and son, there is a wider breach than before, and little hope of its healing, for they are one at heart, and time makes each more obstinate and imperious. Neither is this of any interest to you, but it introduces what I wish to say. The devil whom you make an angel of, I mean this low girl whom he picked out of the tide mud, with her black eyes full upon me and her passionate finger up, may be alive, for I believe some common things are hard to die. If she is, you will desire to have a pearl of such price found and taken care of. We desire that too, that he may not by any chance be made her prey again. So far we are united in one interest, and that is why I, who would do her any mischief that so coarse a wretch is capable of feeling, have sent for you to hear what you have heard." I saw by the change in her face that someone was advancing behind me. It was Mrs. Steerforth, who gave me her hand more coldly than of yore, and with an augmentation of her former stateliness of manner. But still I perceived, and I was touched by it, with an ineffaceable remembrance of my old love for her son. She was greatly altered. Her fine figure was far less upright, her handsome face was deeply marked, and her hair was almost white. But when she sat down on the seat she was a handsome lady still, and well I knew the bright eye with its lofty look that had been a light in my very dreams at school. "Is Mr. Copperfield informed of everything, Rosa?" "Yes." "And has he heard Littimer himself?" "Yes. I have told him why you wished it." "You are a good girl. I have had some slight correspondence with your former friend, sir," addressing me, "but it has not restored his sense of duty or natural obligation. Therefore I have no other object in this than what Rosa has mentioned. If by the course which may relieve the mind of the decent man you brought here, for whom I am sorry, I can say no more, my son may be saved from again falling into the snares of a designing enemy, well—" She drew herself up and sat looking straight before her, far away. "Madam," said I respectfully, "I understand. I assure you I am in no danger of putting any strained construction on your motives. But I must say, even to you, having known this injured family from childhood, that if you suppose the girl, so deeply wronged, has not been cruelly deluded, and would not rather die 100 deaths than take a cup of water from your son's hand now, you cherish a terrible mistake." "Well, Rosa, well," said Mrs. Steerforth, as the other was about to interpose, "it is no matter. Let it be. You are married, sir, I am told." I answered that I had been some time married. "And are doing well? I hear little in the quiet life I lead, but I understand you are beginning to be famous." "I have been quite fortunate," I said, "and find my name connected with some praise." "You have no mother?" in a softened voice. "No." "It's a pity," she returned. "She would have been proud of you. Good night." I took the hand she held out with a dignified, unbending air, and it was as calm in mine as if her breast had been at peace. Her pride could still its very pulses, it appeared, and draw the placid veil before her face, through which she sat looking straight before her on the far distance. As I moved away from them along the terrace, I could not help observing how steadily they both sat gazing upon the prospect, and how it thickened and closed around them. Here and there some early lamps were seen to twinkle in the distant city, and in the eastern quarter of the sky the lurid lights still hovered. But from the greater part of the broad valley interposed, a mist was rising like a sea, which, mingling with the darkness, made it seem as if the gathering waters would encompass them. I have reason to remember this, and think of it with awe, for before I looked upon those two again, a stormy sea had risen to their feet. Reflecting on what had been thus told me, I felt it right that it should be communicated to Mr. Peggotty. On the following evening I went into London in quest of him. He was always wandering about from place to place, with his one object of recovering his niece before him, but was more in London than elsewhere. Often and often now I see him in the dead of night passing along the streets, searching among the few who loitered out of doors at those untimely hours for what he dreaded to find. He kept a lodging over the little chandler's shop in Hungerford Market, which I have had occasion to mention more than once, and from which he first went forth upon his errand of mercy. Hither I directed my walk. On making inquiry for him, I learned from the people of the house that he had not gone out yet, and I should find him in his room upstairs. He was getting ready by a window in which he kept a few plants. The room was very neat and orderly, and I saw in a moment that it was always kept prepared for her reception, and that he never went out but he thought it possible he might bring her home. He had not heard my tap at the door, and only raised his eyes when I laid my hand upon his shoulder. "Master Davy, thank ye, sir, thank ye hearty for this visit. Sit ye down. You're kindly welcome, sir." "Mr. Peggotty," said I, taking the chair he handed me, "don't expect much. I have heard some news." "Of Emily?" He put his hand in a nervous manner on his mouth and turned pale as he fixed his eyes upon mine. "It gives no clue to where she is, but she is not with him." He sat down, looking intently at me, and listened in profound silence to all I had to tell. I well remember the sense of dignity, beauty even, with which the patient gravity of his face impressed me, when, having gradually removed his eyes from mine, he sat looking downward, leaning his forehead on his hand. He offered no interruption, but remained throughout perfectly still. He seemed to pursue her figure throughout the narrative, and to let every other shape go by him as if it were nothing. When I had done, he shaded his face and continued silent. I looked out of the window for a little while, and occupied myself with the plants. "How do you fare to feel about it, Master Davy?" he inquired at length. "I think that she is living," I replied. "I don't know. Maybe the first shock was too rough, and in the wildness of her heart. That there blue water as she used to speak on, could she have thought of that so many years, because it was to be her grave?" He said this, musing in a low, frightened voice, and walked across the little room. "And yet," he added, "Master Davy, I have felt so sure as she was living, I have knowed, awake and sleeping, as it was so true that I should find her. I have been so led on by it, and so held up by it, that I don't believe I can have been deceived. No, Emily's alive." He put his hand down firmly on the table, and set his sunburnt face into a resolute expression. "My niece Emily is alive, sir," he said steadfastly. "I don't know where it comes from, or how it is, but I am told as she's alive." He looked almost like a man inspired as he said it. I waited for a few moments until he could give me his undivided attention, and then proceeded to explain the precaution that, it occurred to me at least, it might be wise to take. "Now, my dear friend," I began. Thank ye, kind sir," he said, grasping my hand in both of his. "If she should make her way to London, which is likely, for where could she lose herself so readily as in this vast city, and what would she wish to do but lose and hide herself if she does not go home?" "And she won't go home," he interposed, shaking his head mournfully. "If she had left of her own accord she might, not as it was, sir." "If she should come here," said I believe there is one person here more likely to discover her than any other in the world. Do you remember, hear what I say with fortitude, think of your great object, do you remember Martha?" "Of our town?" I needed no other answer than his face. "Do you know that she is in London?" "I've seen her in the streets," he answered with a shiver. "But you don't know," said I, "that Emily was charitable to her with Ham's help long before she fled from home, nor that when we met one night and spoke together in the room yonder over the way, she listened at the door?" "Master Davy," he replied in astonishment, "that night when it snew so hard?" "That night. I have never seen her since. I went back after parting from you to speak to her, but she was gone. I was unwilling to mention her to you then, and I am now, but she is the person of whom I speak, and with whom I think we should communicate. Do you understand?" "Too well, sir," he he replied. We had sunk our voices almost to a whisper, and continued to speak in that tone. You say you have seen her. Do you think that you could find her? I could only hope to do so by chance. I think, Master Davy, I know where to look. It is dark. Being together, shall we go out now and try to find her tonight? He assented, and prepared to accompany me. Without appearing to observe what he was doing, I saw how carefully he adjusted the little room, put a candle ready and the means of lighting it, arranged the bed, and finally took out of a drawer one of her dresses. I remember to have seen her wear it, neatly folded with some other garments, and a bonnet, which he placed upon a chair. He made no allusion to these clothes, neither did I. There they had been waiting for her many and many a night, no doubt. The time was, Master Davy, he said, as we came downstairs, when I thought this girl, Martha, almost like the dirt underneath my Emily's feet. God forgive me, there's a difference now. As we went along, partly to hold him in conversation, and partly to satisfy myself, I asked him about Ham. He said almost the same words as formerly, that Ham was just the same, wearing away his life with kinder no care nohow for it, but never murmuring and liked by all. I asked him what he thought Ham's state of mind was, in reference to the cause of their misfortunes, whether he believed it was dangerous, what he supposed, for example, Ham would do if he and Steerforth ever should encounter. I don't know, sir, he replied. I have thought of it oftentimes, but I can't advise myself of it no matters. I recalled to his remembrance the morning after her departure, when we were all three on the beach. Do you recollect, I said, a certain wild way in which he looked out to sea and spoke about the end of it? Sure I do, he said. And what do you suppose he meant? Master Davy, he replied, I've put the question to myself a mort of times, and never found no answer. And there's one curious thing, that though he's so pleasant, I wouldn't feel comfortable to try and get his mind upon't. He never said a word to me as warn't as dutiful could be, and it ain't likely as he'd begin to speak any other ways now. But it's far from being fleet water in his mind, where them thoughts lays. It's deep, sir, and I can't see down. You are right, said I, and that has sometimes made me anxious. And me too, Master Davy, he rejoined. Even more so, I do assure you, than his venturesome ways, though both belongs to the alteration in him. I do it know as he'd do violence under any circumstance, but I hope as them two may be kept asunders. We had come through Temple Bar into the city. Conversing no more now, and walking at my side, he yielded himself up to the one aim of his devoted life, and went on with that hushed concentration of his faculties which would have made his figure solitary in a multitude. We were not far from Blackfriars Bridge, when he turned his head and pointed to a solitary female figure flitting along the opposite side of the street. I knew it readily to be the figure that we sought. We crossed the road and were pressing on towards her, when it occurred to me that she might be more disposed to feel a woman's interest in the lost girl if we spoke to her in a quiet place, aloof from the crowd, and where she should be less observed. I advised my companion, therefore, that we should not address her yet, but follow her, consulting in this likewise an indistinct desire I had to know where she went. He acquiescing, we followed at a distance, never losing sight of her, but never caring to come very near, as she frequently looked about. Once she stopped to listen to a band of music, and then we stopped too. She went on a long way. Still we went on. It was evident from the manner in which she held her course that she was going to some fixed destination, and this, and her keeping in the busy streets, and I suppose the strange fascination in the secrecy and mystery of so following anyone, made me adhere to my first purpose. At length she turned into a dull, dark street, where the noise and crowd were lost, and I said, we may speak to her now, and mending our pace, we went after her. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 47. Martha. We were now down in Westminster. We had turned back to follow her, having encountered her coming towards us, and Westminster Abbey was the point at which she passed from the lights and noise of the leading streets. She proceeded so quickly, when she got free of the two currents of passengers setting towards and from the bridge, that between this and the advance she had of us when we struck off, we were in the narrow waterside street by Millbank before we came up with her. At that moment she crossed the road as if to avoid the footsteps that she heard so close behind, and, without looking back, passed on even more rapidly. A glimpse of the river through a dull gateway where some waggons were housed for the night seemed to arrest my feet. I touched my companion without speaking, and we both forbore to cross after her, and both followed on that opposite side of the way, keeping as quietly as we could in the shadow of the houses, but keeping very near her. There was, and is when I write, at the end of that low-lying street, a dilapidated little wooden building, probably an obsolete old ferry house. Its position is just at that point where the street ceases and the road begins to lie between a row of houses and the river. As soon as she came here and saw the water, she stopped as if she had come to her destination, and presently went slowly along by the brink of the river, looking intently at it. All the way here I had supposed that she was going to some house. Indeed, I had vaguely entertained the hope that the house might be in some way associated with the lost girl. But that one dark glimpse of the river through the gateway had indistinctively prepared me for her going no farther. The neighbourhood was a dreary one at that time, as oppressive, sad, and solitary by night as any about London. There were neither wharfs nor houses on the melancholy waste of road near the great blank prison. A sluggish ditch deposited its mud at the prison walls. Coarse grass and rank weeds straggled over all the marshy land in the vicinity. In one part, carcasses of houses, inauspiciously begun and never finished, rotted away. In another, the ground was cumbered with rusty iron monsters of steam boilers, wheels, cranks, pipes, furnaces, paddles, anchors, diving bells, windmill sails, and I know not what strange objects, accumulated by some speculator, and grovelling in the dust, underneath which, having sunk into the soil of their own weight in wet weather, they had the appearance of vainly trying to hide themselves. The clash and glare of sundry fiery works upon the riverside arose by night to disturb everything except the heavy and unbroken smoke that poured out of their chimneys. Slimy gaps and causeways winding among the old wooden piles, with a sickly substance clinging to the latter like green hair, and the rags of last year's handbills offering rewards for drowned men, fluttering above high water mark, led down through the ooze and slush to the ebb tide. There was a story that one of the pits dug for the dead in the time of the Great Plague was hereabout, and a blighting influence seemed to have proceeded from it over the whole place. Or else it looked as if it had gradually decomposed into that nightmare condition out of the overflowings of the polluted stream. As if she were a part of the refuse it had cast out, and left to corruption and decay, the girl we had followed strayed down to the river's brink, and stood in the midst of this night picture, lonely and still, looking at the water. There were some boats and barges astrand in the mud, and these enabled us to come within a few yards of her without being seen. I then signed to Mr. Peggotty to remain where he was, and emerged from their shade to speak to her. I did not approach her solitary figure without trembling, for this gloomy end to her determined walk, and the way in which she stood, almost within the cavernous shadow of the iron bridge, looking at the lights crookedly reflected in the strong tide, inspired a dread within me. I think she was talking to herself. I am sure, although absorbed in gazing at the water, that her shawl was off her shoulders, and that she was muffling her hands in it, in an unsettled and bewildered way, more like the action of a sleep-walker than a waking person. I know, and can never forget, that there was that in her wild manner which gave me no assurance but that she would sink before my eyes until I had her arm within my grasp. At the same moment I said, "Martha." She uttered a terrified scream, and struggled with me with such strength that I doubt if I could have held her alone. But a stronger hand than mine was laid upon her, and when she raised her frightened eyes and saw who it was, she made but one more effort, and dropped down between us. We carried her away from the water to where there were some dry stones, and there laid her down, crying and moaning. In a little while she sat among the stones, holding her wretched head with both her hands. "Oh, the river!" she cried passionately. "Oh, the river!" "Hush, hush," said I. "Calm yourself." But she still repeated the same words, continually exclaiming,
Oh, the river, over and over again. "I know it's like me," she exclaimed. "I know that I belong to it. I know that it's the natural company of such as I am. It comes from the country places, where there was once no harm in it, and it creeps through the dismal streets, defiled and miserable, and it goes away, like my life, to a great sea, that is always troubled, and I feel that I must go with it." I have never known what despair was, except in the tone of those words. I can't keep away from it. I can't forget it. It haunts me day and night. It's the only thing in all the world that I am fit for, or that's fit for me. Oh, the dreadful river! The thought passed through my mind that in the face of my companion, as he looked upon her without speech or motion, I might have read his niece's history, if I had known nothing of it. I never saw, in any painting or reality, horror and compassion so impressively blended. He shook as if he would have fallen, and his hand, I touched it with my own, for his appearance alarmed me, was deadly cold. "She is in a state of frenzy," I whispered to him. "She would speak differently in a little time." I don't know what he would have said in answer. He made some motion with his mouth, and seemed to think he had spoken, but he had only pointed to her with his outstretched hand. A new burst of crying came upon her now, in which she once more hid her face among the stones, and lay before us a prostrate image of humiliation and ruin. Knowing that this state must pass before we could speak to her with any hope, I ventured to restrain him when he would have raised her, and we stood by in silence until she became more tranquil. "Martha," said I then, leaning down and helping her to rise. She seemed to want to rise as if with the intention of going away, but she was weak and leaned against a boat. "Do you know who this is, who was with me?" She said faintly, "Yes." "Do you know that we have followed you a long way tonight?" She shook her head. She looked neither at him nor at me, but stood in a humble attitude, holding her bonnet and shawl in one hand without appearing conscious of them, and pressing the other, clenched, against her forehead. "Are you composed enough," said I, "to speak on the subject which so interested you, I hope heaven may remember it, that snowy night?" Her sobs broke out afresh, and she murmured some inarticulate thanks to me for not having driven her away from the door. "I want to say nothing for myself," she said after a few moments. "I am bad. I am lost. I have no hope at all. But tell him, sir," she had shrunk away from him, "if you don't feel too hard to me to do it, that I never was in any way the cause of his misfortune." "It has never been attributed to you," I returned, earnestly responding to her earnestness. "It was you, if I don't deceive myself," she said in a broken voice, "that came into the kitchen the night she took such pity on me, was so gentle to me, didn't shrink away from me like all the rest, and gave me such kind help. Was it you, sir?" "It was," said I. "I should have been in the river long ago," she said, glancing at it with a terrible expression, "if any wrong to her had been upon my mind. I could never kept out of it a single winter's night if I had not been free of any share in that." "The cause of her flight is too well understood," said I. "You are innocent of any part in it, we thoroughly believe. We know." "Oh, I might have been much the better for her if I had had a better heart," exclaimed the girl with a most forlorn regret. "For she was always good to me. She never spoke a word to me but what was pleasant and right. Is it likely I would try to make her what I am myself, knowing what I am myself so well? When I lost everything that makes life dear, the worst of all my thoughts was that I parted for ever from her." Mr. Peggotty, standing with one hand on the gunwale of the boat, and his eyes cast down, put his disengaged hand before his face. "And when I heard what had happened before that snowy night, from some belonging to our town," cried Martha, "the bitterest thought in all my mind was, that the people would remember she once kept company with me, and would say I corrupted her, when, heaven knows, I would have died to have brought back her good name." Long unused to any self-control, the piercing agony of her remorse and grief was terrible. "To have died would not have been much. What can I say? I would have lived," she cried. "I would have lived to be old in the wretched streets, and to wander about avoided in the dark, and to see the day break on the ghastly line of houses, and remember how the same sun used to shine into my room and wake me once. I would have done even that to save her." Sinking on the stones, she took some in each hand, and clenched them up, as if she would have ground them. She writhed into some new posture constantly, stiffening her arms, twisting them before her face, as though to shut out from her eyes the little light there was, and drooping her head as if it were heavy with insupportable recollections. "What shall I ever do?" she said, fighting thus with her despair. "How can I go on as I am, a solitary curse to myself, a living disgrace to everyone I come near?" Suddenly she turned to my companion. "Stamp upon me! Kill me! When she was your pride, you would have thought I had done her harm if I had brushed against her in the street. You can't believe, why should you, a syllable that comes out of my lips. It would be a burning shame upon you, even now, if she and I exchanged a word. I don't complain. I don't say she and I are alike. I know there is a long, long way between us. I only say, with all my guilt and wretchedness upon my head, that I am grateful to her from my soul, and love her. Oh, don't think that all the power I had of loving anything is quite worn away. Throw me away as all the world does, kill me for being what I am and having ever known her, but don't think that of me." He looked upon her while she made this supplication, in a wild, distracted manner, and, when she was silent, gently raised her. "Martha," said Mr. Peggotty, "God forbid as I should judge you. Forbid as I, of all men, should do that, my girl. You do it know half the change that's come in the course of time upon me, when you think it likely. Well," he paused a moment, then went on, "you doen't understand how 'tis that this here gentleman and me has wished to speak to you. You doen't understand what 'tis we has afore us. Listen now." His influence upon her was complete. She stood shrinkingly before him, as if she were afraid to meet his eyes, but her passionate sorrow was quite hushed and mute. "If you heard," said Mr. Peggotty, "out of what passed between Master Davy and me, the night when it snew so hard, you know as I have been where not for to seek my dear niece, he repeated steadily, "for she's more dear to me now, Martha, than she was dear afore." She put her hands before her face, but otherwise remained silent. "I have heard her tell," said Mr. Peggotty, "as you was early left fatherless and motherless, with no friend for to take, in a rough seafaring way, their place. Maybe you can guess that if you'd had such a friend, you'd have got into a way of being fond of him in course of time, and that my niece was kinder daughter-like to me." As she was silently trembling, he put her shawl carefully about her, taking it up from the ground for that purpose. "Whereby," said he, "I know both that she would go to the world's furthest end with me, if she could once see me again, and that she would fly to the world's furthest end to keep off seeing me. For though she ain't no call to doubt my love, and doen't, he repeated, with a quiet assurance of the truth of what he said, there's shame steps in and keeps betwixt us." I read in every word of his plain, impressive way of delivering himself new evidence of his having thought of this one topic in every feature it presented. "According to our reckoning," he proceeded, "Master Davy's here and mine, she is like one day to make her own poor solitary course to London. We believe, Master Davy, me, and all of us, that you are as innocent of everything that has befell her as the unborn child. You spoke of her being pleasant, kind, and gentle to you. Bless her, I knew she was. I knew she always was to all. You're thankful to her, and you love her. Help us all you can to find her, and may heaven reward you." She looked at him hastily, and for the first time as if she were doubtful of what he said. "Will you trust me?" she asked in a low voice of astonishment. "Full and free," said Mr. Peggotty. "To speak to her if I should ever find her, shelter her if I have any shelter to divide with her, and then, without her knowledge, come to you and bring you to her?" she asked hurriedly. We both replied together, "Yes." She lifted her eyes and solemnly declared that she would devote herself to this task, fervently and faithfully; that she would never waver in it, never be diverted from it, never relinquish it while there was any chance of hope. If she were not true to it, might the object she now had in life, which bound her to something devoid of evil, in its passing away from her, leave her more forlorn and more despairing, if that were possible, than she had been upon the river's brink that night, and then might all help, human and divine, renounce her evermore. She did not raise her voice above her breath, or address us, but said this to the night sky, then stood profoundly quiet, looking at the gloomy water. We judged it expedient now to tell her all we knew, which I recounted at length. She listened with great attention, and with a face that often changed, but had the same purpose in all its varying expressions. Her eyes occasionally filled with tears, but those she repressed. It seemed as if her spirit were quite altered, and she could not be too quiet. She asked, when all was told, where we were to be communicated with, if occasion should arise. Under a dull lamp in the road I wrote our 2 addresses on a leaf out of my pocket book, which I tore out and gave to her, and which she put into her poor bosom. I asked her where she lived herself. She said, after a pause, in no place long. It were better not to know. Mr. Peggotty suggesting to me in a whisper what had already occurred to myself, I took out my purse, but I could not prevail upon her to accept any money, nor could I exact any promise from her that she would do so at another time. I represented to her that Mr. Peggotty could not be called, for one in his condition, poor, and that the idea of her engaging in this search while depending on her own resources shocked us both. She continued steadfast. In this particular his influence upon her was equally powerless with mine. She gratefully thanked him, but remained inexorable. "There may be work to be got," she said. "I'll try." "At least take some assistance," I returned, "until you have tried." "I could not do what I have promised for money," she replied. "I could not take it if I was starving. To give me money would be to take away your trust, to take away the object that you have given me, to take away the only certain thing that saves me from the river." "In the name of the great Judge," said I, "before whom you and all of us must stand at his dread time, dismiss that terrible idea. We can all do some good if we will." She trembled, and her lip shook, and her face was paler, as she answered, "It has been put into your hearts, perhaps, to save a wretched creature for repentance. I am afraid to think so. It seems too bold. If any good should come of me, I might begin to hope, for nothing but harm has ever come of my deeds yet. I am to be trusted for the first time in a long while with my miserable life, on account of what you have given me to try for. I know no more, and I can say no more." Again she repressed the tears that had begun to flow, and putting out her trembling hand and touching Mr. Peggotty, as if there was some healing virtue in him, went away along the desolate road. She had been ill, probably for a long time. I observed upon that closer opportunity of observation that she was worn and haggard, and that her sunken eyes expressed privation and endurance. We followed her at a short distance, our way lying in the same direction, until we came back into the lighted and populous streets. I had such implicit confidence in her declaration that I then put it to Mr. Peggotty whether it would not seem, in the onset, like distrusting her to follow her any farther. He being of the same mind, and equally reliant on her, we suffered her to take her own road, and took ours, which was towards Highgate. He accompanied me a good part of the way, and when we parted, with a prayer for the success of this fresh effort, there was a new and thoughtful compassion in him that I was at no loss to interpret. It was midnight when I arrived home. I had reached my own gate, and was standing listening for the deep bell of St. Paul's, the sound of which I thought had been borne towards me along the multitude of striking clocks, when I was rather surprised to see that the door of my aunt's cottage was open, and that a faint light in the entry was shining out across the road. Thinking that my aunt might have relapsed into one of her old alarms, and might be watching the progress of some imaginary conflagration in the distance, I went to speak to her. It was with very great surprise that I saw a man standing in her little garden. He had a glass and a bottle in his hand, and was in the act of drinking. I stopped short among the thick foliage outside, for the moon was up now, though obscured, and I recognized the man who I had once supposed to be the delusion of Mr. Dix, and had once encountered with my aunt in the streets of the city. He was eating as well as drinking, and seemed to eat with a hungry appetite. He seemed curious regarding the cottage too, as if it were the first time he had seen it. After stooping to put the bottle on the ground, he looked up at the windows, and looked about, though with a covert and impatient air, as if he was anxious to be gone. The light in the passage was obscured for a moment, and my aunt came out. She was agitated, and told some money into his hand. I heard it chink. "What's the use of this?" he demanded. "I can spare no more," returned my aunt. "Then I can't go," he said. "Here, you may take it back." "You bad man!" returned my aunt with great emotion. "How can you use me so? But why do I ask? It's because you know how weak I am. What have I to do to free myself forever of your visits, but to abandon you to your deserts?" "And why don't you abandon me to my deserts?" said he. "You ask me why?" returned my aunt. "What a heart you must have!" He stood moodily rattling the money and shaking his head, until at length he said, "Is this all you mean to give me, then?" "It's all I can give you," said my aunt. "You know I have had losses, and am poorer than I used to be. I have told you so. Having got it, why do you give me the pain of looking at you for another moment, and seeing what you have become?" "I have become shabby enough, if you mean that," he said. "I lead the life of an owl." "You stripped me of the greater part of all I ever had," said my aunt. "You closed my heart against the whole world, years and years. You treated me falsely, ungratefully, and cruelly. Go and repent of it. Don't add new injuries to the long, long list of injuries you have done me." "Aye," he returned, "it's all very fine. Well, I must do the best I can for the present, I suppose." In spite of himself, he appeared abashed by my aunt's indignant tears, and came slouching out of the garden. Taking 2 or 3 quick steps, as if I had just come up, I met him at the gate, and went in as he came out. We eyed each other narrowly in passing, and with no favour. "Aunt," said I hurriedly, "this man alarming you again? Let me speak to him. Who is he?" "Child," returned my aunt, taking my arm, "come in, and don't speak to me for 10 minutes." We sat down in her little parlour. My aunt retired behind the round green fan of former days, which was screwed on the back of a chair, and occasionally wiped her eyes for about 1/4 of an hour. Then she came out and took a seat beside me. "Trot," said my aunt calmly, "it's my husband." "Your husband, aunt? I thought he had been dead." "Dead to me," returned my aunt, "but living." I sat in silent amazement. "Betsey Trotwood don't look a likely subject for the tender passion," said my aunt composedly. "But the time was, Trot, when she believed in that man most entirely. When she loved him, Trot, right well. When there was no proof of attachment and affection that she would not have given him. He repaid her by breaking her fortune, and nearly breaking her heart. So she put all that sort of sentiment, once and forever, in a grave, and filled it up, and flattened it down. My dear good aunt, I left him," said my aunt, laying her hand as usual on the back of mine, "generously. I may say at this distance of time, Trot, that I left him generously. He had been so cruel to me that I might have effected a separation on easy terms for myself, but I did not. He soon made ducks and drakes of what I gave him, sank lower and lower, married another woman, I believe, became an adventurer, a gambler, and a cheat. What he is now, you see. But he was a fine-looking man when I married him," said my aunt, with an echo of her old pride and admiration in her tone. "And I believed him, I was a fool, to be the soul of honour." She gave my hand a squeeze, and shook her head. "He is nothing to me now, Trot, less than nothing. But sooner than have him punished for his offences, as he would be if he prowled about in this country, I give him more money than I can afford, at intervals when he reappears, to go away. I was a fool when I married him, and I am so far an incurable fool on that subject, that, for the sake of what I once believed him to be, I wouldn't have even this shadow of my idle fancy hardly dealt with. For I was in earnest, Trot, if ever a woman was." My aunt dismissed the matter with a heavy sigh, and smoothed her dress. "There, my dear," she said, "now you know the beginning, middle, and end, and all about it. We won't mention the subject to one another any more. Neither, of course, will you mention it to anybody else. This is my grumpy-frumpy story, and we'll keep it to ourselves, Trot." End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 48. Domestic. I laboured hard at my book, without allowing it to interfere with the punctual discharge of my newspaper duties, and it came out and was very successful. I was not stunned by the praise which sounded in my ears, notwithstanding that I was keenly alive to it, and thought better of my own performance, I have little doubt, than anybody else did. It has always been in my observation of human nature that a man who has any good reason to believe in himself never flourishes himself before the faces of other people in order that they may believe in him.
For this reason I retained my modesty in very self-respect, and the more praise I got, the more I tried to deserve. It is not my purpose in this record, though in all other essentials it is my written memory, to pursue the history of my own fictions. They express themselves, and I leave them to themselves. When I refer to them incidentally, it is only as a part of my progress. Having some foundation for believing by this time that nature and accident had made me an author, I pursued my vocation with confidence. Without such assurance I would certainly have left it alone and bestowed my energy on some other endeavour. I should have tried to find out what nature and accident really had made me, and to be that and nothing else. I had been writing in the newspaper and elsewhere so prosperously that when my new success was achieved I considered myself reasonably entitled to escape from the dreary debates. One joyful night, therefore, I noted down the music of the parliamentary bagpipes for the last time, and have never heard it since, though I still recognise the old drone in the newspapers, without any substantial variation, except perhaps that there is more of it, all the livelong session. I now write of the time when I had been married, I suppose, about a year and a half. After several varieties of experiment, we had given up the housekeeping as a bad job. The house kept itself, and we kept a page. The principal function of this retainer was to quarrel with the cook, in which respect he was a perfect Whittington, without his cat, or the remotest chance of being made Lord Mayor. He appears to me to have lived in a hail of saucepan lids. His whole existence was a scuffle. He would shriek for help on the most improper occasions, as when we had a little dinner party or a few friends in the evening, and would come tumbling out of the kitchen with iron missiles flying after him. We wanted to get rid of him, but he was very much attached to us and wouldn't go. He was a tearful boy, and broke into such deplorable lamentations when a cessation of our connection was hinted at, that we were obliged to keep him. He had no mother, no anything in the way of a relative that I could discover, except a sister, who fled to America the moment we had taken him off her hands, and he became quartered on us like a horrible young changeling. He had a lively perception of his own unfortunate state, and was always rubbing his eyes with the sleeve of his jacket, or stooping to blow his nose on the extreme corner of a little pocket handkerchief, which he never would take completely out of his pocket, but always economized and secreted. This unlucky page, engaged in an evil hour at £6 per annum, was a source of continual trouble to me. I watched him as he grew, and he grew like scarlet beans, with painful apprehensions of the time when he would begin to shave, even of the days when he would be bald or grey. I saw no prospect of ever getting rid of him, and, projecting myself into the future, used to think what an inconvenience he would be when he was an old man. I never expected anything less than this unfortunate's manner of getting me out of my difficulty. He stole Dora's watch, which, like everything else belonging to us, had no particular place of its own, and, converting it into money, spent the produce, he was always a weak-minded boy, in incessantly riding up and down between London and Uxbridge outside the coach. He was taken to Bow Street, as well as I remember, on the completion of his 15th journey, when 4 and 6pence and a second-hand fife which he couldn't play were found upon his person. The surprise and its consequences would have been much less disagreeable to me if he had not been penitent. But he was very penitent indeed, and in a peculiar way, not in the lump, but by instalments. For example, the day after that on which I was obliged to appear against him, he made certain revelations touching a hamper in the cellar, which we believed to be full of wine, but which had nothing in it except empty bottles and corks. We supposed he had now eased his mind, and told the worst he knew of the cook. But a day or two afterwards his conscience sustained a new twinge, and he disclosed how she had a little girl who, early every morning, took away our bread, and also how he himself had been suborned to maintain the milkman in Coles. In 2 or 3 days more I was informed by the authorities of his having led to the discovery of sirloins of beef among the kitchen stuff, and sheets in a rag bag. A little while afterwards he broke out in an entirely new direction, and confessed to a knowledge of burglarious intentions as to our premises on the part of the potboy, who was immediately taken up. I got to be so ashamed of being such a victim that I would have given him any money to hold his tongue, or would have offered a round bribe for his being permitted to run away. It was an aggravating circumstance in the case that he had no idea of this, but conceived that he was making me amends in every new discovery, not to say heaping obligations on my head.
At last I ran away myself whenever I saw an emissary of the police approaching with some new intelligence, and lived a stealthy life until he was tried and ordered to be transported. Even then he couldn't be quiet, but was always writing us letters, and wanted so much to see Dora before he went away that Dora went to visit him, and fainted when she found herself inside the iron bars. In short, I had no peace in my life until he was expatriated, and made, as I afterwards heard, a shepherd of up the country somewhere. I have no geographical idea where. All this led me into some serious reflections, and presented our mistakes in a new aspect, as I could not help communicating to Dora one evening, in spite of my tenderness for her. "My love," said I, "it is very painful for me to think that our want of system and management involves not only ourselves, which we have got used to, but other people." "You have been silent for a long time, and now you are going to be cross," said Dora. "No, my dear, indeed. Let me explain to you what I mean." "I don't think I want to know," said Dora. "But I want you to know, my love. Put Jip down." Dora put his nose to mine, and said "Boo!" to drive my seriousness away, but not succeeding, ordered him into his pagoda, and sat looking at me with her hands folded and a most resigned little expression of countenance. "The fact is, my dear," I began, "there is contagion in us. We infect everybody about us." I might have gone on in this figurative manner if Dora's face had not admonished me that she was wondering with all her might whether I was going to propose any new kind of vaccination or other medical remedy for this unwholesome state of ours. Therefore I checked myself and made my meaning plainer. "It is not merely, my pet," said I, "that we lose money and comfort, and even temper sometimes, by not learning to be more careful, but that we incur the serious responsibility of spoiling everyone who comes into our service, or has any dealings with us. I begin to be afraid that the fault is not entirely on one side, but that these people all turn out ill because we don't turn out very well ourselves." "Oh, what an accusation!" exclaimed Dora, opening her eyes wide. "To say that you ever saw me take gold watches! Oh!" "My dearest," I remonstrated, "don't talk preposterous nonsense. Who has made the least allusion to gold watches?" "You did," returned Dora. "You know you did. You said I hadn't turned out well, and compared me to him." "To whom?" I asked. "To the page," sobbed Dora. "Oh, you cruel fellow, to compare your affectionate wife to a transported page! Why didn't you tell me your opinion of me before we were married? Why didn't you say, you hard-hearted thing, that you were convinced I was worse than a transported page? Oh, what a dreadful opinion you have of me! Oh, my goodness!" "Now, Dora, my love," I returned gently, trying to remove the handkerchief she had pressed to her eyes, "this is not only very ridiculous of you, but very wrong. In the first place, it is not true." "You always said he was a story-teller," sobbed Dora, "and now you say the same of me. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" "My darling girl," I retorted, "I really must entreat you to be reasonable, and listen to what I did say, and do say. My dear Dora, unless we learn to do our duty to those whom we employ, they will never learn to do their duty to us. I am afraid we present opportunities to people to do wrong that never ought to be presented. Even if we were as lax as we are in all our arrangements by choice, which we are not, even if we liked it and found it agreeable to be so, which we don't, I am persuaded we should have no right to go on in this way. We are positively corrupting people. We are bound to think of that. I can't help thinking of it, Dora. It is a reflection I am unable to dismiss, and it sometimes makes me very uneasy. There, dear, that's all. Come now, don't be foolish." Dora wouldn't allow me for a long time to remove the handkerchief. She sat sobbing and murmuring behind it that, if I was uneasy, why had I ever been married? Why hadn't I said, even the day before we went to church, that I knew I should be uneasy, and I would rather not? If I couldn't bear her, why didn't I send her away to her aunt's at Putney, or to Julia Mills in India? Julia would be glad to see her, and not call her a transported page. Julia never had called her anything of the sort. In short, Dora was so afflicted, and so afflicted me by being in that condition, that I felt it was of no use repeating this kind of effort, though ever so mildly, and I must take some other course. What other course was left to take? To form her mind? This was a common phrase of words which had a fair and promising sound, and I resolved to form Dora's mind. I began immediately. When Dora was very childish, and I would have infinitely preferred to humour her, I tried to be grave, and disconcerted her and myself too.
I talked to her on the subjects which occupied my thoughts, and I read Shakespeare to her, and fatigued her to the last degree. I accustomed myself to giving her, as it were quite casually, little scraps of useful information, or sound opinion, and she started from them when I let them off, as if they had been crackers. No matter how incidentally or naturally I endeavoured to form my little wife's mind, I could not help seeing that she always had an instinctive perception of what I was about, and became a prey to the keenest apprehensions. In particular, it was clear to me that she thought Shakespeare a terrible fellow. The formation went on very slowly. I pressed Traddles into the service without his knowledge, and whenever he came to see us, exploded my mines upon him for the edification of Dora at second hand. The amount of practical wisdom I bestowed upon Traddles in this manner was immense, and of the best quality, but it had no other effect upon Dora than to depress her spirits, and make her always nervous with the dread that it would be her turn next. I found myself in the condition of a schoolmaster, a trap, a pitfall, of always playing spider to Dora's fly, and always pouncing out of my hole to her infinite disturbance. Still, looking forward through this intermediate stage, to the time when there should be a perfect sympathy between Dora and me, and when I should have formed her mind, to my entire satisfaction, I persevered even for months. Finding at last, however, that although I had been all this time a very porcupine or hedgehog, bristling all over with determination, I had effected nothing, it began to occur to me that perhaps Dora's mind was already formed. On further consideration, this appeared so likely, that I abandoned my scheme, which had had a more promising appearance in words than in action, resolving henceforth to be satisfied with my child wife, and to try to change her into nothing else by any process. I was heartily tired of being sagacious and prudent by myself, and of seeing my darling under restraint, so I bought a pretty pair of earrings for her and a collar for Jip, and went home one day to make myself agreeable. Dora was delighted with the little presents, and kissed me joyfully, but there was a shadow between us, however slight, and I made up my mind that it should not be there. If there must be such a shadow anywhere, I would keep it for the future in my own breast. I sat down by my wife on the sofa, and put the earrings in her ears, and then I told her that I feared we had not been quite as good company lately as we used to be, and that the fault was mine, which I sincerely felt, and which indeed it was. "The truth is, Dora, my life," said I have been trying to be wise." "And to make me wise too," said Dora timidly. "Haven't you, Dodie?" I nodded assent to the pretty inquiry of the raised eyebrows, and kissed the parted lips. "It's of not a bit of use," said Dora, shaking her head until the earrings rang again. "You know what a little thing I am, and what I wanted you to call me from the first. If you can't do so, I'm afraid you'll never like me. Are you sure you don't think sometimes it would have been better to have—" "Done what, my dear?" For she made no effort to proceed. "Nothing," said Dora. "Nothing," I repeated. She put her arms round my neck and laughed, and called herself by her favourite name of a goose, and hid her face on my shoulder in such a profusion of curls that it was quite a task to clear them away and see it. "Don't I think it would have been better to have done nothing than to have tried to form my little wife's mind?" said I, laughing at myself. "Is that the question? Yes, indeed I do." "Is that what you have been trying?" cried Dora. "Oh, what a shocking boy!" "But I shall never try any more," said I, "for I love her dearly as she is." "Without a story, really?" inquired Dora, creeping closer to me. "Why should I seek to change," said I, "what has been so precious to me for so long? You never can show better than as your own natural self, my sweet Dora, and we'll try no conceited experiments, but go back to our old way and be happy." "And be happy," returned Dora. "Yes, all day. And you won't mind things going a tiny morsel wrong sometimes?" "No, no," said I. "We must do the best we can." "And you won't tell me any more that we make other people bad," coaxed Dora, "will you? Because you know it's so dreadfully cross." "No, no," said I. "It's better for me to be stupid than uncomfortable, isn't it?" said Dora. "Better to be naturally Dora than anything else in the world." "In the world? Ah, Dodie, it's such a large place." She shook her head, turned her delighted bright eyes up to mine, kissed me, broke into a merry laugh, and sprang away to put on Jip's new collar. So ended my last attempt to make any change in Dora.
I had been unhappy in trying it. I could not endure my own solitary wisdom. I could not reconcile it with her former appeal to me as my child wife. I resolved to do what I could in a quiet way to improve our proceedings myself, but I foresaw that my utmost would be very little, or I must degenerate into the spider again, and be forever lying in wait. And the shadow I have mentioned, that was not to be between us any more, but was to rest wholly on my own heart, how did that fall? The old unhappy feeling pervaded my life. It was deepened, if it were changed at all, but it was as undefined as ever, and addressed me like a strain of sorrowful music faintly heard in the night. I loved my wife dearly, and I was happy, but the happiness I vaguely anticipated once was not the happiness I enjoyed, and there was always something wanting. In fulfilment of the compact I have made with myself to reflect my mind on this paper, I again examine it closely and bring its secrets to the light. What I missed I always regarded, as something that had been a dream of my youthful fancy, that was incapable of realization, that I was now discovering to be so with some natural pain, as all men did, but that it would have been better for me if my wife could have helped me more, and shared the many thoughts in which I had no partner, and that this might have been, I knew. Between these two irreconcilable conclusions, the one that what I felt was general and unavoidable, the other that it was particular to me, and might have been different, I balanced curiously, with no distinct sense of their opposition to each other. When I thought of the airy dreams of youth that are incapable of realization, I thought of the better state preceding manhood that I had outgrown. And then the contented days with Agnes in the dear old house arose before me, like spectres of the dead that might have some renewal in another world, but never more could be reanimated here. Sometimes the speculation came into my thoughts what might have happened, or what would have happened, if Dora and I had never known each other. But she was so incorporated with my existence that it was the idlest of all fancies, and would soon rise out of my reach and sight, like gossamer floating in the air. I always loved her. What I am describing slumbered and half awoke and slept again in the innermost recesses of my mind. There was no evidence of it in me. I know of no influence it had in anything I said or did. I bore the weight of all our little cares and all my projects. Dora held the pens, and we both felt that our shares were adjusted as the case required. She was truly fond of me and proud of me, and when Agnes wrote a few earnest words in her letters to Dora of the pride and interest in which my old friends heard of my growing reputation, and read my book as if they heard me speaking its contents, Dora read them out to me with tears of joy in her bright eyes, and said I was a dear old clever famous boy. The first mistaken impulse of an undisciplined heart. Those words of Mrs. Strong's were constantly recurring to me at this time, were almost always present on my mind. I awoke with them often in the night. I remember to have even read them in dreams, inscribed upon the walls of houses. For I knew now that my own heart was undisciplined when it first loved Dora, and that if it had been disciplined it never could have felt, when we were married, what it had felt in its secret experience. There can be no disparity in marriage like unsuitability of mind and purpose. Those words I remember too. I had endeavoured to adapt Dora to myself, and found it impracticable. It remained for me to adapt myself to Dora, to share with her what I could, and be happy, to bear on my own shoulders what I must, and be happy still. This was the discipline to which I tried to bring my heart when I began to think. It had made my second year much happier than my first, and what was better still, made Dora's life all sunshine. But as the year wore on, Dora was not strong. I had hoped that lighter hands than mine would help to mould her character, and that a baby smile upon her breast might change my child wife into a woman. It was not to be. The spirit fluttered for a moment on the threshold of its little prison, and, unconscious of captivity, took wing. "When I can run about again as I used to do, aunt," said Dora, "I shall make Jip race. He is getting quite slow and lazy." "I suspect, my dear," said my aunt quietly, working by her side, "he has a worse disorder than that. Age, Dora." "Do you think he is old?" said Dora, astonished. "Oh, how strange it seems that Jip should be old." "It's a complaint we are all liable to, little one, as we get on in life," said my aunt cheerfully. "I don't feel more free from it than I used to be, I assure you."
"But Jip," said Dora, looking at him with compassion, "even little Jip! Oh, poor fellow!" "I dare say he'll last a long time yet, Blossom," said my aunt, patting Dora on the cheek, as she leaned out of her couch to look up at Jip, who responded by standing on his hind legs and balking himself in various asthmatic attempts to scramble up by the head and shoulders. "He must have a piece of flannel in his house this winter, and I shouldn't wonder if he came out quite fresh again, with the flowers in the spring. Bless the little dog!" exclaimed my aunt. "If he had as many lives as a cat, and was on the point of losing 'em all, he'd bark at me with his last breath, I believe." Dora had helped him up on the sofa, where he really was defying my aunt to such a furious extent that he couldn't keep straight, but barked himself sideways. The more my aunt looked at him, the more he reproached her, for she had lately taken to spectacles, and for some inscrutable reason he considered the glasses personal. Dora made him lie down by her with a good deal of persuasion, and when he was quiet, drew one of his long ears through and through her hand, repeating thoughtfully, "Even little Jip! Oh, poor fellow!" "His lungs are good enough," said my aunt gaily, "and his dislikes are not at all feeble. He has a good many years before him, no doubt, but if you want a dog to race with, Little Blossom, he has lived too well for that, and I'll give you one." "Thank you, aunt," said Dora faintly, "but don't, please." "No," said my aunt, taking off her spectacles. "I couldn't have any other dog but Jip," said Dora. "It would be so unkind to Jip. Besides, I couldn't be such friends with any other dog but Jip, because he wouldn't have known me before I was married, and wouldn't have barked at Dodie when he first came to our house. I couldn't care for any other dog but Jip, I am afraid, aunt." "To be sure," said my aunt, patting her cheek again. "You are right." "You are not offended," said Dora, "are you?" "Why, what a sensitive pet it is!" cried my aunt, bending over her affectionately. "To think that I could be offended!" "No, no, I didn't really think so," returned Dora, "but I am a little tired, and it made me silly for a moment. I am always a silly little thing, you know, but it made me more silly to talk about Jip. He has known me in all that has happened to me, haven't you, Jip? And I couldn't bear to slight him because he was a little altered, could I, Jip?" Jip nestled closer to his mistress and lazily licked her hand. "You are not so old, Jip, are you, that you'll leave your mistress yet?" said Dora. "We may keep one another company a little longer." My pretty Dora! When she came down to dinner on the ensuing Sunday, and was glad to see old Traddles, who always dined with us on Sunday, we thought she would be running about as she used to do in a few days. But they said, wait a few days more, and then wait a few days more, and still she neither ran nor walked. She looked very pretty, and was very merry, but the little feet that used to be so nimble when they danced round Jip were dull and motionless. I began to carry her downstairs every morning, and upstairs every night. She would clasp me round the neck and laugh the while, as if I did it for a wager. Jip would bark and caper round us and go on before, and look back on the landing breathing short to see that we were coming. My aunt, the best and most cheerful of nurses, would trudge after us, a moving mass of shawls and pillows. Mr. Dick would not have relinquished his post of candle-bearer to anyone alive. Traddles would be often at the bottom of the staircase, looking on and taking charge of sportive messages from Dora to the dearest girl in the world. We made a gay procession of it, and my child wife was the gayest there. But sometimes, when I took her up and felt that she was lighter in my arms, a dead blank feeling came upon me, as if I were approaching to some frozen region yet unseen, that numbed my life. I avoided the recognition of this feeling by any name, or by any communing with myself, until one night, when it was very strong upon me, and my aunt had left her with a parting cry of "Good night, Little Blossom," I sat down at my desk alone, and cried to think, oh, what a fatal name it was, and how the blossom withered in its bloom upon the tree. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 49. I am involved in mystery. I received one morning by the post the following letter, dated Canterbury, and addressed to me at Doctors' Commons, which I read with some surprise. My dear sir, circumstances beyond my individual control have, for a considerable lapse of time, effected a severance of that intimacy which, in the limited opportunities conceded to me in the midst of my professional duties, of contemplating the scenes and events of the past, tinged by the prismatic hues of memory, has ever afforded me, as it ever must continue to afford, gratifying emotions of no common description. This fact, my dear sir, combined with the distinguished elevation to which your talents have raised you, deters me from presuming to aspire to the liberty of addressing the companion of my youth by the familiar appellation of Copperfield. It is sufficient to know that the name to which I do myself the honour to refer will ever be treasured among the muniments of our house. I allude to the archives connected with our former lodgers, preserved by Mrs. Micawber, with sentiments of personal esteem amounting to affection. It is not for one situated, through his original errors and a fortuitous combination of unpropitious events, as is the foundered bark, if he may be allowed to assume so maritime a denomination, who now takes up the pen to address you. It is not, I repeat, for one so circumstanced, to adopt the language of compliment or of congratulation. That he leaves to abler and purer hands. If your more important avocation should admit of your ever tracing these imperfect characters thus far, which may be, or may not be, as circumstances arise, you will naturally inquire by what object I am influenced then in inditing the present missive. Allow me to say that I fully defer to the reasonable character of that inquiry, and proceed to develop it, premising that it is not an object of a pecuniary nature. Without more directly referring to any latent ability that may possibly exist on my part, of wielding the thunderbolt or directing the devouring and avenging flame in any quarter, may I be permitted to observe in passing that my brightest visions are forever dispelled, that my peace is shattered, and my power of enjoyment destroyed, that my heart is no longer in the right place, and that I no more walk erect before my fellow man. The canker is in the flower, the cup is bitter to the brim, the worm is at his work, and will soon dispose of his victim. The sooner the better. But I will not digress. Placed in a mental position of peculiar painfulness, beyond the assuaging reach even of Mrs. Micawber's influence, though exercised in the tripartite character of woman, wife, and mother, it is my intention to fly from myself for a short period, and devote a respite of 48 hours to revisiting some metropolitan scenes of past enjoyment. Among other havens of domestic tranquillity and peace of mind, my feet will naturally tend towards the King's Bench prison. In stating that I shall be, D.V., on the outside of the south wall of that place of incarceration on civil process, the day after tomorrow at 7 in the evening precisely, my object in this epistolary communication is accomplished. I do not feel warranted in soliciting my former friend Mr. Copperfield, or my former friend Mr. Thomas Traddles of the Inner Temple, if that gentleman is still existent and forthcoming, to condescend to meet me, and renew, so far as may be, our past relations of the olden time. I confine myself to throwing out the observation that, at the hour and place I have indicated, may be found such ruined vestiges as yet remain of a fallen tower. Wilkins Micawber. P.S. It may be advisable to superadd to the above the statement that Mrs. Micawber is not in confidential possession of my intentions. I read the letter over several times, making due allowance for Mr. Micawber's lofty style of composition, and for the extraordinary relish with which he sat down and wrote long letters on all possible and impossible occasions. I still believed that something important lay hidden at the bottom of this roundabout communication. I put it down to think about it, and took it up again to read it once more, and was still perusing it when Traddles found me in the height of my perplexity. "My dear fellow," said I never was better pleased to see you. You can give me the benefit of your sober judgment at a most opportune time. I have received a very singular letter, Traddles, from Mr. Micawber." "No," cried Traddles, "you don't say so! And I have received one from Mrs. Micawber." With that, Traddles, who was flushed with walking, and whose hair, under the combined effects of exercise and excitement, stood on end as if he saw a cheerful ghost, produced his letter and made an exchange with me.
I watched him into the heart of Mr. Micawber's letter, and returned the elevation of eyebrows with which he said, "Wielding the thunderbolt, or directing the devouring and avenging flame? Bless me, Copperfield!" and then entered on the perusal of Mrs. Micawber's epistle. It ran thus: "My best regards to Mr. Thomas Traddles, and if he should still remember one who formerly had the happiness of being well acquainted with him, may I beg a few moments of his leisure time? I assure Mr. T.T. that I would not intrude upon his kindness were I in any other position than on the confines of distraction. Though harrowing to myself to mention, the alienation of Mr. Micawber, formerly so domesticated, from his wife and family, is the cause of my addressing my unhappy appeal to Mr. Traddles, and soliciting his best indulgence. Mr. T. can form no adequate idea of the change in Mr. Micawber's conduct, of his wildness, of his violence. It has gradually augmented until it assumes the appearance of aberration of intellect. Scarcely a day passes, I assure Mr. Traddles, on which some paroxysm does not take place. Mr. T. will not require me to depict my feelings when I inform him that I have become accustomed to hear Mr. Micawber assert that he has sold himself to the D. Mystery and secrecy have long been his principal characteristic, have long replaced unlimited confidence. The slightest provocation, even being asked if there is anything he would prefer for dinner, causes him to express a wish for a separation. Last night, on being childishly solicited for twopence to buy lemon stunners, a local sweetmeat, he presented an oyster knife at the twins. I entreat Mr. Traddles to bear with me in entering into these details. Without them, Mr. T. would indeed find it difficult to form the faintest conception of my heart-rending situation. May I now venture to confide to Mr. T. the purport of my letter? Will he now allow me to throw myself on his friendly consideration? Oh yes, for I know his heart. The quick eye of affection is not easily blinded when of the female sex. Mr. Micawber is going to London. Though he studiously concealed his hand, this morning before breakfast, in writing the direction card which he attached to the little brown valise of happier days, the eagle glance of matrimonial anxiety detected D.O.N. distinctly traced. The West End destination of the coach is the Golden Cross. Dare I fervently implore Mr. T. to see my misguided husband, and to reason with him? Dare I ask Mr. T. to endeavour to step between Mr. Micawber and his agonized family? Oh no, for that would be too much. If Mr. Copperfield should yet remember one unknown to fame, will Mr. T. take charge of my unalterable regards and similar entreaties? In any case, he will have the benevolence to consider this communication strictly private, and on no account whatever to be alluded to, however distantly, in the presence of Mr. Micawber. If Mr. T. should ever reply to it, which I cannot but feel to be the most improbable, a letter addressed to M.E., Post Office, Canterbury, will be fraught with less painful consequences than any addressed immediately to one who subscribes herself, in extreme distress, Mr. Thomas Traddles's respectful friend and suppliant, Emma Micawber. What do you think of that letter? Said Traddles, casting his eye upon me when I had read it twice. What do you think of the other one? Said I, for he was still reading it with knitted brows. I think that the two together, Copperfield, replied Traddles, mean more than Mr. and Mrs. Micawber usually mean in their correspondence, but I don't know what. They are both written in good faith, I have no doubt, and without any collusion. Poor thing! He was now alluding to Mrs. Micawber's letter, and we were standing side by side comparing the two. It will be a charity to write to her at all events, and tell her that we will not fail to see Mr. Micawber. I acceded to this the more readily because I now reproached myself with having treated her former letter rather lightly. It had set me thinking a good deal at the time, as I have mentioned in its place, but my absorption in my own affairs, my experience of the family, and my hearing nothing more, had gradually ended in my dismissing the subject. I had often thought of the Micawbers, but chiefly to wonder what pecuniary liabilities they were establishing in Canterbury, and to recall how shy Mr. Micawber was of me when he became clerk to Uriah Heep. However, I now wrote a comforting letter to Mrs. Micawber in our joint names, and we both signed it. As we walked into town to post it, Traddles and I held a long conference, and launched into a number of speculations, which I need not repeat. We took my aunt into our council in the afternoon, but our only decided conclusion was that we would be very punctual in keeping Mr. Micawber's appointment. Although we appeared at the stipulated place a quarter of an hour before the time, we found Mr. Micawber already there. He was standing with his arms folded over against the wall, looking at the spikes on the top with a very sentimental expression, as if they were the interlacing boughs of trees that had shaded him in his youth. When we accosted him, his manner was something more confused and something less genteel than of yore. He had relinquished his legal suit of black for the purposes of this excursion, and wore the old surtout and tights, but not quite with the old air. He gradually picked up more and more of it as we conversed with him, but his very eyeglass seemed to hang less easily, and his shirt collar, though still of the old formidable dimensions, rather drooped.
"Gentlemen," said Mr. Micawber, after the first salutations, "you are friends in need, and friends indeed. Allow me to offer my inquiries with reference to the physical welfare of Mrs. Copperfield in esse, and Mrs. Traddles in posse, presuming, that is to say, that my friend Mr. Traddles is not yet united to the object of his affections for weal and for woe."
We acknowledged his politeness and made suitable replies. He then directed our attention to the wall, and was beginning,
"I assure you, gentlemen,"
when I ventured to object to that ceremonious form of address, and to beg that he would speak to us in the old way.
"My dear Copperfield," he returned, pressing my hand, "your cordiality overpowers me. This reception of a shattered fragment of the temple once called man, if I may be permitted to so express myself, bespeaks a heart that is an honour to our common nature. I was about to observe that I again behold the serene spot where some of the happiest hours of my existence fleeted by."
"Made so, I am sure, by Mrs. Micawber," said I. "I hope she is well."
"Thank you," returned Mr. Micawber, whose face clouded at this reference, "but she is so-so. And this," said Mr. Micawber, nodding his head sorrowfully, "is the bench, where for the first time in many revolving years the overwhelming pressure of pecuniary liabilities was not proclaimed, from day to day, by importune voices declining to vacate the passage. There was no knocker on the door for any creditor to appeal to, where personal service of process was not required, and detainees were merely lodged at the gate. Gentlemen," said Mr. Micawber, "when the shadow of that ironwork on the summit of the brick structure has been reflected on the gravel of the parade, I have seen my children thread the mazes of that intricate pattern, avoiding the dark marks. I have been familiar with every stone in the place. If I betray weakness, you will know how to excuse me."
"We have all got on in life since then, Mr. Micawber," said I.
"Mr. Copperfield," returned Mr. Micawber bitterly, "when I was an inmate of that retreat I could look my fellow-man in the face, and punch his head if he offended me. My fellow-man and myself are no longer on those glorious terms."
Turning from the building in a downcast manner, Mr. Micawber accepted my proffered arm on one side, and the proffered arm of Traddles on the other, and walked away between us.
"There are some landmarks," observed Mr. Micawber, looking fondly back over his shoulder, "on the road to the tomb, which, but for the impiety of the aspiration, a man would wish never to have passed. Such is the bench in my checkered career."
"Oh, you are in low spirits, Mr. Micawber," said Traddles.
"I am, sir," interposed Mr. Micawber.
"I hope," said Traddles, "it is not because you have conceived a dislike to the law, for I am a lawyer myself, you know." Mr. Micawber answered not a word. "How is our friend Mr. Heep, Mr. Micawber?" said I, after a silence.
"My dear Copperfield,"
returned Mr. Micawber, bursting into a state of much excitement, and turning pale,
"if you ask after my employer as your friend, I am sorry for it. If you ask after him as my friend, I sardonically smile at it. In whatever capacity you ask after my employer, I beg, without offence to you, to limit my reply to this, that whatever his state of health may be, his appearance is foxy, not to say diabolical. You will allow me, as a private individual, to decline pursuing a subject which has lashed me to the utmost verge of desperation in my professional capacity."
I expressed my regret for having innocently touched upon a theme that roused him so much. "May I ask," said I, without any hazard of repeating the mistake, "how my old friends Mr. and Miss Wickfield are?"
Miss Wickfield, said Mr. Micawber, now turning red, is, as she always is, a pattern, a bright example. My dear Copperfield, she is the only starry spot in a miserable existence. My respect for that young lady, my admiration of her character, my devotion to her for her love and truth and goodness. Take me, said Mr. Micawber, down a turning, for, upon my soul, in my present state of mind, I am not equal to this. We wheeled him off into a narrow street, where he took out his pocket-handkerchief and stood with his back to a wall. If I looked as gravely at him as Traddles did, he must have found our company by no means inspiriting. "It is my fate," said Mr. Micawber, unfeignedly sobbing, but doing even that with a shadow of the old expression of doing something genteel. "It is my fate, gentlemen, that the finer feelings of our nature have become reproaches to me. My homage to Miss Wickfield is a flight of arrows in my bosom. You had better leave me, if you please, to walk the earth as a vagabond. The worm will settle my business in double quick time." Without attending to this invocation, we stood by until he put up his pocket-handkerchief, pulled up his shirt-collar, and, to delude any person in the neighbourhood who might have been observing him, hummed a tune, with his hat very much on one side. I then mentioned, not knowing what might be lost if we lost sight of him yet, that it would give me great pleasure to introduce him to my aunt, if he would ride out to Highgate, where a bed was at his service. "You shall make us a glass of your own punch, Mr. Micawber," said I, "and forget whatever you have in your mind in pleasanter reminiscences. Or, if confiding anything to friends will be more likely to relieve you, you shall impart it to us, Mr. Micawber," said Traddles prudently. "Gentlemen," returned Mr. Micawber, "do with me as you will. I am a straw upon the surface of the deep, and am tossed in all directions by the elephants. I beg your pardon, I should have said the elements." We walked on, arm in arm again, found the coach in the act of starting, and arrived at Highgate without encountering any difficulties by the way. I was very uneasy and very uncertain in my mind what to say or do for the best. So was Traddles, evidently. Mr. Micawber was for the most part plunged into a deep gloom. He occasionally made an attempt to smarten himself, and hummed the fag end of a tune. But his relapses into profound melancholy were only made the more impressive by the mockery of a hat exceedingly on one side, and a shirt-collar pulled up to his eyes. We went to my aunt's house rather than to mine, because of Dora's not being well. My aunt presented herself on being sent for, and welcomed Mr. Micawber with gracious cordiality. Mr. Micawber kissed her hand, retired to the window, and, pulling out his pocket-handkerchief, had a mental wrestle with himself. Mr. Dick was at home. He was by nature so exceedingly compassionate of anyone who seemed to be ill at ease, and was so quick to find any such person out, that he shook hands with Mr. Micawber at least half a dozen times in 5 minutes. To Mr. Micawber in his trouble, this warmth on the part of a stranger was so extremely touching that he could only say, on the occasion of each successive shake, "My dear sir, you overpower me," which gratified Mr. Dick so much that he went at it again with greater vigour than before. "The friendliness of this gentleman," said Mr. Micawber to my aunt, "if you will allow me, ma'am, to cull a figure of speech from the vocabulary of our coarser national sports, floors me. To a man who is struggling with a complicated burden of perplexity and disquiet, such a reception is trying, I assure you." "My friend Mr. Dick," replied my aunt proudly, "is not a common man." "That I am convinced of," said Mr. Micawber. "My dear sir," for Mr. Dick was shaking hands with him again, "I am deeply sensible of your cordiality." "How do you find yourself?" said Mr. Dick with an anxious look. "Indifferent, my dear sir," returned Mr. Micawber, sighing. "You must keep up your spirits," said Mr. Dick, "and make yourself as comfortable as possible." Mr. Micawber was quite overcome by these friendly words, and by finding Mr. Dick's hand again within his own. "It has been my lot," he observed, "to meet in the diversified panorama of human existence with an occasional oasis, but never with one so green, so gushing as the present."
At another time I should have been amused by this, but I felt that we were all constrained and uneasy, and I watched Mr. Micawber so anxiously in his vacillations between an evident disposition to reveal something and a counter disposition to reveal nothing, that I was in a perfect fever. Traddles, sitting at the edge of his chair with his eyes wide open and his hair more emphatically erect than ever, stared by turns at the ground and at Mr. Micawber without so much as attempting to put in a word. My aunt, though I saw that her shrewdest observation was concentrated on her new guest, had more useful possession of her wits than either of us, for she held him in conversation and made it necessary for him to talk, whether he liked it or not. "You are a very old friend of my nephew's, Mr. Micawber," said my aunt. "I wish I had had the pleasure of seeing you before." "Madam," returned Mr. Micawber, "I wish I had had the honour of knowing you at an earlier period. I was not always the wreck you at present behold." "I hope Mrs. Micawber and your family are well, sir," said my aunt. Mr. Micawber inclined his head. "They are as well, ma'am," he desperately observed after a pause, "as aliens and outcasts can ever hope to be." "Lord bless you, sir!" exclaimed my aunt in her abrupt way. "What are you talking about?" "The subsistence of my family, ma'am," returned Mr. Micawber, "trembles in the balance. My employer—" Here Mr. Micawber provokingly left off, and began to peel the lemons that had been under my directions set before him, together with all the other appliances he used in making punch. "Your employer, you know," said Mr. Dick, jogging his arm as a gentle reminder. "My good sir," returned Mr. Micawber, "you recall me. I am obliged to you." They shook hands again. "My employer, ma'am, Mr. Heep, once did me the favour to observe to me that if I were not in the receipt of the stipendiary emoluments appertaining to my engagement with him, I should probably be a mountebank about the country, swallowing a sword blade and eating the devouring element. For anything that I can perceive to the contrary, it is still probable that my children may be reduced to seek a livelihood by personal contortion, while Mrs. Micawber abets their unnatural feats by playing the barrel organ." Mr. Micawber, with a random but expressive flourish of his knife, signified that these performances might be expected to take place after he was no more, then resumed his peeling with a desperate air. My aunt leaned her elbow on the little round table that she usually kept beside her, and eyed him attentively. Notwithstanding the aversion with which I regarded the idea of entrapping him into any disclosure he was not prepared to make voluntarily, I should have taken him up at this point, but for the strange proceedings in which I saw him engaged, whereof his putting the lemon peel into the kettle, the sugar into the snuffer tray, the spirit into the empty jug, and confidently attempting to pour boiling water out of a candlestick, were among the most remarkable. I saw that a crisis was at hand, and it came. He clattered all his means and implements together, rose from his chair, pulled out his pocket-handkerchief, and burst into tears. "My dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber behind his handkerchief, "this is an occupation of all others requiring an untroubled mind and self-respect. I cannot perform it. It is out of the question." "Mr. Micawber," said I, "what is the matter? Pray speak out. You are among friends." "Among friends, sir," repeated Mr. Micawber, and all he had reserved came breaking out of him. "Good heavens, it is principally because I am among friends that my state of mind is what it is. What is the matter, gentlemen? What is not the matter? Villainy is the matter. Baseness is the matter. Deception, fraud, conspiracy are the matter. And the name of the whole atrocious mess is Heep." My aunt clapped her hands, and we all started up as if we were possessed. "The struggle is over," said Mr. Micawber, violently gesticulating with his pocket-handkerchief, and fairly striking out from time to time with both arms, as if he were swimming under superhuman difficulties. "I will lead this life no longer. I am a wretched being, cut off from everything that makes life tolerable. I have been under a taboo in that infernal scoundrel's service. Give me back my wife. Give me back my family. Substitute Micawber for the petty wretch who walks about in the boots at present on my feet, and call upon me to swallow a sword tomorrow, and I'll do it with an appetite." I never saw a man so hot in my life. I tried to calm him, that we might come to something rational, but he got hotter and hotter, and wouldn't hear a word. "I'll put my hand in no man's hand," said Mr. Micawber, gasping, puffing, and sobbing to that degree that he was like a man fighting with cold water, "until I have blown to fragments the detestable serpent Heep.
I'll partake of no man's hospitality until I have moved Mount Vesuvius to eruption on the abandoned rascal Heep. Refreshment underneath this roof, particularly punch, would choke me unless I had previously choked the eyes out of the head of interminable cheat and liar Heep. I'll know nobody, and say nothing, and live nowhere, until I have crushed to undiscoverable atoms the transcendent and immortal hypocrite and perjurer Heep. I really had some fear of Mr. Micawber's dying on the spot. The manner in which he struggled through these inarticulate sentences, and whenever he found himself getting near the name of Heap, fought his way on to it, dashed at it in a fainting state, and brought it out with a vehemence little less than marvellous, was frightful. But now, when he sank into a chair, steaming, and looked at us with every possible colour in his face that had no business there, and an endless procession of lumps following one another in a hot haste up his throat, whence they seemed to shoot into his forehead, he had the appearance of being in the last extremity. I would have gone to his assistance, but he waved me off, and wouldn't hear a word. No, Copperfield, no communication until Miss Wickfield redressed from wrongs inflicted by consummate scoundrel Heep. I am quite convinced he could not have uttered 3 words but for the amazing energy with which this word inspired him when he felt it coming. Inviolable secret from the whole world, no exceptions, this day week, at breakfast time, everybody present, including aunt, and extremely friendly gentlemen, to be at the hotel at Canterbury, where Mrs. Micawber and myself, whole lang syne in chorus, and will expose intolerable ruffian Heep. No more to say, or listen to persuasion. Go immediately. Not capable. Bear society upon the track of devoted and doomed traitor Heep. With this last repetition of the magic word that had kept him going at all, and with which he surpassed all his previous efforts, Mr. Micawber rushed out of the house, leaving us in a state of excitement, hope, and wonder that reduced us to a condition little better than his own. But even then his passion for writing letters was too strong to be resisted, for while we were yet in the height of our excitement, hope, and wonder, the following pastoral note was brought to me from a neighbouring tavern, at which he had called to write it.
A most secret and confidential. My dear sir, I beg to be allowed to convey through you my apologies to your excellent aunt for my late excitement. An explosion of a smouldering volcano long suppressed was the result of an internal contest more easily conceived than described. I trust I rendered tolerably intelligible my appointment for the morning of this day week at the house of public entertainment at Canterbury, where Mrs. Micawber and myself had once the honour of uniting our voices to yours in the well-known strain of the immortal exciseman nurtured beyond the Tweed. The duty done, and act of reparation performed, which can alone enable me to contemplate my fellow mortal, I shall be known no more. I shall simply require to be deposited in that place of universal resort, where each in his narrow cell for ever laid, the rude forefathers of the hamlet sleep, with a plain inscription, Wilkins Micawber.
End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 50. Mr. Peggotty's dream comes true. By this time some months had passed since our interview on the bank of the river with Martha. I had never seen her since, but she had communicated with Mr. Peggotty on several occasions. Nothing had come of her zealous intervention, nor could I infer from what he told me that any clue had been obtained for a moment to Emily's fate. I confess that I began to despair of her recovery, and gradually to sink deeper and deeper into the belief that she was dead. His conviction remained unchanged. So far as I know, and I believe his honest heart was transparent to me, he never wavered again in his solemn certainty of finding her. His patience never tired, and although I trembled for the agony it might one day be to him to have his strong assurance shivered at a blow, there was something so religious in it, so affectingly expressive of its anchor being in the purest depths of his fine nature, that the respect and honour in which I held him were exalted every day.
His was not a lazy trustfulness that hoped and did no more. He had been a man of sturdy action all his life, and he knew that in all things wherein he wanted help he must do his own part faithfully, and help himself. I have known him set out in the night, on a misgiving that the light must not be by some accident in the window of the old boat, and walk to Yarmouth. I have known him, on reading something in the newspaper that might apply to her, take up his stick and go forth on a journey of 3 or 4 score miles. He made his way by sea to Naples and back, after hearing the narrative to which Miss Dartle had assisted me. All his journeys were ruggedly performed, for he was steadfast in a purpose of saving money for Emily's sake, when she should be found. All this long pursuit I never heard him repine. I never heard him say he was fatigued or out of heart. Dora had often seen him since our marriage, and was quite fond of him. I fancy his figure before me now, standing near her sofa with his rough cap in his hand, and the blue eyes of my child wife raised with a timid wonder to his face. Sometimes of an evening, about twilight, when he came to talk with me, I would induce him to smoke his pipe in the garden, as we slowly paced to and fro together, and then the picture of his deserted home and the comfortable air it used to have in my childish eyes of an evening when the fire was burning and the wind moaning round it came most vividly into my mind. One evening at this hour he told me that he had found Martha waiting near his lodging on the preceding night when he came out, and that she had asked him not to leave London on any account until he should have seen her again. "Did she tell you why?" I inquired. "I asked her, Master Davy," he replied, "but it is but few words as she ever says, and she only got my promise, and so went away." "Did she say when you might expect to see her again?" I demanded. "No, Master Davy," he returned, drawing his hand thoughtfully down his face. "I asked that too, but it was more, she said, than she could tell." As I had long forborne to encourage him with hopes that hung on threads, I made no other comment on this information than that I supposed he would see her soon. Such speculations as it engendered within me I kept to myself, and those were faint enough. I was walking alone in the garden one evening about a fortnight afterwards. I remember that evening well. It was the second in Mr. Micawber's week of suspense. There had been rain all day, and there was a damp feeling in the air. The leaves were thick upon the trees, and heavy with wet, but the rain had ceased, though the sky was still dark, and the hopeful birds were singing cheerfully. As I walked to and fro in the garden, and the twilight began to close around me, their little voices were hushed, and that particular silence which belongs to such an evening in the country when the lightest trees are quite still, save for the occasional droppings from their boughs, prevailed. There was a little green perspective of trellis work and ivy at the side of our cottage, through which I could see from the garden where I was walking, into the road before the house. I happened to turn my eyes towards this place, as I was thinking of many things, and I saw a figure beyond, dressed in a plain cloak. It was bending eagerly towards me and beckoning. "Martha," said I, going to it. "Can you come with me?" she inquired in an agitated whisper. "I have been to him, and he is not at home. I wrote down where he was to come, and left it on his table with my own hand. They said he would not be out long. I have tidings for him. Can you come directly?" My answer was to pass out at the gate immediately. She made a hasty gesture with her hand, as if to entreat my patience at my silence, and turned towards London, whence, as her dress betokened, she had come expeditiously on foot. I asked her if that were not our destination. On her motioning yes, with the same hasty gesture as before, I stopped an empty coach that was coming by, and we got into it. When I asked her where the coachman was to drive, she answered, "Anywhere near Golden Square, and quick," then shrunk into a corner with one trembling hand before her face, and the other making the former gesture, as if she could not bear a voice. Now much disturbed and dazzled with conflicting dreams of hope and dread, I looked at her for some explanation, but seeing how strongly she desired to remain quiet, and feeling that it was my own natural inclination too at such a time, I did not attempt to break the silence. We proceeded without a word being spoken. Sometimes she glanced out of the window, as though she thought we were going too slowly, though indeed we were going fast, but otherwise remained exactly as at first. We alighted at one of the entrances to the square she had mentioned, where I directed the coach to wait, not knowing but that we might have some occasion for it. She laid her hand on my arm and hurried me on to one of the sombre streets, of which there were several in that part, where the houses were once fair dwellings in the occupation of single families, but have and had long degenerated into poor lodgings let off in rooms. Entering at the open door of one of these, and releasing my arm, she beckoned me to follow her up the common staircase, which was like a tributary channel to the street. The house swarmed with inmates. As we went up, doors of rooms were opened and people's heads put out, and we passed other people on the stairs who were coming down. In glancing up from the outside, before we entered, I had seen women and children lolling at the windows over flower-pots, and we seemed to have attracted their curiosity, for these were principally the observers who looked out of their doors. It was a broad panelled staircase with massive balustrades of some dark wood, cornices above the doors ornamented with carved fruit and flowers, and broad seats in the windows. But all these tokens of past grandeur were miserably decayed and dirty. Rot, damp, and age had weakened the flooring, which in many places was unsound and even unsafe. Some attempts had been made, I noticed, to infuse new blood into this dwindling frame by repairing the costly old woodwork here and there with common deal, but it was like the marriage of a reduced old noble to a plebeian pauper, and each party to the ill-assorted union shrunk away from the other. Several of the back windows on the staircase had been darkened or wholly blocked up. In those that remained there was scarcely any glass, and through the crumbling frames, by which the bad air seemed always to come in and never to go out, I saw through other glassless windows into other houses in a similar condition, and looked giddily down into a wretched yard which was the common dust-heap of the mansion. We proceeded to the top story of the house. 2 or 3 times, by the way, I thought I observed in the indistinct light the skirts of a female figure going up before us. As we turned to ascend the last flight of stairs between us and the roof, we caught a full view of this figure pausing for a moment at a door. Then it turned the handle and went in. "What's this?" said Martha in a whisper. "She has gone into my room, and I don't know her." I knew her. I had recognized her with amazement for Miss Dartle. I said something to the effect that it was a lady whom I had seen before, in a few words, to my conductress, and had scarcely done so when we heard her voice in the room, though not from where we stood, what she was saying. Martha, with an astonished look, repeated her former action, and softly led me up the stairs, and then, by a little back door which seemed to have no lock, and which she pushed open with a touch, into a small empty garret with a low sloping roof, little better than a cupboard. Between this and the room she had called hers there was a small door of communication standing partly open. Here we stopped, breathless with our ascent, and she placed her hand lightly on my lips. I could only see, of the room beyond, that it was pretty large, that there was a bed in it, and that there were some common pictures of ships upon the walls. I could not see Miss Dartle or the person whom we had heard her address. Certainly my companion could not, for my position was the best. A dead silence prevailed for some moments. Martha kept one hand on my lips and raised the other in a listening attitude. "It matters little to me her not being at home," said Rosa Dartle haughtily. "I know nothing of her. It is you I came to see." "Me?" replied a soft voice. At the sound of it a thrill went through my frame, for it was Emily's. "Yes," returned Miss Dartle. "I have come to look at you. What, you are not ashamed of the face that has done so much?" The resolute and unrelenting hatred of her tone, its cold stern sharpness, and its mastered rage, presented her before me as if I had seen her standing in the light. I saw the flashing black eyes and the passion-wasted figure. I saw the scar, with its white track cutting through her lips, quivering and throbbing as she spoke. "I have come to see," she said, "James Steerforth's Fancy, the girl who ran away with him, and is the town talk of the commonest people in her native place, the bold, flaunting, practised companion of persons like James Steerforth. I want to know what such a thing is like." There was a rustle, as if the unhappy girl, on whom she heaped these taunts, ran towards the door, and the speaker swiftly interposed herself before it. It was succeeded by a moment's pause. When Miss Dartle spoke again, it was through her set teeth and with a stamp upon the ground. "Stay there," she said, "or I'll proclaim you to the house and the whole street. If you try to evade me, I'll stop you, if it's by the hair, and raise the very stones against you." A frightened murmur was the only reply that reached my ears. A silence succeeded. I did not know what to do. Much as I desired to put an end to the interview, I felt that I had no right to present myself, that it was for Mr. Peggotty alone to see her and recover her. Would he never come? I thought impatiently.
So, said Rosa Dartle with a contemptuous laugh, I see her at last. Why, he was a poor creature to be taken by that delicate mock modesty and that hanging head.
"Oh, for heaven's sake, spare me!" exclaimed Emily. "Whoever you are, you know my pitiable story, and for heaven's sake spare me, if you would be spared yourself."
"If I would be spared," returned the other fiercely, "what is there in common between us, do you think?"
"Nothing but our sex," said Emily with a burst of tears.
"And that," said Rosa Dartle, "is so strong a claim, preferred by one so infamous, that if I had any feeling in my breast but scorn and abhorrence of you, it would freeze it up. Our sex! You are an honour to our sex."
"I have deserved this," said Emily, "but it's dreadful. Dear, dear lady, think what I have suffered, and how I am fallen. Oh, Martha, come back! Oh, home, home!"
Miss Dartle placed herself in a chair within view of the door, and looked downward, as if Emily were crouching on the floor before her. Being now between me and the light, I could see her curled lip and her cruel eyes intently fixed on one place, with a greedy triumph. "Listen to what I say," she said, "and reserve your false arts for your dupes. Do you hope to move me by your tears? No more than you could charm me by your smiles, you purchased slave."
"Oh, have some mercy on me!" cried Emily. "Show me some compassion, or I shall die mad."
"It will be no great penance," said Rosa Dartle, "for your crimes. Do you know what you have done? Do you ever think of the home you have laid waste?"
"Oh, is there ever night or day when I don't think of it?" cried Emily, and now I could just see her on her knees with her head thrown back, her pale face looking upward, her hands wildly clasped and held out, and her hair streaming about her. "Has there ever been a single minute, waking or sleeping, when it hasn't been before me, just as it used to be in the lost days when I turned my back upon it for ever and for ever? Oh, home, home! My dear, dear uncle, if you could ever have known the agony your love would cause me when I fell away from good, you never would have shown it to me so constant, much as you felt it. But you would have been angry with me, at least once in my life, that I might have had some comfort. I have none, none, no comfort upon earth, for all of them were always fond of me." She dropped on her face before the imperious figure in the chair, with an imploring effort to clasp the skirt of her dress. Rosa Dartle sat looking down upon her, as inflexible as a figure of brass. Her lips were tightly compressed, as if she knew that she must keep a strong constraint upon herself. I write what I sincerely believe, or she would be tempted to strike the beautiful form with her foot. I saw her distinctly, and the whole power of her face and character seemed forced into that expression. Would he never come? "The miserable vanity of these earthworms," she said, when she had so far controlled the angry heavings of her breast that she could trust herself to speak. "Your home! Do you imagine that I bestow a thought on it, or suppose you could do any harm to that low place, which money would not pay for, and handsomely? Your home! You were a part of the trade of your home. You were bought and sold like any other vendible thing your people dealt in." "Oh, not that!" cried Emily. "Say anything of me, but don't visit my disgrace and shame, more than I have done, on folks who are as honourable as you. Have some respect for them, as you are a lady, if you have no mercy for me."
"I speak," she said, not deigning to take any heed of this appeal, and drawing away her dress from the contamination of Emily's touch. "I speak of his home, where I live. Here," she said, stretching out her hand with her contemptuous laugh, and looking down upon the prostrate girl, "is a worthy cause of division between lady mother and gentleman's son; of grief in a house where she wouldn't have been admitted as a kitchen girl; of anger and repining and reproach; this piece of pollution, picked up from the waterside, to be made much of for an hour, and then tossed back to her original place."
"No, no!" cried Emily, clasping her hands together. "When he first came into our way, that the day had never dawned upon me, and he had met me being carried to my grave, I had been brought up as virtuous as you or any lady, and I was going to be the wife of as good a man as you or any lady in the world can ever marry. If you live in his home, and you know him, you know, perhaps, what his power with a weak, vain girl might be. I don't defend myself, but I know well, and he knows well, or he will know when he comes to die, and his mind is troubled with it, that he used all his power to deceive me, and that I believed him, trusted him, and loved him."
Rosa Dartle sprang from her seat, recoiled, and in recoiling struck at her, with a face of such malignity, so darkened and disfigured by passion, that I had almost thrown myself between them.
The blow, which had no aim, fell upon the air, and she now stood panting, looking at her with the utmost detestation that she was capable of expressing, and trembling from head to foot with rage and scorn. I thought I had never seen such a sight, and never could see such another. "You love him! You!" she cried, with her clenched hand quivering as if she only wanted a weapon to stab the object of her wrath. Emily had shrunk out of my view. There was no reply. "And tell that to me," she added, "with your shameful lips. Why don't they whip these creatures? If I could order it to be done, I would have this girl whipped to death." And so she would, I have no doubt. I would not have trusted her with a rack itself while that furious look lasted. She slowly, very slowly, broke into a laugh, and pointed at Emily with her hand, as if she were a sight of shame for gods and men. "She love," she said, "that carrion! And he ever cared for her, she'd tell me. Ha! The liars that these traders are!" Her mockery was worse than her undisguised rage. Of the two, I would have much preferred to be the object of the latter, but when she suffered it to break loose, it was only for a moment. She had chained it up again, and however it might tear her within, she subdued it to herself. "I came here, you pure fountain of love," she said, "to see, as I began by telling you, what such a thing as you was like. I was curious, I am satisfied. Also to tell you that you had best seek that home of yours with all speed, and hide your head among those excellent people who are expecting you, and whom your money will console. When it's all gone, you can believe and trust and love again, you know. I thought you a broken toy that had lasted its time, a worthless spangle that was tarnished and thrown away. But finding you true gold, a very lady and ill-used innocent, with a fresh heart full of love and trustfulness, which you look like, and is quite consistent with your story, I have something more to say. Attend to it, for what I say I'll do. Do you hear me, you fairy spirit? What I say I mean to do." Her rage got the better of her again for a moment, but it passed over her face like a spasm, and left her smiling. "Hide yourself," she pursued, "if not at home, somewhere. Let it be somewhere beyond reach, in some obscure life, or better still, in some obscure death. I wonder if your loving heart will not break. You have found no way of helping it to be still. I have heard of such means sometimes. I believe they may be easily found." A low crying on the part of Emily interrupted her here. She stopped and listened to it as if it were music. "I am of a strange nature, perhaps," Rosa Dartle went on, "but I can't breathe freely in the air you breathe. I find it sickly. Therefore I will have it cleared. I will have it purified of you. If you live here tomorrow, I'll have your story and your character proclaimed on the common stair. There are decent women in the house, I am told, and it is a pity such a light as you should be among them and concealed. If living here you seek any refuge in this town in any character but your true one, which you are welcome to bear without molestation from me, the same service shall be done you if I hear of your retreat. Being assisted by a gentleman who not long ago aspired to the favour of your hand, I am sanguine as to that." Would he never, never come? How long was I to bear this? How long could I bear it? "Oh me! Oh me!" exclaimed the wretched Emily, in a tone that might have touched the hardest heart, I should have thought. But there was no relenting in Rosa Dartle's smile. What shall I do?" "Do," returned the other. "Live happy in your own reflections. Consecrate your existence to the recollection of James Steerforth's tenderness. He would have made you his serving man's wife, would he not? Or to feeling grateful to the upright and deserving creature who would have taken you as his gift. Or if those proud remembrances, and the consciousness of your own virtues, and the honourable position to which they have raised you in the eyes of everything that wears the human shape, will not sustain you, marry that good man, and be happy in his condescension. If this will not do either, die. There are doorways and dust heaps for such deaths and such despair. Find one, and take your flight to heaven." I heard a distant foot upon the stairs. I knew it, I was certain. It was his, thank God. She moved slowly from before the door when she said this, and passed out of my sight. "But mark," she added, slowly and sternly opening the other door to go away, "I am resolved, for reasons that I have and hatreds that I entertain, to cast you out, unless you withdraw from my reach altogether, or drop your pretty mask. This is what I had to say, and what I say I mean to do." The foot upon the stairs came nearer, nearer, passed her as she went down, rushed into the room. "Uncle! A fearful cry followed the word. I paused a moment, and, looking in, saw him supporting her insensible figure in his arms. He gazed for a few seconds in the face, then stooped to kiss it, oh, how tenderly, and drew a handkerchief before it. "Master Davy," he said in a low, tremulous voice when it was covered, "I thank my Heavenly Father as my dreams come true. I thank him hearty for having guided me in his own ways to my darling." With those words he took her up in his arms, and, with the veiled face lying on his bosom, and addressed towards his own, carried her, motionless and unconscious, down the stairs. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tyghines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 51. The beginning of a longer journey. It was yet early in the morning of the following day when, as I was walking in my garden with my aunt, who took little other exercise now, being so much in attendance on my dear Dora, I was told that Mr. Peggotty desired to speak with me. He came into the garden to meet me half-way on my going towards the gate, and bared his head, as it was always his custom to do when he saw my aunt, for whom he had a high respect. I had been telling her all that had happened overnight. Without saying a word, she walked up with a cordial face, shook hands with him, and patted him on the arm. It was so expressively done that she had no need to say a word. Mr. Peggotty understood her quite as well as if she had said 1,000. "I'll go in now, Trot," said my aunt, "and look after little Blossom, who will be getting up presently." "Not along of my being here, ma'am, I hope," said Mr. Peggotty, "unless my wits is gone a bad's neezing," by which Mr. Peggotty meant to say birds nesting, "this morning. 'Tis along of me as you're a-going to quit us." "You have something to say, my good friend," returned my aunt, "and will do better without me." "By your leave, ma'am," returned Mr. Peggotty, "I would take it kind, pervising you don't mind my clicketing, if you'd bide here." "Would you?" said my aunt with short good nature. "Then I am sure I will." So she drew her arm through Mr. Peggotty's and walked with him to a leafy little summer house there was at the bottom of the garden, where she sat down on a bench and I beside her. There was a seat for Mr. Peggotty too, but he preferred to stand, leaning his hand on the small rustic table. As he stood looking at his cap for a little while before beginning to speak, I could not help observing what power and force of character his sinewy hand expressed, and what a good and trusty companion it was to his honour right, and when she did, she kneeled down on my feet and kinder said to me, as if it was her prayers, how it all came to be. You may believe me, when I heard her voice, as I had heard at home so playful, and seed her humbled, as it might be in the dust our Saviour wrote in with his blessed hand, I felt a wound go to my heart in the midst of all its thankfulness. He drew his sleeve across his face without any pretence of concealing why, and then cleared his voice. It weren't for long as I felt that, for she was found. I had only to think as she was found, and it was gone. I don't know why I do so much as mention of it now, I'm sure. I didn't have it in my mind a minute ago to say a word about myself, but it come up so natural that I yielded to it afore I was aware. "You're a self-denying soul," said my aunt, "and will have your reward." Mr. Peggotty, with the shadows of the leaves playing athwart his face, made a surprised inclination of the head towards my aunt, as an acknowledgment of her good opinion, then took up the thread he had relinquished. "When my Emily took flight," he said, in stern wrath for the moment, "from the house where she was made a prisoner by that there spotted snake as Master Davy see, and his story's true, and may God confound him, she took flight in the night. It was a dark night with a many stars a-shining. She was wild. She ran along the sea beach, believing the old boat was there, and calling out to us to turn away our faces, for she was a-coming by. She heard herself a-crying out, like as if it was another person, and cut herself on them sharp-pointed stones and rocks, and felt it no more than if she had been rock herself. Ever so far she run, and there was fire afore her eyes, and roarings in her ears. Of a sudden, or so she thought, you understand, the day broke wet and windy, and she was lying below a heap of stone upon the shore, and a woman was a-speaking to her, saying, in the language of that country, what was it that had gone so much amiss. He saw everything he related. It passed before him as he spoke so vividly that in the intensity of his earnestness he presented what he described to me with greater distinctness than I can express. I can hardly believe, writing now, long afterwards, but that I was actually present in these scenes. They were impressed upon me with such an astonishing air of fidelity. As Emily's eyes, which was heavy, see this woman better, Mr. Peggotty went on, she knowed as she was one of them as had often talked to her on the beach, for though she had run, as I have said, ever so far in the night, she had oftentimes wandered long ways, partly afoot, partly in boats and carriages, and knowed all that country long the coast miles and miles. She hadn't no children of her own, this woman, being a young wife, but she was a looking to have one afore long, and may my prayers go up to heaven that 'twill be a happiness to her, and a comfort and a honour all her life. May it love her and be dutiful to her in her old age, help of her at the last, a angel to her here and hereafter. Amen, said my aunt. She had been somewhat timorous and down, said Mr. Peggotty, and had sat at first a little way off at her spinning or such work as it was, when Emily talked to the children. But Emily had took notice of her and had gone and spoke to her, and as the young woman was partial to the children herself, they soon made friends. So much, sir, that when Emily went that way, she always give Emily flowers. This was her as now asked her what it was that had gone so much amiss. Emily told her, and she took her home. She did indeed, she took her home, said Mr. Peggotty, covering his face. He was more affected by this act of kindness than I had ever seen him affected by anything since the night she went away. My aunt and I did not attempt to disturb him. It was a little cottage, you may suppose, he said presently, but she found space for Emily in it. Her husband was away at sea, and she kept it secret, and prevailed upon such neighbours as she had, there was not many near, to keep it secret too. Emily was took bad with fever, and what is very strange to me is, maybe 'tis not strange to scholars, the language of that country went out of her head, and she could only speak her own, that no one understood. She recollects, as if she had dreamt it, that she lay there always a-talking her own tongue, always believing as the old boat was round the next point in the bay, and begging and imploring of him to send there and tell how she was dying, to bring back a message of forgiveness, if it was only a word. Almost the whole time she thought now that him as I made mention on just now was lurking for her underneath the winder. Now that him as had brought her to this was in the room, and cried to the young woman not to give her up, and knowed at the same time that she couldn't understand, and dreaded that she must be took away. Likewise the fire was afore her eyes, and the roarings in her ears, and there was no today, nor yesterday, nor yet tomorrow, but everything in her life as ever had been or as ever could be, and everything as never had been and as never could be, was a crowding on her all at once, and nothing was clear nor welcome, and yet she sang and laughed about it. How long this lasted I don't know, but then there came a sleep, and in that sleep, from being a many times stronger than her own self, she fell into the weakness of the littlest child. Here he stopped, as if for relief from the terror of his own description. After being silent for a few moments, he pursued his story. It was a pleasant afternoon when she awoke, and so quiet that there wasn't a sound but the rippling of that blue sea without a tide upon the shore. It was her belief at first that she was at home upon a Sunday morning, but the vine leaves as she seed at the winder and the hills beyond weren't home, and contradicted of her. Then in came her friend to watch alongside of her bed, and then she knowed as the old boat weren't around the next point in the bay no more, but was fur off, and knowed where she was and why, and broke out a-crying on that good woman's bosom, where I hope her baby is a-lying now, a-cheering of her with its pretty eyes. He could not speak of this good friend of Emily's without a flow of tears. It was in vain to try. He broke down again, endeavouring to bless her. "That done my Emily good," he resumed, after such emotion as I could not behold without sharing in, and as to my aunt, she wept with all her heart. "That done Emily good, and she begun to mend. But the language of that country was quite gone from her, and she was forced to make signs. So she went on, getting better from day to day, slow but sure, and trying to learn the names of common things, names as she had seemed never to have heard in all her life, till one evening came when she was a-sitting at her winder, looking out at a little girl at play upon the beach, and of a sudden this child held out her hand and said, what would be in English, Fisherman's daughter, here's a shell. For you are to understand that they used at first to call her Pretty Lady, as the general way in that country is, and that she had taught 'em to call her Fisherman's daughter instead. The child says of a sudden, Fisherman's daughter, here's a shell. Then Emily understands her, and she answers, bursting out a crying, and it all comes back. When Emily got strong again, said Mr. Peggotty, after another short interval of silence, she cast about to leave that young good creature and to get to her own country. The husband was come home then, and the two together put her aboard a small trader bound to Leghorn, and from that to France. She had a little money, but it was less than a little as they would take for all they had done. I'm almost glad on it, though they was so poor. What they done is laid up where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. Master Davy, it'll outlast all the treasures in the world. Emily got to France, and took service to wait on travelling ladies at an inn in the port. There come one day that snake. Let him ever come nigh me. I do'n't know what hurt I might do him. So as she sees him without him seeing her, all her fears and wildness returned upon her, and she fled afore the very breath he drewed, and come to England and was set ashore at Dover. I do'n't know, said Mr. Peggotty, for sure when her heart begun to fail her, but all the way to England she had thought to come to her dear home. Soon as she got to England she turned her face towards it, but fear of not being forgive, fear of being pointed at, fear of some of us being dead along of her, fear of many things, turned her from it, kinder by force, upon the road. Uncle, uncle, she says to me, the fear of not being worthy to do what my torn and bleeding breast so longed to do was the most frightening fear of all. I turned back when my heart was full of prayers that I might crawl up to the old doorstep in the night, kiss it, lay my wicked face upon it, and there be found dead in the morning. She come, sir, said Mr. Peggotty, dropping his voice to an awe-stricken whisper, to London. She as had never seen it in her life, alone without a penny, young, so pretty, came to London. Almost the moment she lighted here, all so desolate, she found, as she believed, a friend, a decent woman, as spoke to her about the needlework as she had been brought up to, about finding plenty of it for her, about a lodging for the night, and making secret inquiration concerning me and all at home tomorrow. Why, my child, he said aloud, and with an energy of gratitude that shook him from head to foot, stood upon the brink of more than I can say or think on. Martha, true to her promise, saved her. I could not repress a cry of joy. Master Davy, said he, gripping my hand in that strong hand of his, it was you as first made mention of her to me. I thank ye, sir. She was earnest. She had knowed of her bitter knowledge, where to watch and what to do. She had done it, and the Lord was above all. She come, white and hurried, upon Emily in her sleep. She says to her, rise up from worse than death and come with me. Them belonging to the house might have stopped her, but they might as soon have stopped the sea. Stand away from me, she says. I am a ghost that calls her from beside her open grave. She told Emily she had seen me, and knowed I loved her and forgive her. She wrapped her hasty in her clothes, and took her faint and trembling on her arm. She heeded no more what they said than if she had had no ears. She walked among them with my child, minding only her, and brought her safe out in the dead of night from that black pit of ruin. She attended on Emily, said Mr. Peggotty, who had released my hand, and put his own hand on his heaving chest. She attended to my Emily, lying wearied out and wandering betwixt whiles, till late next day. Then she went in search of me, then in search of you, Master Davy. She didn't tell Emily what she'd come out for, lest her heart should fail, and she should think of hiding herself. How the cruel lady knowed of her being there I can't say. Whether him as I have spoke so much of chanced to see him going there, or whether, which is most likely to my thinking, he had heard it from the woman, I do'n't greatly ask myself. My niece is found. All night long, said Mr. Peggotty, we have been together, Emily and me. 'Tis little, considering the time, as she is said in words through them broken-hearted tears. 'Tis less as I have seen of her dear face, as growed into a woman's at my hearth. But all night long her arms has been about my neck, and her head has laid here, and we knows full well as we can put our trust in one another evermore. He ceased to speak, and his hand upon the table rested there in perfect repose, with a resolution in it that might have conquered lions.
"It was a gleam of light upon me, Trot," said my aunt, drying her eyes, "when I formed the resolution of being godmother to your sister Betsey Trotwood, who disappointed me. But next to that, hardly anything would have given me greater pleasure than to be godmother to that young creature's baby." Mr. Peggotty nodded his understanding of my aunt's feelings, but could not trust himself with any verbal reference to the subject of her commendation. We all remained silent and occupied with our own reflections, my aunt drying her eyes and now sobbing convulsively, and now laughing and calling herself a fool, until I spoke. "You have quite made up your mind," said I to Mr. Peggotty, "as to the future, good friend? I need scarcely ask you." "Quite, Master Davy," he returned, and told Emily, "There's mighty countries far from here. Our future life lays over the sea." "They will emigrate together, aunt," said I. "Yes," said Mr. Peggotty, with a hopeful smile. "No one can't reproach my darling in Australia. We will begin a new life over there." I asked him if he yet proposed to himself any time for going away. "I was down at the docks early this morning, sir," he returned, "to get information concerning of them ships. In about 6 weeks or 2 months from now there'll be one sailing. I see her this morning, went aboard, and we shall take our passage in her." "Quite alone?" I asked. "Aye, Master Davy," he returned. "My sister, you see, she's that fond of you and yourn, and that accustomed to think only of her own country, that it wouldn't be hardly fair to let her go. Besides which, there's one she has in charge, Master Davy, as doing ought to be forgot." "Poor Ham," said I. "My good sister takes care of his house, you see, ma'am, and he takes kindly to her," Mr. Peggotty explained for my aunt's better information. "He'll set and talk to her with a calm spirit when it's like he couldn't bring himself to open his lips to another. Poor fellow," said Mr. Peggotty, shaking his head, "there's not so much left him that he could spare the little as he has." "And Mrs. Gummidge?" said I. "Well, I've had 'em more to consideration, I do tell you," returned Mr. Peggotty, with a perplexed look which gradually cleared as he went on. "Concerning of Mrs. Gummidge. You see, when Mrs. Gummidge falls a thinking of the old one, she aren't what you may call good company. Betwixt you and me, Master Davy, and you, ma'am, when Mrs. Gummidge takes to wimmicken, our old country word for crying, she's liable to be considered to be, by them as do know the old one, peevish like. Now I did know the old un," said Mr. Peggotty, "and I knowed his merits, so I understand her. But 'tan't entirely so, you see, with others, naturally can't be." My aunt and I both acquiesced. "Whereby," said Mr. Peggotty, "my sister might, I don't say she would, but might, find Mrs. Gummidge give her a little trouble now and again. Therefore, 'tan't my intentions to moor Mrs. Gummidge along of them, but to find a being for where she can fisherate for herself." A being signifies in that dialect a home, and to fisherate is to provide. "For which purpose," said Mr. Peggotty, "I mean to make her allowance afore I go, as'll leave her pretty comfortable. She's the faithfullest of creatures. 'Tan't to be expected, of course, at her time of life, and being lone and lorn, as the good old mawther is to be knocked about aboard ship, and in the woods and wilds of a new far-away country. So that's what I'm a-going to do with her." He forgot nobody. He thought of everybody's claims and strivings but his own. "Emily," he continued, "will keep along with me, poor child. She's sore in need of peace and rest, until such time as we goes upon our voyage. She'll work at them clothes as must be made, and I hope her troubles will begin to seem longer ago than they was, when she finds herself once more by her rough but loving uncle." My aunt nodded confirmation of this hope, and imparted great satisfaction to Mr. Peggotty. "There's one thing further, Master Davy," he said, putting his hand in his breast pocket and gravely taking out the little paper bundle I had seen before, which he unrolled on the table. "There's these here bank notes, £50 and 10. To them I wish to add the money as she came away with. I asked her about that, but not saying why, and have added of it up. I ain't a scholar. Would you be so kind as to see how 'tis?" He handed me, apologetically for his scholarship, a piece of paper, and observed me while I looked over it. It was quite right. "Thank ye, sir," he said, taking it back. "This money, if you don't see objections, Master Davy, I shall put up just afore I go in a cover directed to him, and put that up in another directed to his mother.
I shall tell her, in no more words than I speak to you, what it's the price on, and that I'm gone and past receiving of it back.' I told him that I thought it would be right to do so, that I was thoroughly convinced it would be, since he felt it to be right. I said that there was only one thing further, he proceeded with a grave smile, when he had made up his little bundle again and put it in his pocket. But there was two. I weren't sure in my mind when I came out this morning as I could go and break to Ham, of my own self, what had so thankfully happened. So I writ a letter while I was out, and put it in the post office, telling of him how all was as 'tis, and that I should come down tomorrow to unload my mind of what little needs a doing of down there, and most like take my farewell leave of Yarmouth. 'And do you wish me to go with you?' said I, seeing that he left something unsaid. 'If you could do me that kind favour, Master Davy,' he replied, 'I know the sight of you would cheer him up a bit.' My little Dora being in good spirits, and very desirous that I should go, as I found out on talking it over with her, I readily pledged myself to accompany him in accordance with his wish. Next morning, consequently, we were on the Yarmouth coach, and again travelling over the old ground. As we passed along the familiar street at night, Mr. Peggotty, in despite of all my remonstrances, carrying my bag, I glanced into Omer and Yoram's shop, and saw my old friend Mr. Omer there, smoking his pipe. I felt reluctant to be present when Mr. Peggotty first met his sister and Ham, and made Mr. Omer my excuse for lingering behind. "How is Mr. Omer after this long time?" said I, going in. He fanned away the smoke of his pipe that he might get a better view of me, and soon recognized me with great delight. "I should get up, sir, to acknowledge such an honour as this visit," said he, "only my limbs are rather out of sorts, and I'm wheeled about. With the exception of my limbs and my breath, howsoever, I'm as hearty as a man can be, I'm thankful to say." I congratulated him on his contented looks and his good spirits, and saw now that his easy chair went on wheels. "It's an ingenious thing, ain't it?" he inquired, following the direction of my glance, and polishing the elbow with his arm. "It runs as light as a feather, and tracks as true as a mail coach. Bless you, my little Minnie, my granddaughter, you know, Minnie's child, puts her little strength against the back, gives it a shove, and away we go, as clever and merry as ever you see anything. And I'll tell you what, it's a most uncommon chair to smoke a pipe in." I never saw such a good old fellow to make the best of a thing, and find out the enjoyment of it, as Mr. Omer. He was as radiant as if his chair, his asthma, and the failure of his limbs, were the various branches of a great invention for enhancing the luxury of a pipe. "I see more of the world, I can assure you," said Mr. Omer, "in this chair than ever I see out of it. You'd be surprised at the number of people that looks in of a day to have a chat, you really would. There's twice as much in the newspaper since I've taken to this chair as there used to be. As to general reading, dear me, what a lot of it I do get through. That's what I feel so strong, you know. If it had been my eyes, what should I have done? If it had been my ears, what should I have done? Being my limbs, what does it signify? Why, my limbs only made my breath shorter when I use them, and now, if I want to go out into the street or up and down the sands, I've only to call Dick, Yoram's youngest apprentice, and away I go in my own carriage, like the Lord Mayor of London." He half suffocated himself with laughing here. "Lord bless you," said Mr. Omer, resuming his pipe, "a man must take the fat with the lean. That's what he must make up his mind to do in this life. Yoram does a fine business, excellent business." "I'm very glad to hear it," said I. "I knew you would be," said Mr. Omer. "And Yoram and Minnie are like valentines. What more can a man expect? What's his limbs to that?" His supreme contempt for his own limbs, as he sat smoking, was one of the pleasantest oddities I have ever encountered. "And since I've took to general reading, you've took to general writing, eh, sir?" said Mr. Omer, surveying me admiringly. "What a lovely work that was of yours! What expressions in it! I read it every word, and as to feeling sleepy, not at all." I laughingly expressed my satisfaction, but I must confess that I thought this association of ideas significant. "I give you my word and honour, sir," said Mr. Omer, "that when I lay that book upon the table, and look at it outside, compact in 3 separate and individual volumes, 1, 2, 3, I am as proud as Punch to think that I once had the honour of being connected with your family. But, dear me, it's a long time ago now, ain't it? Over at Blunderstone, with a pretty little party laid along with the other party, and you quite a small party then yourself. Dear, dear." I changed the subject by referring to Emily. After assuring him that I did not forget how interested he had always been in her, and how kindly he had always treated her, I gave him a general account of her restoration to her uncle by the aid of Martha, which I knew would please the old man. He listened with the utmost attention, and said feelingly when I had done, "I am rejoiced to hear it, sir. It's the best news I have had for many a day. Dear, dear, dear. And what's going to be undertook with that unfortunate young woman, Martha, now?" "You touch a point that my thoughts had been dwelling on since yesterday," said I, "but on which I can give you no information yet, Mr. Omer. Mr. Peggotty has not alluded to it, and I have a delicacy in doing so. I am sure he has not forgotten it. He forgets nothing that is disinterested and good." "Because, you know," said Mr. Omer, taking himself up where he had left off, "whatever is done I should wish to be a member of. Put me down for anything you may consider right, and let me know. I could never think the girl all bad, and I'm glad to find she's not. So will my daughter Minnie be. Young women are contradictory creatures in some things. Her mother was just the same as her, but their hearts are soft and kind. It's all show with Minnie about Martha. Why she should consider it necessary to make a show, I don't undertake to tell you. But it's all show, bless you. She'd do her any kindness in private. So put me down for whatever you may consider right, will you be so good? And drop me a line where to forward it. Dear me," said Mr. Omer, "when a man is drawn on to a time of life where the two ends of life meet, when he finds himself, however hearty he is, being wheeled about for the second time, in a species of go-cart, he should be over-rejoiced to do a kindness if he can. He wants plenty, and I don't speak of myself particular," said Mr. Omer, "because, sir, the way I look at it is, that we are all drawn on to the bottom of the hill, whatever age we are, on account of time never standing still for a single moment. So let us always do a kindness and be over-rejoiced, to be sure." He knocked the ashes out of his pipe and put it on a ledge in the back of his chair, expressly made for its reception. "There's Emily's cousin, him that she was to be married to," said Mr. Omer, rubbing his hands feebly. "As fine a fellow as there is in Yarmouth. He'll come and talk or read to me in the evening, for an hour together sometimes. That's a kindness, I should call it. All his life's a kindness." "I'm going to see him now," said I. "Are you?" said Mr. Omer. "Tell him I was hearty, and send my respects. Minnie and Yoram's at a ball. They would be as proud to see you as I am, if they was at home. Minnie won't hardly go out at all now, you see, on account of father, as she says, so I swore tonight that if she didn't go, I'd go to bed at 6. In consequence of which," Mr. Omer shook himself in his chair with laughter at the success of his device, "she and Yoram's at the ball." I shook hands with him and wished him good night. "Half a minute, sir," said Mr. Omer. "If you was to go without seeing my little elephant, you'd lose the best of sights. You never see such a sight. Minnie," a musical little voice answered from somewhere upstairs. "I'm coming, grandfather," and a pretty little girl with long flaxen curling hair soon came running into the shop. "This is my little elephant, sir," said Mr. Omer, fondling the child. "Siamese breed, sir. Now, little elephant." The little elephant set the door of the parlour open, enabling me to see that, in these latter days, it was converted into a bedroom for Mr. Omer, who could not be easily conveyed upstairs, and then hid her pretty forehead and tumbled her long hair against the back of Mr. Omer's chair. "The elephant butts, you know, sir," said Mr. Omer, winking, "when he goes at an object. Once elephant, twice, 3 times." At this signal, the little elephant, with a dexterity that was next to marvellous in so small an animal, whisked the chair round with Mr. Omer in it, and rattled it off pell-mell into the parlour, without touching the door-post, Mr. Omer indescribably enjoying the performance, and looking back at me on the road as if it were the triumphant issue of his life's exertions. After a stroll about the town I went to Ham's house. Peggotty had now removed here for good, and had let her own house to the successor of Mr. Barkis in the carrying business, who had paid her very well for the goodwill, cart and horse. I believe the very same slow horse that Mr. Barkis drove was still at work. I found him in the neat kitchen, accompanied by Mrs. Gummidge, who had been fetched from the old boat by Mr. Peggotty himself. I doubt if she could have been induced to desert her post by anyone else. He had evidently told them all. Both Peggotty and Mrs. Gummidge had their aprons to their eyes, and Ham had just stepped out to take a turn on the beach. He presently came home very glad to see me, and I hope they were all the better for my being there. We spoke, with some approach to cheerfulness, of Mr. Peggotty's growing rich in a new country, and of the wonders he would describe in his letters. We said nothing of Emily by name, but distantly referred to her more than once. Ham was the serenest of the party. But Peggotty told me, when she lighted me to a little chamber where the crocodile book was lying ready for me on the table, that he always was the same. She believed, she told me crying, that he was broken-hearted, though he was still as full of courage as of sweetness, and worked harder and better than any boat-builder in any yard in all that part. There were times, she said, of an evening, when he talked of their old life in the boat-house, and then he mentioned Emily as a child, but he never mentioned her as a woman. I thought I had read in his face that he would like to speak to me alone. I therefore resolved to put myself in his way next evening, as he came home from his work. Having settled this with myself, I fell asleep. That night, for the first time in all those many nights, the candle was taken out of the window, Mr. Peggotty swung in his old hammock in the old boat, and the wind murmured with the old sound round his head. All next day he was occupied in disposing of his fishing boat and tackle, in packing up and sending to London by waggon such of his little domestic possessions as he thought would be useful to him, and in parting with the rest, or bestowing them on Mrs. Gummidge. She was with him all day. As I had a sorrowful wish to see the old place once more before it was locked up, I engaged to meet them there in the evening. But I so arranged it that I should meet Ham first. It was easy to come in his way, as I knew where he worked. I met him at a retired part of the sands, which I knew he would cross, and turned back with him, that he might have leisure to speak to me if he really wished. I had not mistaken the expression of his face, and we walked but a little way together when he said, without looking at me, "Master Davy, have you seen her?" "Only for a moment, when she was in a swoon," I softly answered. We walked a little farther, and he said, "Master Davy, shall you see her, do you think?" "It would be too painful to her, perhaps," said I. "I have thought of that," he replied. "So 'twould, sir, so 'twould." "But, Ham," said I gently, "if there is anything I could write to her for you, in case I could not tell it, if there is anything you would wish to make known to her through me, I should consider it a sacred trust." "I am sure on it, I thank ye, sir, most kind. I think there is something I could wish said or wrote." "What is it?" We walked a little farther in silence, and then he spoke. "'Tan't that I forgive her, 'tan't that so much. 'Tis more as I beg of her to forgive me, for having pressed my affections upon her. Odd times I think that if I hadn't had her promise for to marry me, sir, she was that trustful of me, in a friendly way, that she'd have told me what was struggling her mind, and would have counselled with me, and I might have saved her." I pressed his hand. "Is that all?" "There's yet something else," he returned, "if I can say it, Master Davy." We walked on, farther than we had walked yet, before he spoke again. He was not crying when he made the pauses I shall express by lines. He was merely collecting himself to speak very plainly. "I loved her, and I love the memory of her, too deep to be able to lead her to believe of my own self as I'm a happy man. I only could be happy by forgetting of her, and I'm afeard as I couldn't hardly bear as she should be told I'd done that. But if you, being so full of learning, Master Davy, could think of anything to say as might bring her to believe I wasn't greatly hurt, still loving of her and mourning for her, anything as might bring her to believe as I was not tired of my life, and yet was hoping for to see her without blame, where the wicked cease from troubling and the weary are at rest, anything as would ease her sorrowful mind, and yet not make her think as I could ever marry, or as 'twas possible that anyone could ever be to me what she was, I should ask of you to say that, with my prayers for her that was so dear." I pressed his manly hand again, and told him I would charge myself to do that as well as I could. "I thank ye, sir," he answered. "'Twas kind of you to meet me. 'Twas kind of you to bear him company down. Master Davy, I understand very well, though my aunt will come to London afore they sail, and they'll unite once more, that I'm not like to see him again. I fare to feel sure on't. We don't say so, but so 'twill be, and better so. The last you see on him, the very last, will you give him the lovingest duty and thanks of the orphan, as he was ever more than a father to?" This I also promised faithfully. "I thank ye again, sir," he said, heartily shaking hands. "I know where you're a-going. Good-bye." With a slight wave of his hand, as though to explain to me that he could not enter the old place, he turned away. As I looked after his figure crossing the waste in the moonlight, I saw him turn his face towards a strip of silvery light upon the sea, and pass on looking at it until he was a shadow in the distance. The door of the boathouse stood open when I approached, and on entering I found it emptied of all its furniture, saving one of the old lockers on which Mrs. Gummidge, with a basket on her knee, was seated, looking at Mr. Peggotty. He leaned his elbow upon the rough chimney-piece, and gazed upon a few expiring embers in the grate, but he raised his head hopefully on my coming in, and spoke in a cheery manner. "Come according to promise to bid farewell to it, eh, Master Davy?" he said, taking up the candle. "Bitter enough now, ain't it?" "Indeed, you made good use of the time," said I. "Why, we have not been idle, sir. Mrs. Gummidge has worked like I don't know what Mrs. Gummidge ain't worked like," said Mr. Peggotty, looking at her, at a loss for a sufficiently approving simile. Mrs. Gummidge, leaning on her basket, made no observation. "There's the very locker that you used to sit on along with Emily," said Mr. Peggotty in a whisper. "I'm a-going to carry it away with me last of all. And here's your old little bedroom, see, Master Davy, almost as bleak tonight as 'art could wish." In truth, the wind, though it was low, had a solemn sound, and crept round the deserted house with a whispered wailing that was very mournful. Everything was gone, down to the little mirror with the oyster-shell frame. I thought of myself lying here when that first great change was being wrought at home. I thought of the blue-eyed child who had enchanted me. I thought of Steerforth, and a foolish, fearful fancy came upon me of his being near at hand, and liable to be met at any turn. "'Tis like to be long," said Mr. Peggotty in a low voice, "afore the boat finds new tenants. They look upon down here as being unfortunate now." "Does it belong to anybody in the neighbourhood?" I asked. "To a mast-maker uptown," said Mr. Peggotty. "I'm a-going to give the key to him tonight." We looked into the other little room, and came back to Mrs. Gummidge sitting on the locker, whom Mr. Peggotty, putting the light on the chimney-piece, requested to rise, that he might carry it outside the door before extinguishing the candle. "Dan'l," said Mrs. Gummidge, suddenly deserting her basket and clinging to his arm, "my dear Dan'l, the parting words I speak in this house is, I mustn't be left behind. Don't you think of leaving me behind, Dan'l? Oh, don't ye ever do it?" Mr. Peggotty, taken aback, looked from Mrs. Gummidge to me, and from me to Mrs. Gummidge, as if he'd been awakened from a sleep. "Doan't ye, dearest Dan'l, doan't ye?" cried Mrs. Gummidge fervently. "Take me along with you, Dan'l. Take me along with you and Emily. I'll be your servant, constant and true. If there's slaves in them there parts where you're a-going, I'll be bound to you for one, and happy. But doan't you leave me behind, Daniel? That's a dearie dear." "Ah, good soul," said Mr. Peggotty, shaking his head. "You don't know what a long voyage and what a hard life 'tis." "Yes, I do, Dan'l, I can guess," cried Mrs. Gummidge. "But my parting words under this roof is, I shall go into the house and die if I'm not took. I can dig, Dan'l, I can work, I can live hard. I can be loving and patient now, more than you think, Dan'l, if you'll only try me. I wouldn't touch the 'lowance not if I was dying o' want, Dan'l Peggotty. But I'll go with you and Emily, if you'll only let me to the world's end. I know how 'tis. I know you think that I'm lone and lorn, but dearie love, 'tan't so no more."
I ain't sat here so long a-watching and a-thinking of your trials without some good being done. Master Davy, speak to him for me. I knows his ways and Emily's. I knows their sorrows, and can be a comfort to him some odd times, and labour for him allus. Dan'l, dearie Dan'l, let me go along with you." And Mrs. Gummidge took his hand and kissed it with a homely pathos and affection, in a homely rapture of devotion and gratitude that he well deserved. We brought the locker out, extinguished the candle, fastened the door on the outside, and left the old boat close shut up, a dark speck in the cloudy night. Next day, when we were returning to London outside the coach, Mrs. Gummidge and her basket were on the seat behind, and Mrs. Gummidge was happy. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 52. I assist at an explosion. When the time Mr. Micawber had appointed so mysteriously was within 24 hours of being come, my aunt and I consulted on how we should proceed, for my aunt was very unwilling to leave Dora. Ah, how easily I carried Dora up and down stairs now! We were disposed, notwithstanding Mr. Micawber's stipulation for my aunt's attendance, to arrange that she should stay at home, and be represented by Mr. Dick and me. In short, we had resolved to take this course when Dora again unsettled us by declaring that she never would forgive herself, and never would forgive her bad boy, if my aunt remained behind on any pretence. "I won't speak to you," said Dora, shaking her curls at my aunt. "I'll be disagreeable. I'll make Jip bark at you all day. I shall be sure that you really are a cross old thing if you don't go." "Tut, Blossom," laughed my aunt. "You know you can't do without me." "Yes, I can," said Dora. "You are no use to me at all. You never run up and down stairs for me all day long. You never sit and tell me stories about Dodie when his shoes were worn out and he was covered with dust. Oh, what a poor little mite of a fellow! You never do anything at all to please me, do you, dear?" Dora made haste to kiss my aunt and say, "Yes, you do. I'm only joking," lest my aunt should think she really meant it. "But, aunt," said Dora coaxingly, "now listen. You must go. I shall tease you till you let me have my own way about it. I shall lead my naughty boy such a life if he don't make you go. I shall make myself so disagreeable, and so will Jip. You'll wish you had gone, like a good thing, for ever and ever so long, if you don't go. Besides," said Dora, putting back her hair, and looking wonderingly at my aunt and me, "why shouldn't you both go? I'm not very ill indeed, am I?" "Why, what a question!" cried my aunt. "What a fancy!" said I. "Yes, I know that I am a silly little thing," said Dora, slowly looking from one of us to the other, and then putting up her pretty lips to kiss us as she lay upon her couch. "Well then, you must both go, or I shall not believe you, and then I shall cry." I saw in my aunt's face that she began to give way now, and Dora brightened again, as she saw it too. "You'll come back with so much to tell me that it'll take at least a week to make me understand," said Dora, "because I know I shan't understand for a length of time, if there's any business in it. And there's sure to be some business in it, if there's anything to add up besides. I don't know when I shall make it out, and my bad boy will look so miserable all the time. There, now you'll go, won't you? You'll only be gone one night, and Jip will take care of me while you are gone. Dodie will carry me upstairs before you go, and I won't come down again till you come back, and you shall take Agnes a dreadful scolding letter from me because she has never been to see us." We agreed, without any more consultation, that we both would go, and that Dora was a little impostor who feigned to be rather unwell because she liked to be petted. She was greatly pleased and very merry, and we four, that is to say, my aunt, Mr. Dick, Traddles, and I, went down to Canterbury by the Dover mail that night. At the hotel where Mr. Micawber had requested us to await him, which we got into with some trouble in the middle of the night, I found a letter importing that he would appear in the morning punctually at 9:30, after which we went shivering at that uncomfortable hour to our respective beds, through various close passages which smelt as if they had been steeped for ages in a solution of soup and stables.
Early in the morning I sauntered through the dear old tranquil streets, and again mingled with the shadows of the venerable gateways and churches. The rooks were sailing about the cathedral towers, and the towers themselves, overlooking many a long unaltered mile of the rich country and its pleasant streams, were cutting the bright morning air, as if there were no such thing as change on earth. Yet the bells, when they sounded, told me sorrowfully of change in everything, told me of their own age, and my pretty Dora's youth, and of the many, never old, who had lived and loved and died, while the reverberations of the bells had hummed through the rusty armour of the Black Prince hanging up within, and motes upon the deep of time had lost themselves in air, as circles do in water. I looked at the old house from the corner of the street, but did not go nearer to it, lest, being observed, I might unwittingly do any harm to the design I had come to aid. The early sun was striking edgewise on its gables and lattice windows, touching them with gold, and some beams of its old peace seemed to touch my heart. I strolled into the country for an hour or so, and then returned by the main street, which in the interval had shaken off its last night's sleep. Among those who were stirring in the shops, I saw my ancient enemy the butcher, now advanced to top boots and a baby, and in business for himself. He was nursing the baby, and appeared to be a benignant member of society. We all became very anxious and impatient when we sat down to breakfast. As it approached nearer and nearer to 9:30 o'clock, our restless expectation of Mr. Micawber increased. At last we made no more pretence of attending to the meal, which, except for Mr. Dick, had been a mere form from the first. But my aunt walked up and down the room, Traddles sat upon the sofa affecting to read the paper with his eyes on the ceiling, and I looked out of the window to give early notice of Mr. Micawber's coming. Nor had I long to watch, for at the first chime of the half hour he appeared in the street. "Here he is," said I, "and not in his legal attire." My aunt tied the strings of her bonnet, she had come down to breakfast in it, and put on her shawl, as if she were ready for anything that was resolute and uncompromising. Traddles buttoned his coat with a determined air. Mr. Dick, disturbed by these formidable appearances, but feeling it necessary to imitate them, pulled his hat with both hands as firmly over his ears as he possibly could, and instantly took it off again, to welcome Mr. Micawber.
"Gentlemen and madam," said Mr. Micawber, "good morning. My dear sir,"
To Mr. Dick, who shook hands with him violently,
"you were extremely good."
"Have you breakfasted?" said Mr. Dick. "Have a chop."
"Not for the world, my good sir," cried Mr. Micawber, stopping him on his way to the bell. "Appetite and myself, Mr. Dixon, have long been strangers."
Mr. Dixon was so well pleased with his new name, and appeared to think it so obliging in Mr. Micawber to confer it upon him, that he shook hands with him again, and laughed rather childishly. "Dick," said my aunt, "attention." Mr. Dick recovered himself with a blush. "Now, sir," said my aunt to Mr. Micawber, as she put on her gloves, "we are ready for Mount Vesuvius or anything else as soon as you please."
"Madam," returned Mr. Micawber, "I trust you will shortly witness an eruption. Mr. Traddles, I have your permission, I believe, to mention here that we have been in communication together."
"It is undoubtedly the fact, Copperfield," said Traddles, to whom I looked in surprise. "Mr. Micawber has consulted me in reference to what he has in contemplation, and I have advised him to the best of my judgment."
"Unless I deceive myself, Mr. Traddles," pursued Mr. Micawber, "what I contemplate is a disclosure of an important nature."
"Highly so," said Traddles.
"Perhaps under such circumstances, madam and gentlemen," said Mr. Micawber, "you will do me the favour to submit yourselves, for the moment, to the direction of one who, however unworthy to be regarded in any other light but as a waif and stray upon the shore of human nature, is still your fellow man, though crushed out of his original form by individual errors, and the accumulative force of a combination of circumstances."
"We have perfect confidence in you, Mr. Micawber," said I, "and will do what you please."
"Mr. Copperfield," returned Mr. Micawber, "your confidence is not, at the existing juncture, ill bestowed. I would beg to be allowed a start of 5 minutes by the clock, and then to receive the present company inquiring for Miss Wickfield at the office of Wickfield and Heep, whose stipendiary I am."
My aunt and I looked at Traddles, who nodded his approval.
I have no more, observed Mr. Micawber, to say at present.
With which, to my infinite surprise, he included us all in a comprehensive bow, and disappeared, his manner being extremely distant, and his face extremely pale. Traddles only smiled and shook his head, with his hair standing upright on the top of it, when I looked at him for an explanation. So I took out my watch, and, as a last resource, counted off the 5 minutes. My aunt, with her own watch in her hand, did the like. When the time was expired, Traddles gave her his arm, and we all went out together to the old house, without saying one word on the way. We found Mr. Micawber at his desk in the turret office on the ground floor, either writing, or pretending to write, hard. The large office ruler was stuck into his waistcoat, and was not so well concealed but that a foot or more of that instrument protruded from his bosom, like a new kind of shirt frill. As it appeared to me that I was expected to speak, I said aloud, "How do you do, Mr. Micawber?"
Mr. Copperfield, said Mr. Micawber gravely, I hope I see you well.
"Is Miss Wickfield at home?" said I.
Mr. Wickfield is unwell in bed, sir, of a rheumatic fever, he returned, but Miss Wickfield, I have no doubt, will be happy to see old friends. Will you walk in, sir?
He proceeded us to the dining-room, the first room I had entered in that house, and, flinging open the door of Mr. Wickfield's former office, said, in a sonorous voice,
Miss Trotwood, Mr. David Copperfield, Mr. Thomas Traddles, and Mr. Dickson.
I had not seen Uriah Heep since the time of the blow. Our visit astonished him, evidently, not the less, I dare say, because it astonished ourselves. He did not gather his eyebrows together, for he had none worth mentioning, but he frowned to that degree that he almost closed his small eyes, while the hurried raising of his grisly hand to his chin betrayed some trepidation or surprise. This was only when we were in the act of entering his room, and when I caught a glance at him over my aunt's shoulder. A moment afterwards he was as fawning and as humble as ever.
"Well, I am sure," he said, "this is indeed an unexpected pleasure. To have, as I may say, old friends around St. Paul's at once is a treat unlooked for. Mr. Copperfield, I hope I see you well, and, if I may humbly express myself so, friendly towards them as is ever your friends, whether or not. Mrs. Copperfield, sir, I hope she's getting on. We have been made quite uneasy by the poor accounts we have had of her state lately, I do assure you." I felt ashamed to let him take my hand, but I did not know yet what else to do. "Things have changed in this office, Miss Trotwood, since I was an humble clerk and held your pony, ain't they?" said Uriah with his slickest smile. "But I am not changed, Miss Trotwood." "Well, sir," returned my aunt, "to tell you the truth, I think you are pretty constant to the promise of your youth, if that is any satisfaction to you." "Thank you, Miss Trotwood," said Uriah, writhing in his ungainly manner, "for your good opinion. Micawber, tell them to let Miss Agnes know, and mother. Mother will be quite in a state when she sees the present company," said Uriah, setting chairs. "You are not too busy, Mr. Heep," said Traddles, whose eye the cunning red eye accidentally caught, as it at once scrutinized and evaded us. "No, Mr. Traddles," replied Uriah, resuming his official seat and squeezing his bony hands, laid palm to palm between his bony knees. "Not so much as I could wish, but lawyers, sharks, and leeches are not easily satisfied, you know. Not but what myself and Mr. Micawber have our hands pretty full in general, on account of Mr. Wickfield's being hardly fit for any occupation, sir. But it's a pleasure as well as a duty, I am sure, to work for him. You've not been intimate with Mr. Wickfield, I think, Mr. Traddles? I believe I've only had the honour of seeing you once myself." "No, I have not been intimate with Mr. Wickfield," returned Traddles, "or I might perhaps have waited on you long ago, Mr. Heep." There was something in the tone of this reply which made Uriah look at the speaker again, with a very sinister and suspicious expression. But seeing only Traddles with his good-natured face, simple manner, and hair on end, he dismissed it as he replied with a jerk of his whole body, but especially his throat, "I am sorry for that, Mr. Traddles. You would have admired him as much as we all do. His little failings would only have endeared him to you the more. But if you would like to hear my fellow partner eloquently spoken of, I should refer you to Copperfield. The family is a subject he's very strong upon, if you never heard him.
I was prevented from disclaiming the compliment, if I should have done so in any case, by the entrance of Agnes, now ushered in by Mr. Micawber. She was not quite so self-possessed as usual, I thought, and had evidently undergone anxiety and fatigue, but her earnest cordiality and her quiet beauty shone with a gentler lustre for it. I saw Uriah watch her while she greeted us, and he reminded me of an ugly and rebellious genie watching a good spirit. In the meanwhile some slight sign passed between Mr. Micawber and Traddles, unobserved except by me, went out. "Don't wait, Micawber," said Uriah. Mr. Micawber, with his hand upon the ruler in his breast, stood erect before the door, most unmistakably contemplating one of his fellow men, and that man his employer. "What are you waiting for?" said Uriah. "Micawber, did you hear me tell you not to wait?"
Yes,
replied the immovable Mr. Micawber. "Then why do you wait?" said Uriah.
because I, in short, choose,"
replied Mr. Micawber with a burst. Uriah's cheeks lost colour, and an unwholesome paleness, still faintly tinged by his pervading red, overspread them. He looked at Mr. Micawber attentively, with his whole face breathing short and quick in every feature. "You are a dissipated fellow, as all the world knows," he said with an effort at a smile, "and I'm afraid you'll oblige me to get rid of you. Go along, I'll talk to you presently."
"If there is a scoundrel on this earth,"
said Micawber, suddenly breaking out again with the utmost vehemence,
"with whom I have already talked too much, that scoundrel's name is Heep."
Uriah fell back as if he had been struck or stung. Looking slowly round upon us with the darkest and wickedest expression that his face could wear, he said in a lower voice, "Oh, this is a conspiracy. You have met here by appointment. You are playing booty with my clerk, are you, Copperfield? Now take care. You'll make nothing of this. We understand each other, you and me. There's no love between us. You were always a puppy with a proud stomach, from your first coming here, and you envy me my rise, don't you? None of your plots against me. I'll counterplot you. Micawber, you be off. I'll talk to you presently." "Mr. Micawber," said I, "there is a sudden change in this fellow, in more respects than the extraordinary one of his speaking the truth in one particular, which assures me that he is brought to bay. Deal with him as he deserves." "You are a precious set of people, ain't you?" said Uriah in the same low voice, and breaking out into a clammy heat, which he wiped from his forehead with his long lean hand, "to buy over my clerk, who was the very scum of society, as you yourself were, Copperfield, and you know it, before anyone had charity on you, to defame me with his lies. Miss Trotwood, you had better stop this, or I'll stop your husband shorter than would be pleasant to you. I won't know your story professionally for nothing, old lady. Miss Wickfield, if you have any love for your father, you had better not join that gang. I'll ruin him if you do. Now come, I've got some of you under the harrow. Think twice before it goes over you. Think twice, you, Micawber, if you don't want to be crushed. I recommend you to take yourself off, and be talked to presently, you fool, while there's time to retreat. Where's mother?" he said, suddenly appearing to notice with alarm the absence of Traddles, and pulling down the bell rope. "Fine doings in a person's own house." "Mrs. Heep is here, sir," said Traddles, returning with that worthy mother of a worthy son. "I have taken the liberty of making myself known to her." "Who are you to make yourself known?" retorted Uriah, "and what do you want here?" "I am the agent and friend of Mr. Wickfield, sir," said Traddles, in a composed and businesslike way, "and I have a power of attorney from him in my pocket to act for him in all matters." "The old ass has drunk himself into a state of dotage," said Uriah, turning uglier than before, "and it has been got from him by fraud." "Something has been got from him by fraud, I know," returned Traddles quietly, "and so do you, Mr. Heep. We will refer that question, if you please, to Mr. Micawber." "Uri," Mrs. Heep began with an anxious gesture. "Hold your tongue, mother," he returned. "Least said, soonest mended." "But my Uri!" "Will you hold your tongue, mother, and leave it to me?" Though I had long known that his servility was false, and all his pretences knavish and hollow, I had had no adequate conception of the extent of his hypocrisy, until I now saw him with his mask off. The suddenness with which he dropped it when he perceived that it was useless to him, the malice, insolence, and hatred he revealed, the leer with which he exulted, even at this moment, in the evil he had done, all this time being desperate too, and at his wits' end for the means of getting the better of us, though perfectly consistent with the experience I had of him, at first took even me by surprise, who had known him so long and disliked him so heartily. I say nothing of the look he conferred on me as he stood eyeing us one after another, for I had always understood that he hated me, and I remember the marks of my hand upon his cheek. But when his eyes passed on to Agnes, and I saw the rage with which he felt his power over her slipping away, and the exhibition, in their disappointment, of the odious passions that had led him to aspire to one whose virtues he could never appreciate or care for, I was shocked by the mere thought of her having lived an hour within sight of such a man. After some rubbing of the lower part of his face, and some looking at us with those bad eyes over his grisly fingers, he made one more address to me, half whining and half abusive. "You think it justifiable, don't you, Copperfield, you who pride yourself so much on your honour and all the rest of it, to sneak about my place, eavesdropping with my clerk? If it had been me, I shouldn't have wondered, for I don't make myself out a gentleman, though I never was in the streets either as you were, according to Mr. Micawber. But being you, and you're not afraid of doing this either, you don't think at all of what I shall do in return, or of getting yourself into trouble for conspiracy and so forth. Very well, we shall see. Mr. What's-your-name, you are going to refer some question to Mr. Micawber. There's your referee. Why don't you make him speak? He has learnt his lesson, I see." Seeing that what he said had no effect on me or on any of us, he sat on the edge of his table with his hands in his pockets, and one of his splay feet twisted round the other leg, waiting doggedly for what might follow. Mr. Micawber, whose impetuosity I had restrained thus far with the greatest difficulty, and who had repeatedly interposed with the first syllable of "scoundrel," without getting to the second, now burst forward, drew the ruler from his breast, apparently as a defensive weapon, and produced from his pocket a foolscap document folded in the form of a large letter. Opening this packet with his old flourish, and glancing at the contents, as if he cherished an artistic admiration of their style of composition, he began to read as follows:
"Dear Miss Trotwood and gentlemen."
"Bless and save the man!" exclaimed my aunt in a low voice. "He'd write letters by the ream if it was a capital offence." Mr. Micawber, without hearing her, went on:
"In appearing before you to denounce probably the most consummate villain that has ever existed,"
Mr. Micawber, without looking off the letter, pointed the ruler like a ghostly truncheon at Uriah Heep,
"I ask no consideration for myself. The victim, from my cradle, of pecuniary liabilities to which I have been unable to respond, I have ever been the sport and toy of debasing circumstances. Ignominy, want, despair, and madness have, collectively or separately, been the attendants of my career."
The relish with which Mr. Micawber described himself as a prey to these dismal calamities was only to be equalled by the emphasis with which he read his letter, and the kind of homage he rendered to it with a roll of his head when he thought he had hit a sentence very hard indeed.
"In an accumulation of ignominy, want, despair, and madness, I enter the offence, or, as our lively neighbour the Gaul would term it, the bureau of the firm, nominally conducted under the appellation of Wickfield and Heep, but in reality wielded by Heep alone. Heep, and only Heep, is the mainspring of that machine. Heep, and only Heep, is the forger and the cheat."
Uriah, more blue than white at these words, made a dart at the letter, as if to tear it in pieces. Mr. Micawber, with a perfect miracle of dexterity or luck, caught his advancing knuckles with the ruler, and disabled his right hand. It dropped at the wrist as if it were broken. The blow sounded as if it had fallen on wood.
"The devil take you,"
said Uriah, writhing in a new way with pain.
"I'll be even with you." "Approach me again, you heap of infamy,"
gasped Mr. Micawber.
"and if your head is human, I'll break it. Come on, come on."
I think I never saw anything more ridiculous, I was sensible of it even at the time, than Mr. Micawber making broadsword guards with the ruler and crying, "Come on," while Traddles and I pushed him back into a corner, from which, as often as we got him into it, he persisted in emerging again.
His enemy, muttering to himself after wringing his wounded hand for some time, slowly drew off his neckerchief and bound it up, then held it in his other hand and sat upon his table with his sullen face looking down. Mr. Micawber, when he was sufficiently cool, proceeded with his letter.
The stipendiary emoluments, in consideration of which I entered into the service of Heep,
Always pausing before the word and uttering it with astonishing vigour,
were not defined beyond the pittance of 22 shillings and 6 per week. The rest was left contingent on the value of my professional exertions. In other and more expressive words, on the baseness of my nature, the cupidity of my motives, the poverty of my family, the general moral, or rather immoral, resemblance between myself and Heep. Need I say that it soon became necessary for me to solicit from Heep pecuniary advances towards the support of Mrs. Micawber and our blighted but rising family? Need I say that this necessity had been foreseen by Heep, that those advances were secured by IOUs and other similar acknowledgments, known to the legal institutions of this country, and that I thus became enmeshed in the web he had spun for my reception?
Mr. Micawber's enjoyment of his epistolary powers in describing this unfortunate state of things really seemed to outweigh any pain or anxiety that the reality could have caused him. He read on.
Then it was that Heep began to favour me with just so much of his confidence as was necessary to the discharge of his infernal business. Then it was that I began, if I may so Shakespeareanly express myself, to dwindle, peak, and pine. I found that my services were constantly called into requisition for the falsification of business, and the mystification of an individual whom I will designate as Mr. W. That Mr. W. was imposed upon, kept in ignorance, and deluded in every possible way, yet that all this while the ruffian, Heep, was professing unbounded gratitude to, and unbounded friendship for, that much abused gentleman. That was bad enough, but, as the philosophic Dane observes, with that universal applicability which distinguishes the illustrious ornament of the Elizabethan era, worse remains behind.
Mr. Micawber was so very much struck by his happy rounding off with a quotation that he indulged himself and us with a second reading of the sentence under pretence of having lost his place.
It is not my intention, he continued, reading on, to enter on a detailed list, within the compass of the present epistle, though it is ready elsewhere, of the various malpractices of a minor nature, affecting the individual whom I have denominated Mr. W., to which I have been a tacitly consenting party. My object, when the contest within myself between stipend and no stipend, baker and no baker, existence and non-existence, ceased, was to take advantage of my opportunities to discover and expose the major malpractices committed to that gentleman's grievous wrong and injury by Heep. Stimulated by the silent monitor within, and by a no less touching and appealing monitor without, to whom I will briefly refer as Miss W., I entered a not unlaborious task of clandestine investigation, protracted now, to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, over a period exceeding 12 calendar months.
He read this passage as if it were from an Act of Parliament, and appeared majestically refreshed by the sound of the words.
My charges against Heep,
he read on, glancing at him and drawing the ruler to a convenient position under his left arm in case of need,
are as follows.
We all held our breath, I think. I am sure Uriah held his.
First, said Mr. Micawber, when Mr. W.'s faculties and memories for business became, through causes into which it is not necessary or expedient for me to enter, weakened and confused, Heep designedly perplexed and complicated the whole of the official transactions. When Mr. W. was least fit to enter on business, Heep was always at hand to force him to enter on it. He obtained Mr. W.'s signature under such circumstances to documents of importance, representing them to be other documents of no importance. He induced Mr. W. to empower him to draw out thus one particular sum of trust money amounting to 12, 6, 14, 2 and 9, and employed it to meet pretended business charges and deficiencies, which were either already provided for or had never really existed. He gave this proceeding throughout the appearance of having originated in Mr. W.'s own dishonest intention, and of having been accomplished by Mr. W.'s own dishonest act, and has used it ever since to torture and constrain him.
You shall prove this, you Copperfield, said Uriah with a threatening shake of the head, all in good time.
Ask Heep, Traddles, who lived in this house after him, said Mr. Micawber, breaking off the letter. Will you?
The fool himself, and lives there now, said Uriah disdainfully.
Ask Heep if he ever kept a pocket-book in that house, said Mr. Micawber. Will you?
I saw Uriah's lank hand stop involuntarily in the scraping of his chin.
Or ask him, said Mr. Micawber, if he ever burnt one there. If he says yes, and asks you where the ashes are, refer him to Wilkins, Micawber, and he will hear of something not at all to his advantage.
The triumphant flourish with which Mr. Micawber delivered himself of these words had a powerful effect in alarming the mother, who cried out in much agitation, Uri, be humble, and make terms, my dear.
Mother, he retorted, will you keep quiet?
You are in a fright, and don't know what you say or mean. Humble, he repeated, looking at me with a snarl. I've humbled some of 'em for a pretty long time back, humble as I was. Mr. Micawber, genteelly adjusting his chin in his cravat, presently proceeded with his composition.
Second, Heep has, on several occasions, to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief—
But that won't do, muttered Uriah, relieved. Mother, you keep quiet.
We will endeavour to provide something that will do, and do for you finally, sir, very shortly, replied Mr. Micawber. The second, Heep has, on several occasions, to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, systematically forged to various entries, books, and documents, the signature of Mr. W., and has distinctly done so in one instance, capable of proof by me. To wit, in manner following, that is to say—
Again Mr. Micawber had a relish in this formal piling up of words, which, however ludicrously displayed in his case, was, I must say, not at all peculiar to him. I have observed it in the course of my life in numbers of men. It seems to me to be a general rule. In the taking of legal oaths, for instance, deponents seem to enjoy themselves mightily when they come to several good words in succession, for the expression of one idea, as that they utterly detest, abominate, and abjure, or so forth, and the old anathemas were made relishing on the same principle. We talk about the tyranny of words, but we like to tyrannize over them too. We are fond of having a large superfluous establishment of words to wait upon us on great occasions. We think it looks important, and sounds well. As we are not particular about the meaning of our liveries on state occasions, if they be but fine and numerous enough, so the meaning or necessity of our words is a secondary consideration, if there be but a great parade of them. And as individuals get into trouble by making too great a show of liveries, or as slaves, when they are too numerous, rise against their masters, so I think I could mention a nation that has got into many great difficulties, and will get into many greater, from maintaining too large a retinue of words. Mr. Micawber read on, almost smacking his lips.
To wit, in manner following, that is to say, Mr. W. being infirm, and it being within the bounds of probability that his decease might lead to some discoveries, and to the downfall of Heep's power over the W. family, as I, Wilkins Micawber, the undersigned, assume, unless the filial affection of his daughter could be secretly influenced from allowing any investigation of the partnership affairs to be made, the said Heep deemed it expedient to have a bond ready by him, as from Mr. W., for the before-mentioned sum of 12, 6, 14, 2, and 9, with interest stated therein to have been advanced by Heep to Mr. W. to save Mr. W. from dishonour, though really the sum was never advanced by him, and has long been replaced. The signatures to this instrument purporting to be executed by Mr. W. and attested by Wilkins Micawber are forgeries by Heep. I have in my possession, in his hand and pocket-book, several similar imitations of Mr. W.'s signature, here and there defaced by fire, but legible to anyone. I never attested any such document, and I have the document itself in my possession.
Uriah Heep, with a start, took out of his pocket a bunch of keys and opened a certain drawer. Then suddenly bethought himself of what he was about, and turned again towards us without looking in it.
And I have the document,
Mr. Micawber read again, looking about as if it were the text of a sermon.
in my possession. That is to say, I had early this morning when it was written, but I have since relinquished it to Mr. Traddles.
It is quite true, assented Traddles. Uri, Uri, cried the mother, be humble and make terms. I know my son will be humble, gentlemen, if you'll give him time to think. Mr. Copperfield, I'm sure you know that he was always very humble, sir. It was singular to see how the mother still held to the old trick when the son had abandoned it as useless. Mother, he said with an impatient bite at the handkerchief in which his hand was wrapped, you had better take and fire a loaded gun at me. But I love you, Uri, cried Mrs. Heep, and I have no doubt she did, or that he loved her, however strange it may appear, though, to be sure, they were a congenial couple. And I can't bear to hear you provoking the gentleman, and endangering of yourself more. I told the gentleman at first, when he told me upstairs it was come to light, that I would answer for your being humble and making amends. Oh, see how humble I am, gentlemen, and don't mind him. Why, there's Copperfield, mother, he angrily retorted, pointing his lean finger at me, against whom all his animosity was levelled, as the prime mover in the discovery, and I did not undeceive him. There's Copperfield, who would have given you £100 to say less than you've blurted out. I can't help it, Uri, cried his mother. I can't see you running into danger through carrying your head so high. Better be humble, as you always was. He remained for a little, biting the handkerchief, and then said to me with a scowl, What more have you got to bring forward? If anything, go on with it. What do you look at me for? Mr. Micawber promptly resumed his letter, glad to revert to a performance with which he was so highly satisfied.
Third and last, I am now in a condition to show by heaps false books and heaps real memoranda, beginning with the partially destroyed pocket-book, which I was unable to comprehend at the time of its accidental discovery by Mrs. Micawber on our taking possession of our present abode, in the locker or bin devoted to the reception of the ashes calcined on our domestic hearth, that the weaknesses, the faults, the very virtues, the parental affections, and the sense of honour of the unhappy Mr. W. have been for years acted on by and warped to the base purposes of Heep. That Mr. W. has been for years deluded and plundered in every conceivable manner to the pecuniary aggrandizement of the avaricious, false, and grasping Heep. That the engrossing object of Heep was, next to gain, to subdue Mr. and Miss W. Of his ulterior views in reference to the latter I say nothing, entirely to himself. That his last act, completed but a few months since, was to induce Mr. W. to execute a relinquishment of his share in the partnership, and even a bill of sale on the very furniture of his house in consideration of a certain annuity, to be well and truly paid by Heep on the 4 common quarter days in each and every year. That these meshes, beginning with alarming and falsified accounts of the estate of which Mr. W. is the receiver, at a period when Mr. W. had launched into imprudent and ill-judged speculations, and may not have had the money, for which he was morally and legally responsible, in hand, going on with the pretended borrowings of money at enormous interest, really coming from Heep, and by Heep, fraudulently obtained or withheld from Mr. W. himself on pretence of such speculations or otherwise, perpetuated by a miscellaneous catalogue of unscrupulous chicaneries, gradually thickened until the unhappy Mr. W. could see no world beyond, bankrupt, as he believed, alike in circumstances, in all other hope, and in honour, his sole reliance was upon the monster in the garb of man.
Mr. Micawber made a good deal of this, as a new turn of expression.
Who, by making himself necessary to him, had achieved his destruction. All this I undertake to show, probably much more.
I whispered a few words to Agnes, who was weeping, half joyfully, half sorrowfully, at my side, and there was a movement among us as if Mr. Micawber had finished. He said with exceeding gravity,
Pardon me,
and proceeded with a mixture of the lowest spirits and the most intense enjoyment to the peroration of his letter.
I have now concluded. It merely remains for me to substantiate these accusations, and then, with my ill-starred family, to disappear from the landscape on which we appear to be an encumbrance. This is soon done. It may be reasonably inferred that our baby will first expire of inanition, as being the frailest member of our circle, and that our twins will follow next in order. So be it. For myself, my Canterbury pilgrimage has done much. The imprisonment on civil process and want will soon do more. I trust that the labour and hazard of an investigation, of which the smallest results have been slowly pieced together, in the pressure of audacious avocations, under grinding penurious apprehensions, at rise of morn, at dewy eve, in the shadows of night, under the watchful eye of one whom it were superfluous to call demon, combined with the struggle of parental poverty to turn it, when completed, to the right account, may be as the sprinkling of a few drops of sweet water on my funeral pyre. I ask no more. Let it be, in justice, merely said of me, as of a gallant and eminent naval hero, with whom I have no pretensions to cope, that what I have done I did in despite of mercenary and selfish objects, for England, home, and beauty, remaining always Wilkins Micawber.
Much affected, but still intensely enjoying himself, Mr. Micawber folded up his letter and handed it with a bow to my aunt, as something she might like to keep. There was, as I had noticed on my first visit long ago, an iron safe in the room. The key was in it. A hasty suspicion seemed to strike Uriah, and with a glance at Mr. Micawber, he went to it and threw the doors clanking open. It was empty. "Where are the books?" he cried with a frightful face. "Some thief has stolen the books." Mr. Micawber tapped himself with the ruler.
I did, when I got the key from you as usual, but a little earlier, and opened it this morning.
"Don't be uneasy," said Traddles. "They have come into my possession. I will take care of them, under the authority I mentioned." "You receive stolen goods, do you?" cried Uriah. "Under such circumstances," answered Traddles, "yes." What was my astonishment when I beheld my aunt, who had been profoundly quiet and attentive, make a dart at Uriah Heep, and seize him by the collar with both hands. "You know what I want," said my aunt. "A strait waistcoat," said he. "No, my property," returned my aunt. "Agnes, my dear, as long as I believed it had really been made away with by your father, I wouldn't, and, my dear, I didn't, even to Trot, as he knows, breathe a syllable of its having been placed here for investment. But now I know this fellow's answerable for it, and I'll have it. Trot, come and take it away from him." Whether my aunt supposed, for the moment, that he kept her property in his neckerchief, I'm sure I don't know, but she certainly pulled at it as if she thought so. I hastened to put myself between them, and to assure her that we would all take care that he should make the utmost restitution of everything he had wrongly got. This, and a few moments' reflection, pacified her, but she was not at all disconcerted by what she had done, though I cannot say as much for her bonnet, and resumed her seat composedly. During the last few minutes Mrs. Heep had been clamouring to her son to be humble, and had been going down on her knees to all of us in succession and making the wildest promises. Her son sat her down in his chair, and standing sulkily by her, holding her arm with his hand, but not rudely, said to me with a ferocious look, "What do you want done?" "I will tell you what must be done," said Traddles. "Has that Copperfield no tongue?" muttered Uriah. "I would do a good deal for you if you could tell me without lying that somebody had cut it out." "My Uriah means to be humble," cried his mother. "Don't mind what he says, good gentleman." "What must be done," said Traddles, "is this. First, the deed of relinquishment, that we have heard of, must be given over to me, now, here." "Suppose I haven't got it?" he interrupted. "But you have," said Traddles. "Therefore, you know, we won't suppose so." And I cannot help avowing that this was the first occasion on which I really did justice to the clear head, and the plain, patient, practical good sense of my old schoolfellow. "Then," said Traddles, "you must prepare to disgorge all that your rapacity has become possessed of, and to make restoration to the last farthing. All the partnership books and papers must remain in our possession. All your books and papers, all money accounts and securities of both kinds. In short, everything here." "Must it? I don't know that," said Uriah. "I must have time to think about that."
"Certainly," replied Traddles, "but in the meanwhile, and until everything is done to our satisfaction, we shall maintain possession of these things, and beg you, in short compel you, to keep to your own room, and to hold no communication with anyone."
"I won't do it," said Uriah with an oath.
"Maidstone Jail is a safer place of detention," observed Traddles, "and though the law may be longer in righting us, and may not be able to right us so completely as you can, there is no doubt of its punishing you. Dear me, you know that quite as well as I. Copperfield, will you go round to the Guildhall and bring a couple of officers?" Here Mrs. Heep broke out again, crying on her knees to Agnes to interfere in their behalf, exclaiming that he was very humble, and it was all true, and if he didn't do what we wanted she would, and much more to the same purpose, being half frantic with fears for her darling. To inquire what he might have done, if he had had any boldness, would be like inquiring what a mongrel cur might do if it had the spirit of a tiger. He was a coward from head to foot, and showed his dastardly nature through his sullenness and mortification, as much as at any time of his mean life.
"Stop!"
He growled at me and wiped his hot face with his hand.
"Mother, hold your noise."
"Well,
"Let's him have that deed. Go and fetch it."
do you help her, Mr. Dick," said Traddles, "if you please." Proud of his commission, and understanding it, Mr. Dick accompanied her as a shepherd's dog might accompany a sheep. But Mrs. Heep gave him little trouble, for she not only returned with the deed, but with the box in which it was, where we found a banker's book and some other papers that were afterwards serviceable. "Good," said Traddles, when this was brought. "Now, Mr. Heep, you can retire to think, particularly observing, if you please, that I declare to you, on the part of all present, that there is only one thing to be done, and that it is what I have explained, and that it must be done without delay." Uriah, without lifting his eyes from the ground, shuffled across the room with his hand to his chin, and pausing at the door, said, "Copperfield, I have always hated you. You've always been an upstart. You've always been against me." "As I think I have told you once before," said I, "it is you who have been, in your greed and cunning, against all the world. It may be profitable for you to reflect in future that there never were greed and cunning in the world yet that did not do too much, and overreach themselves. It is as certain as death."
"Or as certain as they used to teach at school, the same school where I picked up so much humbleness, from 9 o'clock to 11, that labour was a curse, and from 11 o'clock to 1, that it was a blessing and a cheerfulness and a dignity, and I don't know what's all, eh?" said he with a sneer. "You preach about as consistently as they did. Won't humbleness go down? I shouldn't have got round my gentleman fellow partner without it, I think. Micawber, you old bully, I'll pay you."
Micawber, supremely defiant of him and his extended finger, and making a great deal of his chest until he had slunk out at the door, then addressed himself to me, and proffered me the satisfaction of witnessing the re-establishment of mutual confidence between himself and Mrs. Micawber, after which he invited the company generally to the contemplation of that affecting spectacle.
The veil that has long been interposed between Mrs. Micawber and myself is now withdrawn," said Mr. Micawber, "and my children and the author of their being can once more come in contact on equal terms."
As we were all very grateful to him, and all desirous to show that we were, as well as the hurry and disorder of our spirits would permit, I dare say we should have all gone, but that it was necessary for Agnes to return to her father, as yet unable to bear more than the dawn of hope, and for someone else to hold Uriah in safe keeping. So Traddles remained for the latter purpose, to be presently relieved by Mr. Dick, and Mr. Dick, my aunt, and I went home with Mr. Micawber. As I parted hurriedly from the dear girl to whom I owed so much, and thought from what she had been saved, perhaps that morning, her better resolution notwithstanding, I felt devoutly thankful for the miseries of my younger days which had brought me to the knowledge of Mr. Micawber. His house was not far off, and as the street door opened into the sitting room, and he bolted in with a precipitation quite his own, we found ourselves at once in the bosom of the family. Mr. Micawber, exclaiming,
"Emma, my life!"
rushed into Mrs. Micawber's arms. Mrs. Micawber shrieked, and folded Mr. Micawber in her embrace.
Miss Micawber, nursing the unconscious stranger of Mrs. Micawber's last letter to me, was sensibly affected. The stranger leaped. The twins testified their joy by several inconvenient but innocent demonstrations. Master Micawber, whose disposition appeared to have been soured by early disappointment, and whose aspect had become morose, yielded to his better feelings and blubbered.
"Emma," said Mr. Micawber, "the cloud is passed from my mind. Mutual confidence, so long preserved between us once, is restored, to know no further interruption. Now, welcome poverty," cried Mr. Micawber, shedding tears. "Welcome misery, welcome homelessness, welcome hunger, rags, tempest, and beggary. Mutual confidence will sustain us to the end."
With these expressions, Mr. Micawber placed Mrs. Micawber in a chair, and embraced the family all round, welcoming a variety of bleak prospects which appeared, to the best of my judgment, to be anything but welcome to them, and calling upon them to come out into Canterbury and sing a chorus, as nothing else was left for their support. But Mrs. Micawber having, in the strength of her emotions, fainted away, the first thing to be done, even before the chorus could be considered complete, was to recover her. This my aunt and Mr. Micawber did, and then my aunt was introduced, and Mrs. Micawber recognized me. "Excuse me, my dear Mr. Copperfield," said the poor lady, giving me her hand, "but I am not strong, and the removal of the late misunderstanding between Mr. Micawber and myself was at first too much for me." "Is this all your family, ma'am?" said my aunt. "There are no more at present," returned Mrs. Micawber. "Good gracious, I didn't mean that, ma'am," said my aunt. "I mean, are all these yours?" "Madam," replied Mrs. Micawber, "it is a true bill." "And that eldest young gentleman, now," said my aunt, musing, "what has he been brought up to?"
"It was my hope when I came here," said Mr. Micawber, "to have got Wilkins into the church, or perhaps I shall express my meaning more strictly if I say the choir. But there was no vacancy for a tenor in the venerable pile for which this city is so justly eminent, and he has, in short, he has contracted a habit of singing in public houses, rather than in sacred edifices."
"But he means well," said Mrs. Micawber tenderly.
"I dare say, my love," rejoined Mr. Micawber, "that he means particularly well, but I have not yet found that he carries out his meaning in any given direction whatsoever."
Master Micawber's moroseness of aspect returned upon him again, and he demanded, with some temper, what he was to do, whether he had been born a carpenter or a coach painter any more than he had been born a bird, whether he could go into the next street and open a chemist's shop, whether he could rush to the next assizes and proclaim himself a lawyer, whether he could come out by force at the opera and succeed by violence, whether he could do anything without being brought up to something. My aunt mused a little while, and then said, "Mr. Micawber, I wonder you have never turned your thoughts to emigration."
"Madam," returned Mr. Micawber, "it was the dream of my youth, and the fallacious aspiration of my riper years."
I am thoroughly persuaded, by the by, that he had never thought of it in his life. "Ay," said my aunt with a glance at me, "why, what a thing it would be for yourselves and your family, Mr. and Mrs. Micawber, if you were to emigrate now!"
"Capital, madam, capital," urged Mr. Micawber gloomily.
"That is the principal, I may say the only difficulty, my dear Mr. Copperfield," assented his wife.
"Capital," cried my aunt, "but you are doing us a great service.
"Have done us a great service, I may say, for surely much will come out of the fire. And what could we do for you that would be half so good as to find the capital?"
"I could not receive it as a gift," said Mr. Micawber, full of fire and animation, "but if a sufficient sum could be advanced, say at 5% interest per annum upon my personal liability, say my notes of hand at 12, 18, and 24 months respectively, to allow time for something to turn up."
"Could be, can be, and shall be, on your own terms," returned my aunt, "if you say the word. Think of this now, both of you. Here are some people David knows going out to Australia shortly. If you decide to go, why shouldn't you go in the same ship? You may help each other. Think of this now, Mr. and Mrs. Micawber. Take your time and weigh it well." "There is but one question, my dear ma'am, I could wish to ask," said Mrs. Micawber. "The climate, I believe, is healthy?"
"Finest in the world," said my aunt.
"Just so," returned Mrs. Micawber. "Then my question arises. Now, are the circumstances of the country such that a man of Mr. Micawber's abilities would have a fair chance of rising in the social scale? I will not say at present might he aspire to be governor or anything of that sort, but would there be a reasonable opening for his talents to develop themselves, that would be amply sufficient and find their own expansion?" "No better opening anywhere," said my aunt, "for a man who conducts himself well and is industrious." "For a man who conducts himself well," repeated Mrs. Micawber, with her clearest business manner, "and is industrious. Precisely. It is evident to me that Australia is the legitimate sphere of action for Mr. Micawber."
"I entertain the conviction, my dear madam," said Mr. Micawber, "that it is, under existing circumstances, the land, the only land, for myself and family, and that something of an extraordinary nature will turn up on that shore. It is no distance, comparatively speaking, and though consideration is due to the kindness of your proposal, I assure you that it is a matter of form."
Shall I ever forget how, in a moment, he was the most sanguine of men looking on to fortune, or how Mrs. Micawber presently discoursed about the habits of the kangaroo? Shall I ever recall the street of Canterbury on a market day without recalling him as he walked back with us, expressing, in the hardy roving manner he assumed, the unsettled habits of a temporary sojourner in the land, and looking at the bullocks as they came by with the eye of an Australian farmer? End of chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 53. Another retrospect. I must pause yet once again. O my child wife, there is a figure in the moving crowd before my memory, quiet and still, saying in its innocent love and childish beauty, "Stop to think of me. Turn to look upon the little blossom as it flutters to the ground." I do. All else grows dim and fades away. I am again with Dora in our cottage. I do not know how long she has been ill. I am so used to it in feeling that I cannot count the time. It is not really long in weeks or months, but in my usage and experience it is a weary, weary while. They have left off telling me to wait a few days more. I have begun to fear remotely that the day may never shine when I shall see my child wife running in the sunlight with her old friend Jip. He is, as it were, suddenly grown very old. It may be that he misses in his mistress something that enlivened him and made him younger, but he mopes, and his sight is weak, and his limbs are feeble, and my aunt is sorry that he objects to her no more, but creeps near her as he lies on Dora's bed, she sitting at the bedside, and mildly licks her hand. Dora lies smiling on us, and is beautiful, and utters no hasty or complaining word. She says that we are very good to her, that her dear old careful boy is tiring himself out, she knows, that my aunt has no sleep, yet is always wakeful, active, and kind. Sometimes the little bird-like ladies come to see her, and then we talk about our wedding day and all that happy time. What a strange rest and pause in my life there seems to be, and in all life, within doors and without, when I sit in the quiet, shaded, orderly room with the blue eyes of my child wife turned towards me, and her little fingers twining round my hand. Many and many an hour I sit thus, but of all those times 3 times come the freshest to my mind. It is morning, and Dora, made so trim by my aunt's hands, shows me how her pretty hair will curl upon the pillow yet, and how long and bright it is, and how she likes to have it loosely gathered in the net she wears. "Not that I am vain of it now, you mocking boy," she says when I smile, "but because you used to say you thought it so beautiful, and because, when I first began to think about you, I used to peep in the glass and wonder whether you would like very much to have a lock of it. Oh, what a foolish fellow you were, Dodie, when I gave you one. That was the day when you were painting the flowers I had given you, Dora, and when I told you how much in love I was." "Ah, but I didn't like to tell you," says Dora, "then how I cried over them, because I believed you really liked me. When I can run about again as I used to do, Dodie, let us go and see those places where we were such a silly couple, shall we? and take some of the old walks, and not forget poor papa. Yes, we will, and have some happy days. So you must make haste to get well, my dear. Oh, I shall soon do that. I'm so much better, don't you know? It is evening, and I sit in the same chair by the same bed with the same face turned towards me. We have been silent, and there is a smile upon her face. I have ceased to carry my light burden up and down stairs now. She lies here all the day. Dodie, my dear Dora, you won't think what I am going to say unreasonable, after what you told me such a little while ago of Mr. Wickfield's not being well. I want to see Agnes. Very much I want to see her. I shall write to her, my dear. Will you? Directly. What a good, kind boy. Dodie, take me on your arm. Indeed, my dear, it is not a whim. It is not a foolish fancy. I want very much indeed to see her. I am certain of it. I have only to tell her so, and she is sure to come. You are very lonely when you go downstairs now, Dora whispers with her arm about my neck. How can I be otherwise, my own love, when I see your empty chair? My empty chair? She clings to me for a little while in silence. And you really miss me, Dodie, looking up and brightly smiling. Even poor, giddy, stupid me. My heart, who is there on earth that I could miss so much? Oh, husband, I am so glad, yet so sorry. Creeping closer to me and folding me in both her arms, she laughs and sobs, and then is quiet and quite happy. Quite, she says, only give Agnes my dear love, and tell her that I want very, very much to see her, and I have nothing left to wish for. Except to get well again, Dora. Ah, Dodie, sometimes I think, you know I always was a silly little thing, that will never be. Don't say so, Dora. Dearest love, don't think it. I won't if I can help it, Dodie. But I am very happy, though my dear boy is so lonely by himself before his child wife's empty chair. It is night, and I am with her still. Agnes has arrived, has been among us for a whole day and an evening. She, my aunt, and I have sat with Dora since the morning all together. We have not talked much, but Dora has been perfectly contented and cheerful. We are now alone. Do I know now that my child wife will soon leave me? They have told me so. They have told me nothing new to my thoughts, but I am very far from sure that I have taken that truth to heart. I cannot master it. I have withdrawn by myself many times today to weep. I have remembered who wept for a parting between the living and the dead. I have bethought me of all that gracious and compassionate history. I have tried to resign myself and to console myself, and that I hope I may have done imperfectly. But what I cannot firmly settle in my mind is, that the end will absolutely come. I hold her hand in mine, I hold her heart in mine. I see her love for me alive in all its strength. I cannot shut out a pale lingering shadow of belief that she will be spared. I am going to speak to you, Dodie. I am going to say something I have often thought of saying lately. You won't mind? With a gentle look. Mind, my darling? Because I don't know what you will think, or what you may have thought sometimes. Perhaps you have often thought the same. Dodie dear, I'm afraid I was too young. I lay my face upon the pillow by her, and she looks into my eyes and speaks very softly. Gradually, as she goes on, I feel with a stricken heart that she is speaking of herself as past. I am afraid, dear, I was too young. I don't mean in years only, but in experience and thoughts and everything. I was such a silly little creature. I am afraid it would have been better if we had only loved each other as a boy and girl, and forgotten it. I have begun to think I was not fit to be a wife. I try to stay my tears and reply, "Oh, Dora, my love, as fit as I to be a husband." I don't know, with the old shake of her curls. Perhaps. But if I had been more fit to be married, I might have made you more so too. Besides, you are very clever, and I never was. We have been very happy, my sweet Dora. I was very happy, very. But as years went on, my dear boy would have wearied of his child wife. She would have been less and less a companion for him. He would have been more and more sensible of what was wanting in his home. She wouldn't have improved. It is better as it is. Oh, Dora, dearest, dearest, do not speak to me so. Every word seems a reproach. No, not a syllable, she answers, kissing me.
Oh, my dear, you never deserved it, and I loved you far too well to say a reproachful word to you. In earnest, it was all the merit I had, except being pretty, or you thought me so. Is it lonely downstairs, Dodie?"
Very, very.
"Don't cry. Is my chair there?"
In its old place.
Oh, how my poor boy cries! Hush, hush now. Make me one promise. I want to speak to Agnes. When you go downstairs, tell Agnes so, and send her up to me. And while I speak to her, let no one come, not even Aunt. I want to speak to Agnes by herself. I want to speak to Agnes quite alone." I promise that she shall immediately, but I cannot leave her for my grief. "I said that it was better as it is," she whispers as she holds me in her arms. "Oh, Dodie, after more years you could never have loved your child wife better than you do. And after more years she would have tired and disappointed you, that you might not have been able to love her half so well. I know I was too young and foolish. It is much better as it is." Agnes is downstairs when I go into the parlour, and I give her the message. She disappears, leaving me alone with Jip. His Chinese house is by the fire, and he lies within it in his bed of flannel, querulously trying to sleep. The bright moon is high and clear. As I look out on the night, my tears fall fast, and my undisciplined heart is chastened heavily, heavily. I sit down by the fire, thinking with a blind remorse of all those secret feelings I have nourished since my marriage. I think of every little trifle between me and Dora, and I feel the truth that trifles make the sum of life. Ever rising from the sea of my remembrance is the image of the dear child as I knew her first, graced by my young love and by her own, with every fascination wherein such love is rich. Would it indeed have been better if we had loved each other as boy and girl and forgotten it? Undisciplined heart, reply. How the time wears I know not, until I am recalled by my child wife's old companion. More restless than he was, he crawls out of his house, and looks at me, and wanders to the door, and whines to go upstairs. "Not to-night, Jip, not to-night." He comes very slowly back to me, licks my hand, and lifts his dim eyes to my face. "Oh, Jip, it may be never again." He lies down at my feet, stretches himself out as if to sleep, and, with a plaintive cry, is dead. "Oh, Agnes, look, look here! That face so full of pity and grief, that rain of tears, that awful mute appeal to me, that solemn hand upraised towards heaven. Agnes! It is over. Darkness comes before my eyes, and for a time all things are blotted out of my remembrance. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of David Copperfield. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tig Hines. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 54. Mr. Micawber's Transactions. This is not the time at which I am to enter on the state of my mind beneath its load of sorrow. I came to think that the future was walled up before me, that the energy and action of my life were at an end, that I could never find any refuge but in the grave. I came to think so, I say, but not in the first shock of my grief. It slowly grew to that. If the events I go on to relate had not thickened around me, in the beginning to confuse and in the end to augment my affliction, it is possible, though I think not probable, that I might have fallen at once into this condition. As it was, an interval occurred before I fully knew my own distress, an interval in which I even supposed that its sharpest pangs were past, and when my mind should soothe itself by resting on all that was most innocent and beautiful in the tender story that was closed for ever. When it was first proposed that I should go abroad, or how it came to be agreed among us that I was to seek the restoration of my peace in change and travel, I do not even now distinctly know. The spirit of Agnes so pervaded all we thought and said and did in that time of sorrow, that I assume I may refer the project to her influence. But her influence was so quiet that I know no more. And now, indeed, I began to think that in my old association of her with the stained glass window in the church, a prophetic foreshadowing of what she would be to me in the calamity that was to happen in the fullness of time, had found a way into my mind. In all that sorrow from the moment never to be forgotten when she stood before me with her upraised hand, she was like a sacred presence in my lonely house. When the angel of death alighted there, my child wife fell asleep, they told me so when I could bear to hear it, on her bosom with a smile. From my swoon I first awoke to a consciousness of her compassionate tears, her words of hope and peace, her gentle face bending down as from a purer region nearer heaven over my undisciplined heart, and softening its pain. Let me go on. I was to go abroad. That seemed to have been determined among us from the first. The ground now covering all that could perish of my departed wife, I waited only for what Mr. Micawber called the final pulverization of Heep, and for the departure of the emigrants. At the request of Traddles, most affectionate and devoted of friends in my trouble, we returned to Canterbury. I mean, my aunt, Agnes, and I. We proceeded by appointment straight to Mr. Micawber's house, where, and at Mr. Wickfield's, my friend had been labouring ever since our explosive meeting. When poor Mrs. Micawber saw me come in my black clothes, she was sensibly affected. There was a great deal of good in Mrs. Micawber's heart, which had not been dunned out of it in all those many years. "Well, Mr. and Mrs. Micawber," was my aunt's first salutation after we were seated, "pray, have you thought about that emigration proposal of mine?"
My dear madam, returned Mr. Micawber, perhaps I cannot better express the conclusion at which Mrs. Micawber, your humble servant, and I may add our children, have jointly and severally arrived, than by borrowing the language of an illustrious poet to reply that our boat is on the shore and our bark is on the sea.
"That's right," said my aunt. "I augur all sort of good from your sensible decision."
"Madam, you do us a great deal of honour," he rejoined. He then referred to a memorandum. "With respect to the pecuniary assistance enabling us to launch our frail canoe on the ocean of enterprise, I have reconsidered that important business point, and would beg to propose my notes of hand, drawn, it is needless to stipulate, on stamps of the amounts respectively required by the various Acts of Parliament applying to such securities, at 18, 24, and 30 months. The proposition I originally submitted was 12, 18, and 24, but I am apprehensive that such an arrangement might not allow sufficient time for the requisite amount of something to turn up." "We might not," said Mr. Micawber, looking round the room as if it represented several hundred acres of highly cultivated land, "on the first responsibility becoming due, have been successful in our harvest, or we might not have had our harvest in. Labour, I believe, is sometimes difficult to obtain in that portion of our colonial possessions where it will be our lot to combat with the teeming soil." "Arrange it in any way you please, sir," said my aunt. "Madam," he replied, "Mrs. Micawber and myself are deeply sensible of the very considerate kindness of our friends and patrons. What I wish is, to be perfectly businesslike and perfectly punctual, turning over, as we are about to turn over, an entirely new leaf, and falling back, as we are now in the act of falling back, for a spring of no common magnitude. It is important to my sense of self-respect, besides being an example to my son, that these arrangements should be concluded as between man and man."
I don't know that Mr. Micawber attached any meaning to this last phrase. I don't know that anybody ever does, or did. But he appeared to relish it uncommonly, and repeated, with an impressive cough,
"As between man and man." "I propose," said Mr. Micawber, "bills, a convenience to the mercantile world, for which, I believe, we are originally indebted to the Jews, who appear to me to have had a devilish deal too much to do with them ever since, because they are negotiable. But if a bond, or any other description of security would be preferred, I should be happy to execute any such instrument, as between man and man."
My aunt observed that in a case where both parties were willing to agree to anything, she took it for granted that there would be no difficulty in settling this point. Mr. Micawber was of her opinion.
In reference to our domestic preparations, madam, said Mr. Micawber with some pride, for meeting the destiny to which we are now understood to be self-devoted, I beg to report them. My eldest daughter attends at 5 every morning in a neighbouring establishment, to acquire the process, if process it may be called, of milking cows. My younger children are instructed to observe, as closely as circumstances will permit, the habits of the pigs and poultry maintained in the poorer parts of this city, a pursuit from which they have, on 2 occasions, been brought home within an inch of being run over. I have myself directed some attention, during the past week, to the art of baking, and my son Wilkins has issued forth with a walking-stick and driven cattle, when permitted by the rugged hirelings who had them in charge, to render any voluntary service in that direction, which, I regret to say, for the credit of our nature, was not often, he being generally warned with imprecations to desist.
All very right indeed, said my aunt encouragingly. Mrs. Micawber has been busy too, I have no doubt. My dear madam, returned Mrs. Micawber with her business-like air, I am free to confess that I have not been actively engaged in pursuits immediately connected with cultivation or with stock, though well aware that both will claim my attention on a foreign shore. Such opportunities as I have been enabled to alienate from my domestic duties I have devoted to corresponding at some length with my family. For I own, it seems to me, my dear Mr. Copperfield, said Mrs. Micawber, who always fell back on me, I suppose from old habit, to whomsoever else she might address her discourse at starting, that the time is come when the past should be buried in oblivion, when my family should take Mr. Micawber by the hand, and Mr. Micawber should take my family by the hand, and then the lion should lie down with the lamb, and my family be on terms with Mr. Micawber. I said I thought so too. This at least is the light, my dear Mr. Copperfield, pursued Mrs. Micawber, in which I view the subject. When I lived at home with my papa and mamma, my papa was accustomed to ask, when any point was under discussion in our limited circle, in what light does my Emma view the subject? That my papa was too partial, I know. Still, on such a point as the frigid coldness which has ever subsisted between Mr. Micawber and my family, I necessarily have formed an opinion, delusive though it may be. No doubt. Of course you have, ma'am, said my aunt. Precisely so, assented Mrs. Micawber. Now, I may be wrong in my conclusions. It is very likely that I am, but my individual impression is that the gulf between my family and Mr. Micawber may be traced to an apprehension, on the part of my family, that Mr. Micawber would require pecuniary accommodation. I cannot help thinking, said Mrs. Micawber with an air of deep sagacity, that there are members of my family who have been apprehensive that Mr. Micawber would solicit them for their names. I do not mean to be conferred in baptism upon our children, but to be inscribed on bills of exchange and negotiated in the money market. The look of penetration with which Mrs. Micawber announced this discovery, as if no one had ever thought of it before, seemed rather to astonish my aunt, who abruptly replied, "Well, ma'am, upon the whole, I shouldn't wonder if you were right." Mr. Micawber being now on the eve of casting off the pecuniary shackles which have so long enthralled him, said Mrs. Micawber, and of commencing a new career in a country where there is sufficient range for his abilities, which, in my opinion, is exceedingly important, Mr. Micawber's abilities particularly requiring space, it seems to me that my family should signalize the occasion by coming forward. What I could wish to see would be a meeting between Mr. Micawber and my family at a festive entertainment, to be given at my family's expense, where Mr. Micawber's health and prosperity being proposed by some leading member of my family, Mr. Micawber might have an opportunity of developing his views.
My dear, said Mr. Micawber with some heat, it may be better for me to state distinctly, at once, that if I were to develop my views on that assembled group, they would possibly be found of an offensive nature, my impression being that your family are, in the aggregate, impertinent snobs, and, in detail, unmitigated ruffians.
Micawber, said Mrs. Micawber, shaking her head, no, you have never understood them, and they have never understood you. Mr. Micawber coughed. They have never understood you, Micawber, said his wife. They may be incapable of it. If so, that is their misfortune. I can pity their misfortune.
I am extremely sorry, my dear Emma, said Mr. Micawber, relenting, to have been betrayed into any expressions that might, even remotely, have the appearance of being strong impressions. All I can say is, that I can go abroad without your family coming forward to favour me, in short, with a parting shove of their cold shoulders, and that, upon the whole, I would rather leave England with such impetus as I possess, than derive any acceleration of it from that quarter. At the same time, my dear, if they should condescend to reply to your communications, which our joint experience renders most improbable, far be it from me to be a barrier to your wishes.
The matter being thus amicably settled, Mr. Micawber gave Mrs. Micawber his arm, and glancing at the heap of books and papers lying before Traddles on the table, said they would leave us to ourselves, which they ceremoniously did. "My dear Copperfield," said Traddles, leaning back in his chair when they were gone, and looking at me with an affection that made his eyes red and his hair all kinds of shapes, "I don't make any excuse for troubling you with business, because I know you are deeply interested in it, and it may divert your thoughts. My dear boy, I hope you are not worn out." "I am quite myself," said I, after a pause. "We have more cause to think of my aunt than of anyone. You know how much she has done." "Surely, surely," answered Traddles. "Who can forget it? But even that is not all," said I. "During the last fortnight some new trouble has vexed her. She has been in and out of London every day. Several times she has gone out early, and been absent until evening. Last night, Traddles, with this journey before us, it was almost midnight before she came home. You know what her consideration for others is. She will not tell me what has happened to distress her." My aunt, very pale, and with deep lines in her face, sat immovable until I had finished, when some stray tears found their way to her cheeks, and she put her hand on mine. "It's nothing, Trot, it's nothing. There will be no more of it. You shall know by and by. Now, Agnes, my dear, let us attend to these affairs." "I must do Mr. Micawber the justice to say," Traddles began, "that although he would appear not to have worked to any good account for himself, he is a most untiring man when he works for other people. I never saw such a fellow. If he always goes on in the same way, he must be, virtually, about 200 years old at present. The heat into which he has been continually putting himself, and the distracted and impetuous manner in which he has been diving day and night among papers and books, to say nothing of the immense number of letters he has written me between this house and Mr. Wickfield's, and often across the table when he has been sitting opposite, and might much more easily have spoken, is quite extraordinary." "Letters!" cried my aunt. "I believe he dreams in letters." "There's Mr. Dick, too," said Traddles, "has been doing wonders. As soon as he was released from overlooking Uriah Heep, whom he kept in such charge as I never saw exceeded, he began to devote himself to Mr. Wickfield, and really his anxiety to be of use in the investigations we have been making, and his real usefulness in extracting and copying and fetching and carrying, have been quite stimulating to us." "Dick is a very remarkable man," exclaimed my aunt, "and I always said he was. Trot, you know it." "I am happy to say, Miss Wickfield," pursued Traddles, at once with great delicacy and with great earnestness, "that in your absence Mr. Wickfield has considerably improved. Relieved of the incubus that had fastened upon him for so long a time, and of the dreadful apprehensions under which he had lived, he is hardly the same person. At times even his impaired power of concentrating his memory and attention on particular points of business has recovered itself very much, and he has been able to assist us in making some things clear that we should have found very difficult indeed, if not hopeless, without him. But what I have to do is to come to results, which are short enough, not to gossip on all the hopeful circumstances I have observed, or I shall never have done." His natural manner and agreeable simplicity made it transparent that he said this to put us in good heart, and to enable Agnes to hear her father mentioned with greater confidence, but it was not the less pleasant for that. "Now let me see," said Traddles, looking among the papers on the table. "Having counted our funds, and reduced to order a great mass of unintentional confusion in the first place, and of wilful confusion and falsification in the second, we take it to be clear that Mr. Wickfield might now wind up his business and his agency trust, and exhibit no deficiency or defalcation whatever." "Oh, thank heaven!" cried Agnes fervently. "But," said Traddles, "the surplus that would be left as his means of support, and I suppose the house to be sold even in saying this,
would be small, not exceeding in all probability some hundreds of pounds, that perhaps, Miss Wickfield, it would be best to consider whether he might not retain his agency of the estate to which he has so long been receiver. His friends might advise him, you know, now he is free. You yourself, Miss Wickfield, Copperfield, I have considered it, Trotwood,' said Agnes, looking to me, 'and I feel that it ought not to be, and must not be, even on the recommendation of a friend to whom I am so grateful, and owe so much.' 'I will not say that I recommend it,' observed Traddles. 'I think it right to suggest it, no more.' 'I am happy to hear you say so,' answered Agnes steadily, 'for it gives me hope, almost assurance, that we think alike. Dear Mr. Traddles and dear Trotwood, Papa once free, with honour, what could I wish for? I have always aspired, if I could have released him from the toils in which he was held, to render back some little portion of the love and care I owe him, and to devote my life to him. It has been for years the utmost height of my hopes. To take our future on myself will be the next great happiness, the next to his release from all trust and responsibility that I can know. Have you thought how, Agnes?' 'Often. I am not afraid, dear Trotwood. I am certain of success. So many people know me here, and think kindly of me, that I am certain. Don't mistrust me. Our wants are not many. If I rent the dear old house and keep a school, I shall be useful and happy.' The calm fervour of her cheerful voice brought back so vividly, first the dear old house itself, and then my solitary home, that my heart was too full for speech. Traddles pretended for a little while to be busily looking among the papers. 'Next, Miss Trotwood,' said Traddles, 'that property of yours.' 'Well, sir,' sighed my aunt, 'all I have got to say about it is, that if it's gone I can bear it, and that if it's not gone I shall be glad to get it back.' 'It was originally, I think, £8,000, consols,' said Traddles. 'Right,' replied my aunt. 'I can't account for more than 5, said Traddles, with an air of perplexity. 1,000, do you mean?' inquired my aunt, with uncommon composure. 'Or pounds?' 5,000 pounds, said Traddles. 'It was all there was,' returned my aunt. 'I sold 3 myself. 1 I paid for your articles, Trot, my dear, and the other 2 I have by me. When I lost the rest I thought it wise to say nothing about that sum, but to keep it secretly for a rainy day. I wanted to see how you would come out of the trial, Trot, and you came out nobly. Persevering, self-reliant, self-denying. So did Dick. Don't speak to me, for I find my nerves a little shaken.' Nobody would have thought so, to see her sitting upright with her arms folded, but she had a wonderful self-command. 'Then I am delighted to say,' cried Traddles, beaming with joy, 'that we have recovered the whole money.' 'Don't congratulate me, anybody,' exclaimed my aunt. 'How so, sir?' 'You believed it to have been misappropriated by Mr. Wickfield,' said Traddles. 'Of course I did,' said my aunt, 'and was therefore easily silenced. Agnes, not a word.' 'And indeed,' said Traddles, 'it was sold by virtue of the power of management he held from you. But I needn't say by whom sold, or on whose actual signature. It was afterwards pretended to Mr. Wickfield, by that rascal, and proved too by figures, that he had possessed himself of the money, on general instructions, he said, to keep other deficiencies and difficulties from the light. Mr. Wickfield being so weak and helpless in his hands as to pay you, afterwards, several sums of interest on a pretended principal, which he knew did not exist, made himself, unhappily, a party to the fraud. 'And at last took the blame upon himself,' added my aunt, 'and wrote me a mad letter, charging himself with robbery and wrong unheard of. Upon which I paid him a visit early one morning, called for a candle, burnt the letter, and told him if he ever could write me and himself, to do it, and if he couldn't, to keep his own counsel for his daughter's sake. If anyone speaks to me, I'll leave the house.' We all remained quiet, Agnes covering her face. 'Well, my dear friend,' said my aunt after a pause, 'and you have really extorted the money back from him?' 'Why, the fact is,' returned Traddles, 'Mr. Micawber had so completely hemmed him in, and was always ready with so many new points if an old one failed, that he could not escape from us. A most remarkable circumstance is, that I really don't think he grasped this sum even so much for the gratification of his avarice, which was inordinate, as in the hatred he felt for Copperfield. He said so to me plainly. He said he would even have spent as much to baulk or injure Copperfield.' 'Ha!' said my aunt, knitting her brows thoughtfully, and glancing at Agnes. 'And what's become of him?' 'I don't know,' He left here, said Traddles, with his mother, who had been clamouring and beseeching and disclosing the whole time. They went away by one of the London night coaches, and I know no more about him, except that his malevolence to me at parting was audacious. He seemed to consider himself hardly less indebted to me than to Mr. Micawber, which I consider, as I told him, quite a compliment. "Do you suppose he has any money, Traddles?" I asked. "Oh dear, yes, I should think so," he replied, shaking his head seriously. "I should say he must have pocketed a good deal, in one way or other. But I think you would find, Copperfield, if you had an opportunity of observing his course, that money would never keep that man out of mischief. He is such an incarnate hypocrite that whatever object he pursues, he must pursue crookedly. It's his only compensation for the outward restraints he puts upon himself. Always creeping along the ground to some small end or other, he will always magnify every object on the way, and consequently will hate and suspect everybody that comes, in the most innocent manner, between him and it. So the crooked courses will become crookeder, at any moment, for the least reason or for none. It's only necessary to consider his history here," said Traddles, "to know that." "He's a monster of meanness," said my aunt. "Really, I don't know about that," observed Traddles thoughtfully. "Many people can be very mean when they give their minds to it." "And now, touching Mr. Micawber," said my aunt. "Well, really," said Traddles cheerfully, "I must once more give Mr. Micawber high praise. But for his having been so patient and persevering for so long a time, we never could have hoped to do anything worth speaking of, and I think we ought to consider that Mr. Micawber did right for right's sake when we reflect that terms might have been made with Uriah Heep himself for his silence." "I think so too," said I. "Now, what would you give him?" inquired my aunt. "Oh, before you come to that," said Traddles, a little disconcerted, "I am afraid I thought it discreet to omit, not being able to carry everything before me, 2 points, in making this lawless adjustment, for it's perfectly lawless from beginning to end, of a difficult affair. Those IOUs and so forth, which Mr. Micawber gave him for the advances he had." "Well, they must be paid," said my aunt. "Yes, but I don't know when they may be proceeded on, or where they are," rejoined Traddles, opening his eyes, "and I anticipate that between this time and his departure Mr. Micawber will be constantly arrested or taken in execution." "Then he must be constantly set free again, and taken out of execution," said my aunt. "What's the amount altogether?" "Why, Mr. Micawber has entered the transactions, he calls them transactions, with great form in a book," rejoined Traddles, smiling, "and he makes the amount £103.5. Now, what shall we give him, that sum included?" said my aunt. "Agnes, my dear, you and I can talk about division of it afterwards. What should it be? £500? Upon this, Traddles and I both struck in at once. We both recommended a small sum of money, and the payment, without stipulation, to Mr. Micawber, of the Uriah claims as they came in. We proposed that the family should have their passage and their outfit and £100, and that Mr. Micawber's arrangement for the repayment of the advances should be gravely entered into, as it might be wholesome for him to suppose himself under that responsibility. To this I added the suggestion that I should give some explanation of his character and history to Mr. Peggotty, who I knew could be relied on, and that to Mr. Peggotty should be quietly entrusted the discretion of advancing another 100. I further proposed to interest Mr. Micawber in Mr. Peggotty by confiding so much of Mr. Peggotty's story to him as I might feel justified in relating, or might think expedient, and to endeavour to bring each of them to bear upon the other for the common advantage. We all entered warmly into these views, and I may mention at once that the principals themselves did so shortly afterwards with perfect goodwill and harmony. Seeing that Traddles now glanced anxiously at my aunt again, I reminded him of the second and last point to which he had adverted. "You and your aunt will excuse me, Copperfield, if I touch upon a painful theme, as I greatly fear I shall," said Traddles, hesitating, "but I think it necessary to bring it to your recollection. On the day of Mr. Micawber's memorable denunciation, a threatening allusion was made by Uriah Heep to your aunt's husband." My aunt, retaining her stiff position and apparent composure, assented with a nod. "Perhaps," observed Traddles, "it was mere purposeless impertinence?" "No," returned my aunt. "There was, pardon me, really such a person, and at all in his power?" hinted Traddles. "Yes, my good friend," said my aunt. Traddles, with a perceptible lengthening of his face, explained that he had not been able to approach this subject. that it had shared the fate of Mr. Micawber's liabilities in not being comprehended in the terms he had made, that we were no longer of any authority with Uriah Heep, and that if he could do us, or any of us, any injury or annoyance, no doubt he would. My aunt remained quiet until again some stray tears found their way to her cheeks. "You are quite right," she said. "It was very thoughtful to mention it." "Can I, or Copperfield, do anything?" asked Traddles gently. "Nothing," said my aunt. "I thank you many times. Trot, my dear, a vain threat. Let us have Mr. and Mrs. Micawber back, and don't any of you speak to me." With that she smoothed her dress and sat, with her upright carriage, looking at the door. "Well, Mr. and Mrs. Micawber," said my aunt when they entered, "we have been discussing your emigration, with many apologies to you for keeping you out of the room so long, and I'll tell you what arrangements we propose." These she explained to the unbounded satisfaction of the family, children and all being then present, and so much to the awakening of Mr. Micawber's punctual habits in the opening stage of all bill transactions, that he could not be dissuaded from immediately rushing out, in the highest spirits, to buy the stamps for his notes of hand. But his joy received a sudden check, for within 5 minutes he returned in the custody of a sheriff's officer, informing us in a flood of tears that all was lost. We being quite prepared for this event, which was of course a proceeding of Uriah Heep's, soon paid the money, and in 5 minutes more Mr. Micawber was seated at the table, filling up the stamps with an expression of perfect joy, which only that congenial employment, or the making of punch, could impart in full completeness to his shining face. To see him at work on the stamps with the relish of an artist, touching them like pictures, looking at them sideways, taking weighty notes of dates and amounts in his pocket-book, and contemplating them when he was finished with a high sense of their precious value, was a sight indeed. "Now, the best thing you can do, sir, if you'll allow me to advise you," said my aunt after silently observing him, "is to abjure that occupation for evermore."
Madam," replied Mr. Micawber, "it is my intention to register such a vow on the virgin page of the future. Mrs. Micawber will attest it. I trust," said Mr. Micawber solemnly, "that my son Wilkins will ever bear in mind that he had infinitely better put his fist in the fire than use it to handle the serpents that have poisoned the life-blood of his unhappy parent."
Deeply affected and changed in a moment to the image of despair, Mr. Micawber regarded the serpents with a look of gloomy abhorrence, in which his late admiration of them was not quite subdued, folded them up and put them in his pocket. This closed the proceedings of the evening. We were now weary with sorrow and fatigue, and my aunt and I were to return to London on the morrow. It was arranged that the Micawbers should follow us, after effecting a sale of their goods to a broker, that Mr. Wickfield's affairs should be brought to a settlement with all convenient speed under the direction of Traddles, and that Agnes should also come to London pending those arrangements. We passed the night in the old house, which, freed from the presence of the Heeps, seemed purged of a disease, and I lay in my old room like a shipwrecked wanderer come home. We went back next day to my aunt's house, not to mine, and when she and I sat alone as of old, before going to bed, she said, "Trot, do you really wish to know what I have had upon my mind lately?" "Indeed I do, aunt. If there ever was a time when I felt unwilling that you should have a sorrow or anxiety which I could not share, it is now." "You have had sorrow enough, child," said my aunt affectionately. "Without the addition of my little miseries, I could have no other motive, Trot, in keeping anything from you." "I know that well," said I. "But tell me now." "Will you ride with me a little way tomorrow morning?" asked my aunt. "Of course." "At 9, she said. "I'll tell you then, my dear." At 9, accordingly, we went out in a little chariot and drove to London. We drove a long way through the streets until we came to one of the large hospitals. Standing hard by the building was a plain hearse. The driver recognized my aunt, and, in obedience to a motion of her hand at the window, drove slowly off, we following. "You understand it now, Trot," said my aunt. "He is gone." "Did he die in the hospital?" "Yes." She sat immovable beside me, but again I saw the stray tears on her face. "He was there once before," said my aunt presently. "He was ailing a long time, a shattered, broken man these many years. When he knew his state in his last illness, he asked them to send for me. He was sorry then, very sorry." You went, I know, aunt. I went. I was with him a good deal afterwards. He died the night before we went to Canterbury, said I. My aunt nodded. No one can harm him now, she said. It was a vain threat. We drove away out of town to the churchyard at Hornsey. Better here than in the streets, said my aunt. He was born here. We alighted and followed the plain coffin to a corner I remember well, where the service was read consigning it to the dust. 36 years ago this day, my dear, said my aunt, as we walked back to the chariot, I was married. God forgive us all. We took our seats in silence, and so she sat beside me for a long time, holding my hand. At length she suddenly burst into tears and said, "He was a fine-looking man when I married him, Trot, and he was sadly changed." It did not last long. After the relief of tears she soon became composed and even cheerful. Her nerves were a little shaken, she said, or she should not have given way to it. God forgive us all. So we rode back to her little cottage at Highgate, where we found the following short note, which had arrived by that morning's post from Mr. Micawber.
Canterbury, Friday.
My dear Madam and Copperfield, the fair land of promise lately looming on the horizon is again enveloped in impenetrable mists, and for ever withdrawn from the eyes of the drifting wretch whose doom is sealed. Another writ has been issued in His Majesty's High Court of King's Bench at Westminster, in another cause of Heep versus Micawber, and the defendant in that cause is the prey of the sheriff having legal jurisdiction in this bailiwick. Now's the day, and now's the hour, see the front of battle lour, see approach proud Edward's power, chains and slavery. Consigned to which, and to a speedy end, for mental torture is not supportable beyond a certain point, and that point I feel I have attained. My course is run. Bless you, bless you. Some future traveller visiting for motives of curiosity, not unmingled, let us hope, with sympathy, the place of confinement allotted to debtors in this city may, and I trust will, ponder as he traces on its wall, inscribed with a rusty nail, the obscure initials W.M. P.S. I reopen this to say that our common friend, Mr. Thomas Traddles, who has not yet left us and is looking extremely well, has paid the debt and costs in the noble name of Miss Trotwood, and that myself and family are at the height of earthly bliss.
End of chapter 54.